Editor-in-Chief of Hindustan Times, R. Sukumar.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. We are truly honored to have the Finance Minister here, and we are especially honored this year because I think this has been a milestone year for the Indian economy and also for the Finance Minister personally. We had the income tax changes in the budget. We had the new income tax law. She's the chairperson of the GST Council, which pushed through the rate rationalization. So it's been a year of big bang reforms. So I'm going to start with the obvious question, which is what next? Because you've done a lot of things that people have been speaking of for a long time, right? I mean, for the last 20 years, all of us have been writing about the need for a new direct tax code, and effectively that's what you've got now. There's been talk since 2017 of the need to rationalize GST, and that's what you've done again. So what next? What are or to just add to that, will the next set of reforms be big bang? And by big bang, I mean things like bank privatization, which a lot of investors are excited about, or will it be much more incremental in terms of ease of doing business? It's on.
So good morning, and happy to be here in the HT Leadership Summit. There are quite a few things to do, but what's on the card, and it's not a secret that I'm letting out before the budget, but is the complete overhaul of the customs area. We need to have customs a lot more simplified for people to, feel that it is not too tiresome, cumbersome for them to comply with the expectations and the rules, to make it more transparent. And we are normally in some sort of a alignment with the World Customs Organization. So every standard that they peg for us and for the world, we normally comply and keep to that benchmark. But even with that said, I think in the execution, if I can just go back to the Income Tax Act for a minute, the commentary used to be that income tax rates are not the problem. Yes, we want lower and lower and lower rates, but it is the tax administration which causes the problem. It's the tax administration which becomes painful, sometimes agonizing, and therefore the not so nice coinage resulted in tax terrorism. So we have really worked on that and made sure that the income tax is no longer going to be seen as a tiresome exercise, simplify it, and also where it is possible to completely be faceless in letter and spirit, we have moved forward in that direction. Now the same virtues will have to be brought to customs, transparency, but at the same time the risk of illicit contraband goods coming is still serious a problem. But can we then do a scanning of everything? Can we then keep the person away from it, the customs officials from it, so that there is no discretion? So we are looking at it in that sort of way comprehensively, other than the fact that we have brought down customs duties over the last 2 years steadily. But in those few items where we are still considered to be over the optimal rate, we will have to bring them down as well. So customs is my next big cleaning up assignment, if I can say that. Whether that will be categorized as big bang or not is for the media.
It would definitely be big bang. You already have the record for presenting the maximum number of consecutive budgets, and although I know you don't keep track of these records, and you will better it next year. 2019 to 2025, and next year will be 2026. It's been an eventful journey for the economy. I mean, we've seen the pandemic, we've seen the supply chain disruptions that were caused by geopolitical conflicts, and now we've seen the headwinds caused by tariffs. So there have been domestic factors, there have also been global factors. How do you look back on this journey? One, for the economy, and two, for yourself personally as the person in charge of this economy.
Well, for the economy, I'm sure the assessment from your end would be the same. We thought COVID was the biggest challenge. We thought we had to overcome that, and after that, growth will be the biggest challenge. Soon after that, the war, which was far away from us, but we thought that was the challenge because food grains, fertilizers, were all at risk because the value chains and the supply chains were completely disrupted. Then we moved on to speaking about India now having to make up for the deficiencies in terms of governance. So we had to get over that in order that we speed up growth and also keep the growth sustainable. Then of course we had the election, which took away major part of our capital expenditure. So each year, the reason why I'm listing it out is to just remind ourselves that Indian economy has gone through some of the biggest, I mean, Sukumar might say, in a sequence you presented so many budgets, but equally when I bring my personal assessment into this, equally, the Indian economy probably has not seen a sequence of challenge uninterrupted, most of which were coming from outside. So with all that happening, then 1 year of election, but we've had our trouble with our borders, which has always been both through the state actors and non-state actors. This time you saw what happened, particularly at a time when J&K was coming around, the economy was picking up, and economy under the central rule, much before the elected government came in, we had actually gone into the granular details of looking at the J&K economy, removing the undergrowth and really pushing it up so that it becomes buoyant. The restoration of J&K Bank's health is something which the country can be proud of, the way in which the J&K economy revived. And obviously, when you have a country which is targeting our, stable government, stability, the growth in our economy, you had a major hit. I must appreciate the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, who of course has met me twice, in wanting and being focused to restore the economy back after the tourism, severe hit on tourism, and it came to a standstill. Tourism came to a standstill. So the reason why I am highlighting is, when you think you have brought in some kind of an order and you're restoring the economy, there are challenges which come, and every challenge is of course unexpected. Earlier, I would be confident to say there are challenges within the country which probably we'll be able to handle, and I still am hopeful that we can handle domestic problems. But the global uncertainties are actually taking a big toll, not just on Indian economy or its plan for the next 10 years, Vikasit Bharat, but globally, the world is in a turmoil. And we have to keep our heads high for the stable leadership Honorable Prime Minister provides, and the stable policies which he is constantly insisting on, based on which our economy can be strong, our investments can be high. And of course, I would lose no opportunity to praise the Indian retail investors who have done brilliantly well in understanding the market and coming in with a bit of a risk element on board, still coming in, and not just being safe by keeping their monies in post offices or banks' fixed deposit. So Indian economy itself is going through very many different big-time changes. We're all part and parcel of those big-time changes. The macro picture is still not before us, I would think, or if it is before us, it is still a bit hazy. But the fact remains that each one of us are playing a role in this huge big shift which is happening in India.
Your government has had two fiscal leaps of faith this year. One with the income tax and the other one with the rationalization in GST rates. And we've just had the GDP numbers also come in. Do you think their impact has been on expected lines? Because I think the larger assumption behind these changes was that with people having more discretionary income in their wallets, they would go out and spend. What does your assessment show?
Well, on the income tax, it is only from 1st April this year. And the assessment of that will come only in the next year in terms of tax collection. But in terms of spending, we are seeing it already. And the GST changes, because it's across the board, it wouldn't do me any comfort if I just look at automobile sector and say, oh great, look at the increase in purchases. But I have to see other sectors as well. And when I'm talking about other sectors, they will have to be assessed over a slightly medium term rather than quickly 1 month's purchase, because that month happened to be a festival month. So both of them, therefore, income tax for the assessment side and for GST because of the festival month time, I will have to see how it plays out in the medium term. My expectation is when prices can come down, it's pure theory that people do buy more, spending goes up. Only when your tax rates reach a certain level beyond sustainable level, it plateaus out, demand plateaus out, the Laffer curve principle. So I would think both these will have a bearing, and it will be for all of us to see it from the coming few months. As it is, we saw the growth numbers for the second quarter. I think that will sustain, and overall this year's growth numbers will be 7 or beyond it as well.
I think we are also at a stage where the real growth numbers are very, very heartening. But there is some concern over the nominal growth numbers, also because your tax revenue is linked to the nominal growth numbers. Does that worry you?
Well, it's also a truth that we want our inflation to be down. Your deflator is now, where it can reach the bottommost. If anything, it has to rise a bit for stimulating growth. So we'll have to see. But it doesn't worry me. I think the factors are playing out, and they will find their own level. And so is before you ask me, so is the answer for rupee versus the dollar.
No, I was just going to come to that.
Rupee will have to find its own.
No, I know that sitting in your chair, you probably can't say this, but a little inflation won't hurt, right?
True, because for growth you need that little
bit of boost. One of the concerns, because we've been speaking about consumption, one of the concerns is that the middle class especially, and of course Indians have a very broad definition of middle class. I think everyone in this room would call themselves middle class when no one really is. One of the concerns is that when the middle class is consuming more, there are fears that they're saving less. And lower savings has its own impact on the economy. Does this worry you, or do you think it's all right?
I was going through this number, savings growth, and also started looking at where savings actually is going. in terms of where the savings are getting parked. Growing all right, but not as much when you look at purely the savings, the small savings which go to banks or to the post offices. But if you were to look at monies which are going through the retail investors into the market, into the mutual funds, you see savings is also investment today. And therefore, if you look at the sum total of all these various categories, savings is not going down. And equally, whether through some kind of a bank assistance or credit taken from bank, I think the assets are also growing up. It's actually increasing in the hands of the middle class. So they may have loans to repay, but their total assets are also going up in terms of the number of people who have taken home loans or number of people who are paying, EMIs for additional rooms being built in their house. So when you look at the way in which assets are improving or the buying of second houses, people who seek tax exemption for the second one, which is not given out on rent but is kept under ownership. We have not made a differentiation. A second house is also not being taxed, whether you let it on rent or it's your own, under your own possession. So savings today is finding various different ways of being parked and earning some interest out of it. So I don't think we should narrow the debate down to only look at what is going into the post offices or public sector banks in terms of savings in fixed deposits.
Your budgets have consistently been very, very strong on the fiscal consolidation front. But we are seeing a worrying trend in states. Populist spending is going up, and freebies have now become a way of life. And I personally believe that we have to make a distinction between freebies and welfare, but because welfare is necessary, freebies are, it's just an incentive to vote for a particular party. Where will this stop? I mean, is this something that you've discussed with your fellow finance ministers in the GST Council?
Not so much in the GST Council, but when they meet me one-on-one, we have been talking about it. I'm so much concerned about it, not because they're giving freebies, but because their budget cannot afford it. I'm more looking at it from the point of view of they borrow, some of them borrow to do this, or borrow for something, but this continues to be heavy baggage which pulls them down in terms of they not being in a position to service the high cost loans which have been taken a few years back. So I've been, I don't want to say counseling them, I don't want to say advising them. I've been having conversations to make sure that if they need some help from the center, not in terms of money, but in terms of sitting and sharing some thoughts on how to restructure their debt. If the central, Ministry of Expenditure, Ministry of Economic Affairs can sit together, the budget division can sit together with these officials from the states, we are trying to suggest that they may look into restructuring their loans, even if it means that they have to pay back some of those very expensive loans taken earlier with some penalty. They should do it because they are just not able to, some of the states are not able to service their loans. And borrowing to service the loan is very bad quality borrowing. And therefore, there's a lot of things happening on this. I'm talking with the states more as a, friend to a minister rather than as a finance minister, Government of India, talking to the finance minister, state government. I don't want that relationship at all. I'd rather talk to them and say, if there is a help you want me to do, I'll do it. And some states, I'm not naming them, across the board, no party lines here, some states have actually shown keen interest and benefited from it. Actually benefited after having had their loans restructured. So I think it's time for all of us to keep reminding our states and the center, please do keep reminding me also, that we need to have a focus in reducing the borrowing. It cannot be that you keep doing both revenue and somewhat some capital expenditure with the borrowed money, because intergenerational burden is, I think, not right. I don't want to get into the ethics of it or the moral of it, but it's just not right. You can leave some borrowing. No state can run or no government can run without zero borrowing, with zero borrowing.
But have freebies become a political compulsion? I mean, because every party, I think, feels pressured to do it.
Well, politics is competitive.
Okay. I want to come back to the rupee because there are multiple dimensions to this story. One is, of course, the economic dimension, which is so when a currency weakens naturally, right? And I would like to look at all the macro factors that are happening and all that, and you have to look at it economically and assess whether it's worrisome or not. But there is also a very strong you could say it's erroneous, but there's also a very strong nationalist and political aspect to the currency. Every time the currency weakens, people feel, oh my God, India has become weaker. Every time the currency weakens, parties, the opposition parties can raise the issue. Of course, it's another matter entirely that when you were in the opposition, all of you raised it so much better than the current opposition is doing. The rupee, you said it will find its natural level, but don't you think at the level that it's at right now, it's a little high, isn't it?
Sukhma, I'm quite tempted to say a lot of things on this.
You should just feel free.
But no, rupee, currency, exchange rates are all rather too sensitive. I'm not escaping your comment that, oh, when you were in the opposition, you did. Yes, when we were in the opposition, we did. And I'm glad you recognize that we did it much better, because the situation at that time in the economy was so absolutely pathetic. Your inflation rate was so high, particularly the core inflation was so high, the economy was fragile, and when your currency also takes a hit, it is nobody's bright spark that you will comment on the exchange rate. Every one of us did, and we did it definitely, and every session of the parliament we did it, and those of us who were not in the parliament then were saying it outside as well. I'm not saying the situation on the currency debate can be different. It can be the same even now, but look at the fundamentals of the economy. Look at where Indian economy stands. Look at the growth. Look at where we are pitched now, from fourth to the third sooner. So there are some factors which are very important factors, which position India in a different ledge, and as a result of which I think this currency debate will have to be circumscribed by those realities, rather than compare it black and white with the situation then and say, that time you criticized, now you tell me, now I'll tell you more about the economy before I tell you about the currency. So there are, I think, facts which have to play the fundamental for a debate. Now for the exchange rate, obviously, when your currency the value comes down, you think the natural argument would be, oh, for our exporters it will be brilliant, they should capitalize on it. And I'm sure our exporters have started to benefit from it. I'm not saying therefore it satisfies me. But the fact also, some of the observers have said, by coincidence, and I'm not saying this is planned at all, let me underline this. By coincidence, some people observe that at a time when you had this tariff coming on you, this seems to be some respite. Doesn't convince me again. Even if it is true, I'm not going to be satisfied with that. But it is true that economy's strength will have to be, as they say in Parliament, read along with it. You know, section so and so read along with that. Please read this with that.
Got it. we are out of time. Thank you very much, Finance Minister. I know you're extremely busy, and this is a very short Parliament session with
But very many bills.
with lots of substance in it. Thank you once again. And given everything that she's done this year, and also because she saw us safely through the pandemic, could we please have a round of applause for the Finance Minister?
Madam Minister, for being with us and sharing your invaluable insights. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly remain in your places until the Honorable Finance Minister has left the hall. For over 2 decades, the Hindustan Times Leadership Summit has stood as a beacon of thought leadership, a rare space where politics meets business, where innovation intersects with art, where sport meets statesmanship, where the world's most influential minds gather not just to debate the present, but to design the future. This is more than just an event. This is a convergence of power, purpose, and possibility. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to please be seated as we prepare to welcome a towering figure of India's judiciary. It is an honor to invite the Honorable Chief Justice of India, Justice Suryakant, to the stage. The Honorable Chief Justice will be in conversation with Utkarsh Anand, the National Legal Editor of Hindustan Times.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to this session of the Hindustan Times Leadership Summit 2025. It's our privilege to host Honorable Chief Justice of India, Justice Suryakant, this morning. And this conversation comes at a particularly relevant moment, just as he steps into the office of the Chief Justice of India. From a village in Haryana's Hisar to the highest judicial office, his story has inspired many. He has been the youngest Advocate General of Haryana at just 38. Barely 4 years later, he was appointed as a judge in the Punjab and Haryana High Court, still in his early 40s. For the next 15 years, he served as a judge and as the Chief Justice of various high courts before his elevation to the Supreme Court in 2019. As NALSA's executive chairperson, he has undertaken and led several innovative initiatives to help those at the margins. And on 24th of November this year, he was sworn in as the Chief Justice of India. Now, it's our privilege to have him this morning. I must also say that this is a time when judiciary has become a point of central debate. Please join me in welcoming Honorable Chief Justice of India, Justice Suryakant. Just a quick note, we will also have this conversation both in English and in Hindi. So let me begin with your personal journey. From a village in Hisar to CJI's office, what aspects of your early life and legal journey most shaped your approach to justice and leadership? Did you always know you wanted to become a lawyer and later a judge?
Growing up in a village like Petwad taught me a good lesson to be very, very patient, knowing fully well that growth takes its own time. initially, when you have a background schooling in a village, and then you move to a township, from there to the High Court, and then eventually in Delhi, it's a long journey, full of struggle. But at the same time, as I said, the lesson which I learned and accordingly I shaped myself was that I need to have a lot of patience. I must wait for my turn, and I must invest in myself through hard work and commitment. And that, I would say, eventually paid me.
Sir, having risen from the district courts to the High Court and then the Supreme Court, judicial administration has been a defining strength of your career. From that vantage point, what do you see as the most structural vulnerability of the judiciary right now? And what are the important reforms that judiciary needs?
Utkarsh, I have the advantage of, as I said, I started initially from the district courts. So I had a first-hand interaction with the district judiciary. Then I shifted to High Court, and High Court also, besides, I would say, a successful lawyer in private practice, then I took over as Advocate General of the state. So I had the advantage of seeing the other side of the court proceedings and how you conduct yourself as a professional. I had almost a stint of almost 4 years as Advocate General when in the morning I resigned and I took over as judge at 10 a.m. I had the privilege and the honor and the opportunity of serving under various very eminent Chief Justices who had a lot of trust in me. They gave me a lot of administrative responsibilities, which made me to learn to open vista and to understand the internal functioning of the judiciary. Eventually, when I went as Chief Justice of the High Court, by that time I had a very fair experience of working on the administrative side. Then I got the opportunity to serve as Chief Justice of the High Court for almost 7 months before coming to Supreme Court. Even as a young judge, I would say that I was very fortunate because the then Chief Justice of India, they gave me certain responsibilities even as a young judge. I was in 2007, when I was 3 years old judge, I was taken to the governing body of the National Legal Service Authority at that time, and I was given 2 consecutive terms for 4 years. Then I was picked up for the Indian Law Institute, the deemed university. So all these opportunities gave me an exposure to perform on administrative side and also to understand the nitty-gritties of the judicial system and the challenges we really face on day-to-day basis. So I would say that before I have taken over, there is an experience with me as my asset, and I wish to capitalize that. Knowing the fully background of the system, the institution, the difficulties and the challenges. My first priority will be, I know that institution has multiple challenges like any other constitutional democratic setup has. My first priority will be for the predictable timeline and a unified national judicial policy based early decision of the pending cases. I am not saying the elimination of all the areas. That will never happen. That should not happen. Because the litigation is an ongoing process. People have trust and faith in the judicial system. The cases will be filed. But the old cases which are staring on our face, I really need to tackle that area. And for that, one, I really need to explore the mediation as one of the powerful game changer. And as you know that from last almost 1 year and particularly last 6 months, I have launched that mediation for the nation mission. It is coming up very well. There is a very encouraging response to that. So mediation is one tool that I really wish, along with the cooperation of my sister and brother judges in the Supreme Court and the High Courts, we are going to give really a very expensive platform to mediation for that purpose. The second thing is the prioritization of certain litigations. You will find some reforms I have already made in Supreme Court, some on Monday onwards, again I am doing it. I just want to send a very clear and a strong message that Supreme Court is also meant for the common man. And any ordinary litigant will also have a sufficient space and time in the Supreme Court, and for that I am doing some prioritization of the matters to be listed. Of course, this is one mission which I alone cannot do it. So my sister and my brother judges, they have extended full cooperation in that regard, and I am quite sure with the help of all the domain experts and those who have really come forward with various suggestions, I am going to meet this challenge successfully.
So you have often said that the strength of a judicial system is measured at the district level. So let us talk about a judicial officer who is deciding bail in a very high profile sensitive case but fears criticism from higher courts. What will be your message as the head of the judiciary to such judicial officers?
You want my message to the entire judiciary? Well, the Indian judiciary as such is a very dedicated community. I am absolutely confident about their commitment, about their integrity, about their competence, and about their zeal to deliver justice. What we need to do is that there are various newer challenges with the judicial system faces. There are certain cases, for example, nobody ever thought of that one day you will have the cases like digital arrest. So new challenges will continue to come. First, we need to update our judiciary. For that, periodical trainings in our judicial academies, National Judicial Academy and the state judicial academies. We need to have the training programs regularly. We must update our judicial officers with the newer challenges and how to deal with those cases. Second, the optimum utilization of the human resources we have. I wish to have a fair evaluation of the human resources optimum utilization. For that, some mechanism is being evolved. And we will certainly encourage those who really perform well. There must be a recognition of merit in the institution. Nothing should else factor in the matter of incentivizing the officers in future. A similar pattern, I am quite sure the High Court judges who are constitutional authorities themselves, and I am not going to dictate them anything, but I am absolutely sure and confident that they too will come forward to extend their full cooperation and support in that regard. So as a team, right from the district judiciary up to the Supreme Court, we need to and we will work together to give our best of the performance.
So another significant conversation concerns diversity. Now India's judiciary is currently talking about debating diversity through gender, caste, profession, lived experience. How do you view this necessity or need for greater inclusions?
Utkarsh, just see, you compare the judiciary of early 2020-25. There is a paradigm change in the Indian judicial system itself, in the way the society has grown, the way the country has moved forward. That reflection must come in judiciary also. In 1950, when formally the Indian Supreme Court was established, the strength at that time and the periodical growth in the increase in the strength of the Supreme Court, and similarly in the High Courts. that increase in strength has given us an opportunity, a platform to bring inclusivity in the Supreme Court. Now you will find that there is a concerted effort by the Supreme Court Collegium or even whatever the system earlier we've been having, to bring the judges from different regions, from different, to ensure the community representation, the regional representation, and to meet with the regional aspirations. And in that process, we have always kept in view that the persons having the background of marginalized communities, the women, they must get adequate and fair representation. And that inclusivity, that diversity has really brought a very rich culture in the Supreme Court. My sister, my brother judges, they belong to different parts of the country. They carry with their own experiences, their best practices in their region. That culture, the conventions, the practices they follow, and everything, the entire a combination of the cultural impact comes in Supreme Court, and we find within the Supreme Court that it represents truly the Indian culture and India as a whole.
So if diversity is one pillar of the institutional strength, judicial independence is certainly the other. So the next question that I have for you is about the judiciary's independence, the perception of it, and the reality of it from the executive. What core principles are necessary to protect both the reality and the perception of judiciary's independence when just one social media post can trigger massive outrage?
You see, when we talk of independence of judiciary, I think we must only keep one basic principle in mind, that is the constitutional philosophy of separation of powers. The judiciary, the legislature, and the executive. The Constitution has so beautifully defined their respective roles, ensuring that there is no overlapping. But at the same time, it is the beauty of our Constitution that a unique compatibility, a unique complementary relationship to each other is what our constitutional philosophy says. Keeping that in mind, we must always also realize, and there is no inhibition in that for so many administrative issues, there is a lot of dependability on each other. If I need financial assistance, I need allocation of a budget. If I need certain other posts to be sanctioned, if I need infrastructure, I have to look towards the executive. If I need certain reforms in certain statutes or where a kind of rule-making power question comes, then I have to look towards the legislature. So this interdependability in Constitution is also well defined. This is something, a well-oiled machine where if you depend on each other, but at the same time the cogs don't become defunct. It works very well. So it's a machinery where all three organs work together, complementary and supplementary to each other, maintaining their independent identity. And that is what the Indian constitutional culture, constitutional philosophy, constitutional morality demands.
So the need to reduce pendency and delays in the judiciary is something which is very often talked about. You also spoke about mediation. So what I would want to know is about how can we institutionalize mediation and other alternative resolution mechanism in India?
As I said earlier also, mediation is proving to be a very effective tool, and the reason is very obvious. One is the cost effectivity. Mediation as compared to other alternative dispute resolution mechanisms is very, very cost effective. The second landmark in it is that mediation creates win-win situation for both parties. This is one rare tool of adjudication where both parties leave the courtroom or the mediation center with smiling face. It brings social harmony, it keeps intact the social fabric, and it speaks in the common man language. That's the most important thing. All mediators, I have been, if you were there in the first mediation convention and the conference which the learned Attorney General had organized, when I was asked to speak, I said mediation will be successful only when the mediators start speaking the language of the consumer of justice for whom the mediation process they intend to initiate. So when you are talking to them in their own language, when you are talking to them as if they are sitting in an environment which is so friendly that the fear and that aura of court, it does not create any stressful moment for them, it brings lot of successful stories. And as I said, it takes less time, and every stakeholder, every person, different walk of life can work as mediator. So it is not that you require a dedicated class of advocates only. There are retired people who are working as mediator. There are, now that on 8th November, we have launched community mediation also. So I am quite sure that with this, the modicum of mediation, we will be able to reach villages, the streets, and all those houses where either there is a dispute already there or we are apprehending a dispute may arise. So our objective is to reach out there and provide an alternative platform to them.
So at the heart of all these questions is the access to justice. You have worked as the NALSA's executive chairman and it reflected a commitment to those at the margins. What should access to justice mean in the modern 21st century India?
You see, access to justice is a very simple expression. Access to justice is that how swiftly, in terms of very less cost effectivity, with a clear prediction, with dedicated timeline, you can ensure to provide justice to the person who is there before the court. The challenge is, one of the challenges when we talk of access to justice is how to ensure that the person particularly belonging to the vulnerable classes or the marginalized sections of the society, how to ensure that they get a quality legal assistance in court. One, two, their matters are also prioritized with equal sensitivity as we think of sometimes big cases are being taken. Three, they should also have a sense of satisfaction when they leave the court that we have been treated equally, we have been given full respect in terms of the court environment, the court atmosphere, and the court has been swift, impartial, fair in providing them whatever the ultimate verdict comes. Now, when I talk of access to justice, my first priority is to ensure how to reduce the cost of litigation and how to prescribe a reasonable timeline within which the matters are decided. For that, first, cost effectivity, we have expanded the platform of free legal aid. All those marginalized, the vulnerable classes, or those living below poverty line, or those who in any case within the criteria prescribed under the statute, if they qualify for free legal aid, we have launched a massive program throughout the country to provide quality legal assistance. So it is not that the lawyers who don't have work or those who are not treated to be so competent will be only empaneled. We have really moved out far ahead, and all those competent lawyers who really have a name in profession at the local level, even they are also being engaged, and a respectable honorarium is being paid to them to ensure quality legal assistance to the persons who need it. And as far as second part, timeline and predictability is concerned, for that the district judiciary need to be sensitized, and for that, as I said earlier, we intend to launch certain programs through the Judicial Academy platforms or through the High Court platforms to ensure that every member of the Indian judiciary is committed and has some docket management of their own court to ensure that there is a timely justice delivery.
सर, अब हम कुछ सवाल हिंदी में लेना चाहेंगे। आप हरियाणा से आने वाले पहले चीफ जस्टिस हैं और आप देश के 53वें चीफ जस्टिस हैं। तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट हमेशा रीजनल रिप्रेजेंटेशन की बात करते आए हैं, तो ऐसा क्यों है कि 75 साल लग गए सुप्रीम कोर्ट को देश हरियाणा से पहला चीफ जस्टिस पाने में?
नहीं, पहले तो मैं आपको थोड़ा सा इसमें करेक्ट करूंगा। हरियाणा 1966 में बना, तो हरियाणा को 75 साल नहीं लगे, 59 ईयर्स तकरीबन लगे। मुझे इस बात का स्वाभाविक रूप से मुझे गर्व है कि मैं अपने प्रदेश से और अपने क्षेत्र से मैं वंश का। लेकिन मैं ये भी आपको बताना चाहूँगा कि इसी प्रांत से 1966 से पहले जब ये ज्वाइंट पंजाब था या उसके बाद प्रदेश से और विशेषकर मेरे क्षेत्र से बहुत ही अच्छे विद्वान जज हुए हैं, बड़े अच्छे विद्वान अधिवक्ता वकील भी वहाँ से हुए हैं, और बहुत ही अच्छे जिसको आप जो एकेडमिक साइड में रहे ऐसे प्रोफेसर्स वगैरह भी लॉ के बहुत ही अच्छे अच्छे उस क्षेत्र से हुए हैं। तो जुडिशियल सिस्टम में, उसमें जुडिशियल एजुकेशन से लेकर के जुडिशियल सिस्टम के जज में या बार और बेंच दोनों में बहुत ही अच्छे लोग हुए हैं, उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा काम किया, और उन सब का जो भूमिका रही है वो मेरे लिए एक बहुत बड़ा मार्गदर्शन रहा है पहुंचने में। और मुझे ऐसे लगता है कि मैं शायद उन्हीं के दिखाए रास्ते पर, उन्हीं के मार्गदर्शन से और उन्हीं के आशीर्वाद से मैं यहाँ तक पहुँचा हूँ।
सर, जब सब कुछ इतनी तेज़ी से बदल रहा है, कानून भी, समाज भी, न्याय भी, तो आपको क्या लगता है कि न्यायाधीशों और न्यायालय को सीखते रहने की कितनी ज़रूरत है?
देखिए, आपका मेन प्रश्न बताइए क्या है?
सर, सवाल ये है कि कानून भी बदल रहे हैं, समाज भी बदल रहा है, विचारधाराएं बदल रही हैं, साथ में तकनीक भी बदल रही है। तो ये जुडिशियल लर्निंग फॉर दी कोर्ट्स एंड दी जजेस, हाउ इम्पोर्टेंट इज दैट? वो कितना ज़रूरी है?
नहीं, देखिए, अगर कोर्ट अगर बदलते समाज की बारे में अगर कोर्ट अभी अगर उनको ज्ञान नहीं होगा या अपने आप को वो बदलती हुई स्थितियों को, परिस्थितियों को नहीं समझेंगे, तो मुझे लगता है कि कहीं ना कहीं जस्टिस डिलीवरी सिस्टम में एक डिफ़िकल्टी आएगी। कोर्ट्स के लिए इतना इम्पोर्टेंट है अपने आप को अवगत करना और समाज के जितने भी बदलते परिवेश के बारे में, देश की जो भूमिका बदलती है उसके बारे में, आपके आसपास की भूमिका, उस सबको आपको जानना बहुत ज़रूरी है। मैं इस कंसेप्ट को नहीं बिलीव करता, ये बदलते हुए समाज उसकी वजह से बोलता हूँ कि पहले एक बोला जाता था कि जजेस विल रिमेन सिक्लूडेड, दुनिया से सबसे आइसोलेट रहेंगे। आइसोलेट रहिए, आपको जरूर आवश्यकता नहीं है कि आप हर पब्लिक फंक्शन में, हर क्लब में, हर किसी भी उसमें आप जाएंगे, ऐसा कोई ज़रूरी नहीं है। आप अपने आप को रखिए उसको, लेकिन इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि आप दुनियादारी को भूल करके आपके आसपास समाज कैसे बढ़ रहा है, देश कैसे बढ़ रहा है, और देश के आगे आसपास के देश कैसे बढ़ रहे हैं, कैसे व्यवहार कर रहे हैं, आप उन चीज़ों के बारे में बिल्कुल नहीं रखें। जुडिशरी का अपने आप को अपडेट करना बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है, और जब आप अपने आप को अपडेट करते हैं तो आपके सामने, तभी आप जो नए नए चैलेंज आपके सामने आ रहे हैं तभी आप उनको समझ पाएंगे। मैं आपको उसी एक उदाहरण को दोबारा रिपीट कर रहा हूँ। डिजिटल अरेस्ट है, अब डिजिटल अरेस्ट को भी छोड़ दी, किसी भी प्रकार का साइबर क्राइम है, साइबर क्राइम जरूर ये तो नहीं है, आपका विक्टिम तो इंडिया में हो सकता है, विक्टिम आपके गांव में भी हो सकता है, विक्टिम आपकी कोर्ट के ज्यूरिसडिक्शन में हो सकता है, लेकिन जो क्रिमिनल है वो पता नहीं किस आइलैंड पे बैठ करके कर रहा है। तो जब तक आप इस प्रकार के ऑफेंस कैसे, क्राइम कैसे कमिट होता है, इसकी प्रक्रिया को नहीं समझ लेंगे, आई डोंट थिंक दैट यू विल बी एबल टू डिलीवर जस्टिस। इसलिए जुडिशरी को अपने आप को अब्रेस्ट करना हर चीज़ में बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है।
Sir, we'll conclude this conversation with a question that speaks to the theme of this year's summit. When you look ahead to transforming tomorrow, the theme of this year's summit, what gives you optimism about India's legal and democratic future?
Well, I am a very optimistic person, and I am absolutely confident that the Indian democracy and the Indian justice delivery system both have a very bright future. The reason is very obvious. First, Indian people have absolute commitment to the constitutional principles. Second, Indian people have their commitment to the rule of law. Three, Indian people have commitment to the democracy. Once there is a rule of commitment for the rule of law, once you believe in democratic values, and once you follow the constitution philosophy, the judiciary has a very vital role in all these three components. And therefore the judiciary is also bound to rise. And why I am very optimistic about Indian judiciary is when I see the youth of this nation, the wealth of knowledge they possess, their informed knowledge about what is happening in different parts of the globe, their quickness in response, their brightness in developing innovative judicial jurisprudence. I think I am absolutely confident, and their capacity to face different kind of challenges that ensure that Indian judiciary in future is in very safe hands.
Thank you, Justice Suryakant. Thank you for your time, your candor, and your vision. On behalf of Hindustan Times, we wish you a very meaningful and inspiring tenure. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving him a warm round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Justice, sir, for your insightful address and for sharing your perspective with us this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated as we move forward. So as we move forward, we shift gears to a session that promises to be both delightful and memorable, with two fine gentlemen in conversation on this stage. Our next guest is far more than cinema's most charming romantic lead. Yes, he helped define an era with films like Notting Hill, About a Boy, Love Actually, and Four Weddings and a Funeral. But his recent work shows him at his very best. Rich, layered performances that mark a new high in his career. An Emmy and SAG nominee and a Golden Globe and BAFTA winner, Hugh Grant has delivered one memorable role after another. The crafty Sinclair Bayfield in Florence Foster Jenkins, the cool, unsettling presence in The Undoing, a standout turn in A Very English Scandal, scene-stealing fun in Paddington 2 and Wonka, a razor-sharp menace in The Gentleman, quiet power in The Regime, gleeful villainy in Dungeons & Dragons: Honor Among Thieves, and most recently, the riveting Heretic. Witty, perceptive, and endlessly entertaining, he's a singular talent whose precision makes every role unforgettable. Ladies and gentlemen, Hugh Grant in conversation with one of the finest contemporary actors in Indian cinema, Rahul Khanna.
Hello, good morning everyone. Good morning, Mr. Grant. Good morning. It's been 22 years, and that scene from Love Actually is still so iconic.
Yes, it haunts me.
It does?
Well, I've never made a secret of the fact that I dreaded that scene more than any scene I've ever had to shoot in my life.
Really?
I just thought it had the potential to be the most excruciating thing ever committed to celluloid. And some people think it is, but I don't know, it's come out all right in the end. I dreaded it. They used to come to me and say, we need to rehearse the dancing scene, and I would pretend to have a bad leg and things like that. For an Englishman, a sort of middle-class, middle-aged Englishman, to have to freak out 7 in the morning in front of a film crew is very, very difficult, without a drink, you know. So.
Well, we can arrange for one from the bar, if you would like to recreate it for us today.
Well, the thing is, I love dancing. I dance at any moment. I'm standing in Starbucks. If there's music, I think it's good manners to dance. My children are horrified. They beg me not to.
Fantastic. And Brigitte Macron actually referenced the scene when she visited 10 Downing Street recently.
Yeah, so I hear. Well, she has marvelous taste.
Yes, she does. So your connection to India goes way back to the start of your career. Your first major motion picture role was a film called Morris in 1987 with one of India's proudest exports to global cinema, producer Ismail Merchant.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was it like working with him and director James Ivory?
Well, it's unique. I mean, you know, they were a wonderful pair, and they made absolutely beautiful and very brave films, and I was extremely fond of them both, and it's very sad that we've now lost Ismail. Jim, of course, still going strong and winning Oscars.
Yep.
But, you know, making a merchant ivory film was interesting in many ways, largely because they had never had any money at all, and what money they had just suddenly disappeared in the middle of productions, and suddenly Ismail would borrow my mother's car, he said, for the evening, and then, you know, you'd get it back 2 weeks later. Or they would run out of money and Ismail would do the cooking. He would just cook curry for the whole cast and crew. So it was unique in that way. But everyone who ever did one of their films ended up loving them, even though they'd been slightly ripped off.
And this isn't your first trip to India. You've been here before. You've shot a movie here.
I did.
Yeah.
I did. I shot a very, very, what would we call it? To try not to use the word pretentious. I shot I shot a very arty film in 1988, French film, La Nuit Bengali, in Calcutta. And it never really had much of a release. I remember actually having to pay to see it myself, 12 francs on the Champs-Élysées. But I thoroughly enjoyed being in Calcutta. You know, I mean, people said, Hugh, it's going to be a culture shock for you. And it certainly was, but I ended up loving it.
And you had an amazing set of co-stars, Sumitra Chatterjee, Shabana Azmi, Supriya Pathak.
Yes.
Yeah, and you also had an interesting driver, I hear.
Well, my first driver, yes, when I arrived, Bisu, he introduced himself and he was 12 years old. Well, he certainly looked 12. I think he might have been 13. And I said, Bisu, are you sure you can drive? Oh, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. And within 3 weeks, he crashed quite badly. And he was fired. And I didn't see him again for a few months. And then I bumped into him on the street in Calcutta. And I said, Bisu, how are you? What's happening? And he said, oh, it's all good, sir. I've got a new job. I'm now driving a school bus. He was great. I met so many people I loved there. And I sort of fell into Calcutta high society. I don't know how that happened, because the French crew, the director, the crew, they all went very local. They started dressing local. They slept on mats out in the countryside. I, for some reason, got swept up into Calcutta high society and went to cocktail parties and polo and things like that. I didn't know that life still existed anywhere, but it existed then in Calcutta. The Tollygunge Club. And I went to dinner parties with people like Mun Sen. Yeah. I had a lovely time.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So, and we actually have a surprise for you because we tracked down Bisu, the driver. He's in the audience this morning, and he's going to be driving you to the airport.
Hooray!
Yeah. Have you watched much Indian cinema other than your movie?
Well, I've seen bits of Suchit Rai's films.
Yeah.
We were using his studio
Oh, okay.
when we were in Calcutta, and he's a great genius. But I can't pretend I've seen a lot of Bollywood.
Yep.
I need advice on that. You have to tell me. Give me the
I'll
four
give you a
films
list.
I need to watch.
Yeah, I will give you a list.
Yeah.
And you didn't start out to be an actor. In fact, by your own admission, you're a bit of a reluctant actor.
Yeah. Well, it is true. I fell into it by mistake when I was about 23, and I thought, okay, this is a laugh. I'll do this for a year or two because I was poor. I had no money, and then I'll do a grown-up job. And here I am at 65, and still doing it. And in some ways, I'm ashamed of myself.
What did your parents do, and what did they want you to be? Like, did they have any hopes that you would be a doctor or a lawyer?
Well, they certainly didn't want me to be an actor. My mother came from the school that put actors and prostitutes on the same kind of level. And I think she always wanted me to go into the church. Hilarious. She thought I'd be the Archbishop of Canterbury. And I've never quite given up hope of that, I must say. I mean, it could still happen. But my father was a soldier. In fact, my father was born in India. He's now 97, still alive. I had to find his birth certificate the other day because I was applying for some visa or something. They needed my father. And that was really hard. It was some very obscure town in the north of India. In fact, I think it might be Pakistan, I'm afraid, now. And anyway, we found it in the end, this 1928 thing scrawled there. Yeah, so he's either Indian or Pakistani by birth. So I guess that makes me half Indian or half Pakistani.
Welcome to the club.
Thank you.
Yeah. What did your parents think of your success?
Well, I've told this story before. They came from a world in which show business meant absolutely nothing. It just wasn't something that had any kudos attached to it. And shortly after Four Weddings and a Funeral came out and I suddenly became a person that people knew, my mother was at a London dinner party with a lot of people like her, and she was sitting next to a man who said, I hear you have two sons, Mrs. Grant. And she said, yes, I do. And he said, what do they do? She said, well, one's an investment banker and the other's a film star. And the man said, how very interesting. Which bank? And that was the world that we came from. Yeah.
Very. Now, you may not have wanted to be an actor, but you've ended up being synonymous with romantic comedies. Like, your name is the first name you think of when you think of a romantic comedy. Four Weddings and a Funeral, Notting Hill, Love Actually, all iconic romantic comedies. Which one did you enjoy working on most?
Well, I don't think I enjoyed making any of them, but I enjoyed their success. I enjoyed the ego trip of them being successful. Filming, you know this, is very traumatic and, well, it's a lethal combination of extremely boring. For vast amounts of the day, you're doing nothing. And then it's interspersed with tiny moments of abject terror when it's your close-up. So I've never sort of thought, oh, great, I'm going to be doing some acting today. But I do take great pride in trying to make it as good as possible, and it's lovely when it works. The irony of those romantic comedies you just mentioned is that so many people thought that that was sort of me. And it couldn't be further from me, really. It was the man who wrote them, Richard Curtis. It was a sort of portrait of him. And he's always very amused that people have associated me, Hugh, with those characters, because those characters are rather nice people. They're quite diffident and kind. And that's not me at all.
Interesting. Well, with romantic comedies, you have leading ladies. Julia Roberts, Sandra Bullock, Nicole Kidman, Emma Thompson, Renee Zellweger, and even the Meryl Streep. You've romanced some of the world's most beloved and beautiful women. Who is the easiest to pretend to be in love with?
Well, of course, I've got really juicy answers to that, but I couldn't possibly share them.
Nothing that's said in this room leaves this room.
So I hear. I hear. No, I tell you, all I can tell you is the cinema. Well, you know this is a very strange thing, because sometimes you're on a film and you think, my chemistry with this woman is fantastic. We get on so well. We're having a laugh together. We fancy each other. This is going to be dynamite in the cinemas. And then it looks completely dead on the screen. And conversely, sometimes you hate each other's guts, and it looks like it's electric. Fascinating. Maybe, I don't know what that is. Cameras are very interesting things. They pick up stuff.
It is.
Yeah.
And I think a lot happens in the editing room. The way it's edited can sometimes change that.
Yeah, obviously, we're all at the mercy of the editor. But I don't know what it is about hatred that comes over as attraction.
Yeah, there's a thin line between love
Very
and hate.
thin line.
Yeah, there's a thin line.
Yeah.
So you said the parts you were playing in the romantic comedies were not really yourself, but it was a similar character you played in all your romantic comedies.
Yes, much too similar.
No, I think someone who does that is, I admire that, because your namesake, Cary Grant, did that in most of his movies. He very much played the same version of a character for a certain kind of film. But recently you've pivoted and are doing roles that are much more complex and transformational. And you really seem to be enjoying being a character actor.
Well, right at the beginning,
Yeah.
the only thing I thought I could do, acting-wise, was characters. And that's, in fact, how I made my living. And when I was a young man, I had a comedy show with two friends, and it was all based around silly characters that we did and created and wrote. And I thought that was all I could do. And I certainly never felt that I was born or comfortable with being a sort of romantic leading man. That wasn't my kind of thing at all. It makes me self-conscious, really, because I need a big mask, a big not being myself to sort of relax in front of a camera. So I think, I've been much more comfortable in the last 10, 15 years being weirdos, killers, freaks.
Oompa Loompas.
Oompa Loompas, yes, especially that. Yeah.
I love that. I recently saw it and I thought it was excellent.
Thank you very much.
It was the best part of the film for me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, the characters you've been playing recently have just been downright evil. I saw Heretic, and I thought it was extraordinary.
Yeah.
But what do you tap into to play someone so vicious?
Well, I think any actor would tell you the same thing, that when you play someone a baddie, the absolute key is not to play the badness, it's to love them, to find the quivering jelly, the heart of them, and to find the history, what happened to make them that way? You know, who didn't love them, or what terrible thing happened? And then you play it as someone real who has no idea that they're bad, and that comes over, I think, more interestingly than if you're a moustache-twirling baddie, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, and actors seem to really enjoy playing bad characters. Why do you think that is?
Well, audiences prefer them,
Yeah.
and we're all about audiences, aren't we? So the interesting question to me has always been, why do audiences prefer the baddie, and always have done throughout the history of dramatic representation. They're sort of fascinated by the baddie. I can only guess that it's because we are innately evil. It's our true state as human beings. And it's that sort of recognition of that that's thrilling. That all our positive characteristics, our niceness, our kindness, is just stuff we plaster on top to make life bearable. But deep down, we're vile.
Interesting. So you do a lot of preparation. Are you an actor that's more spontaneous? Or?
No, ridiculous amounts of prep.
Okay.
Yeah. Sometimes for over a year I'm sitting there creating these vast biographies of my characters. I want to know everything about them and everything about their background, their families, their parents. I don't know if it has an effect. I call it marinading, like you marinate a piece of meat in a sauce for a week and it's more delicious. So I do that. But then equally, I have also, the only other lesson I could possibly ever tell someone going into film acting is be spontaneous on the set. Never ever do what you prepared in front of the bathroom mirror. That's death. Invented on the spot. Sometimes I did a film, I've done several films with Guy Ritchie, and sometimes he likes to write the script right at the last moment for key scenes, which makes me furious. And I remember having a big tantrum with him in Turkey. We were making a film. This was a key moment in the film. It was the culmination of the film. He hadn't written it, finally gives me the pages. On the morning we're going to shoot it, with quite a lot of dialogue. And I said, this is not the way I work. It's not the way any decent actor works. I need to prep. I need to marinade. And anyway, I think it's the best scene I've ever done in my life because it was spontaneous. Preparation, acting-wise, is quite dangerous. Preparation, character-wise, it can be useful.
It's different in the theater, I guess. Theater is all about preparation.
It's more technical stuff.
It's more technical, and also the British style of acting is very much more theatrical in terms of preparation and keeping it on script.
Well, yeah, and the other enormous debate there between, if you like, the British school and the American school is whether when you're acting King Lear on the stage in London, are you King Lear or are you the actor? I remember Bill Nye is a very good actor talking about this. Are you Bill Nye acting? He says he's absolutely 100% Bill Nye acting. Yeah, and he's not King Lear at all. You talk to Americans, and they are really trying to, they say, I am the person. I have no knowledge of myself at that moment. And after 40 years of acting, I still can't tell you which is the right way to go. Sometimes one and sometimes the other, I think, is the answer. But they're fundamentally different attitudes.
Do you have any favorite cinematic villains?
Well, who doesn't love Hannibal Lecter? I mean, Tony Hopkins, what an actor. He's, I would say, the British school. He's very sort of prepared, and he's a theatrical guy, and it's magnificent, just magnificent. Interesting man. He's one of those actors who's so good at acting that I think he finds it quite hard to be Tony Hopkins. If you meet him, he can't quite decide on an accent to talk to you with, and he keeps slipping around. Yeah. I've met several like that. The absolute creme de la creme, the best actors, are sometimes very wobbly about their own self.
They need the armor of a role, I guess. Yeah. So you've been called one of the greatest actors in Britain. Your films have made $4 billion worldwide. Today, what excites you about cinema? Because you seem to have done it all. You've played the good guy, the bad guy, the complicated guy. Is it the paycheck, or is it something else that you see that excites you?
Well, nowadays, part of working is just to get away from my children. I had children very late in life, and they're quite young still, and it's shattering. So it's lovely when I have to say bye. I'm off to New York for a few weeks to do a film. Having said that, I miss them appallingly the moment I've left the house, but part of it's that. It's also just now for me a little bit difficult because I really loved films in the cinema, films made on celluloid, films shown to an audience, a communal experience. And I have found it very hard to fall in love with streaming. Mm-hmm. In fact, I kind of hate streaming. I think it's sad everyone sits at home or watches a film on their iPhone. Mm-hmm. So a lot of the offers that come through are for streaming, and I feel a bit tired, and I can't really get excited for that.
The theme of this summit is transforming tomorrow. How do you see the future of cinema? Like, where do you see cinema going and your role in that?
Well, I'm not sure if I have any role at all, but that's certainly my worry, is that, especially you're reading the news in the wonderful Hindustan Times this morning about the Netflix buying Warner Brothers. I don't know. I mean, for those of us who love the theatrical experience of film, that's another piece of bad news, I think. And my hope in all things is that we'll get bored of the digital experience, the online experience, soon, and go back to real-life experiences. I was saying this to Shabana, who's the boss of this whole organization earlier. She was talking about how difficult it was to monetize, digitalize newspapers all over the world. And my suggestion is forget it. Come offline completely. Go back to paper. Because if it's a great enough product, and it's the place you want to go for news, people will buy it on paper. And it's a wonderful experience to sit there with a newspaper, with your phone off. Same with books. And for me, the same with filmed entertainment. Go to the cinema. Sit there with other people, hear them laughing or gasping with shock, instead of sitting tragically alone at home, streaming with something that's been delivered by Deliveroo, But I may sound old.
I love streaming.
I
don't like the theater experience anymore. I find it, and I feel what's ruined it is cell phones. It's unbearable. Because,
well, in that case, we're slightly on the same page, because I feel cell phones have ruined life.
Completely.
Yeah.
I blame them for everything.
So do I, actually, but I really do.
Yeah.
I'm fighting this massive campaign in Britain at the moment, locally, to try and de-digitize education. I watch my children in these schools being given individual iPads. It's shocking. It's an aberration, I think, of a teacher's responsibility, or school's responsibility. And, also we're campaigning to get all iPhones banned in schools, and I applaud the Australians who've banned under 16s from using social media.
Yep. Yeah. So being a movie star, as big as you are, has many, many perks, we know that, but it also has some downsides. You've talked about thinking of quitting the business at various times. Tell us more about that. Do you still think about it?
Well, like I said earlier, I've promised myself that since 1983. Mainly because I was very happy when I was writing my own material. I felt like a man, and my beer tasted good at the end of the day. If you've written and performed your own stuff, or I used to write commercials, and creativity like that made me feel good. Just being an actor, ultimately, in the end, you're saying someone else's lines, and I've always felt I wanted to do more than that. And in fact, in a lot of films, particularly in the last 10, 15 years, I've done more than improvise. I've really worked, I've kind of rewritten the roles, in some cases quite extensively.
Do you think you'll ever write a full screenplay or a book?
Yeah, that's my task for the
Okay.
next year, I think. Yeah.
Does it come easy to you, or is it a bit of a struggle?
Well, yes and no.
Yeah.
I'm quite good at characters and dialogue and things like that. I'm not sure I'm great at plots. I'm frightened of confrontation, which is pretty disastrous for a dramatist.
And you once said that you have a checklist of 3 criteria that convinces you to do a film: the script, the part, and the people. Has any project recently met all those criteria that you might be considering that you can share with us?
Well, there's a couple, but for some reason, I can't share them with you just because they're not quite nailed down yet. But one in particular is with a director I've worked with several times and I love, and the part is sufficiently weird. I mean, they have to be really weird now to get me interested, and this one certainly is. Yeah.
Fantastic. We look forward to it.
Yeah.
And this is the Hindustan Times Leadership Summit.
Yeah.
You are the leader of your family. You're also the leader of your professional team. What is your leadership style?
Well, I would say I have a very high opinion of my leadership style that my wife tells me is not remotely matched by the reality. I think I'm balanced, calm, and kind. And she says, no, I've got a filthy temper. And I think that's probably right, actually. Especially, as I say, I'm old and there's young children in the house, and it's hard to keep it together.
Okay, and how would your professional team describe your leadership style if they were asked behind your back?
Well, I don't know that I have a professional team. I've never been very good at professional teams. I know people do. They have entourages, they have managers, and this and that. I have almost nothing.
And you said you haven't watched any Bollywood, or do you have any favorite? Would you have any interest in doing a Bollywood movie?
Yeah, offer me one.
You
yes,
would? Okay.
Yes, I'd love to do that. Well, I love song and dance now. Song and dance keeps cropping up in my films, like in Paddington 2. I did that big dance at the end. Loved it. It. I don't really see the point in any other kind of form of entertainment. You know, when song and dance is done right, it's just blissful.
Okay. And any co-star you might want to have?
A Bollywood co-star?
Yeah, a Bollywood co-star.
I don't know. You tell me.
Who?
Moon Sen.
Moon Sen,
Yeah.
yeah. She's gorgeous.
How old is Moon
she's
now?
gorgeous. Still young.
Still young.
Still young,
Okay.
yeah.
Like me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So that might be fun.
Yeah. And they're still doing well, are they? I mean, how's Shabana? Shabana Azmi, I know, is still working. Supriya Patak?
Yes.
Very
Yeah,
much so?
Yeah.
She was such a great girl.
Yeah.
Where does she live?
I'm not sure. Bombay, I presume. Yeah.
I'd love to see her again.
We'll give her a message from you.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah. And I was thinking, I watch a lot of British content. Is there any classic British show or movie you might be interested in reviving and starring in? I have an idea as well.
I don't know. I mean, there's things I've adored, but I think when you adore something, you don't really want to remake it and spoil it. That's my feeling. And the trouble is that's the same with books, especially when I was in a position of, you know, some power in Hollywood when all those romantic comedies were happening, and I had a production company and I had studios saying, come on, what do you want to make? What do you want to make? What are your favorite books? And my instinct is that if it's a book I love, the last thing I want is for it to be made into a film. It destroys all the images I have in my head, and very often sort of impoverishes the whole experience, I think. So I am never very good at answering that question.
Well, once a year, I watch both seasons of Fawlty Towers.
Fawlty Towers is the best thing ever made.
You'd be perfect for a remake.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite shows ever.
Yeah, you can't really, it's so good, there's almost no point making anything else afterwards.
And it's new. Every time you watch it, you see something new, and I know it by heart.
I'm very proud.
Yeah.
The only thing I'm really proud of as a father is that I introduced my children to Fawlty Towers at a young age.
Oh, how
and they
cool.
can now quote every episode from beginning to end.
Which one is your favorite episode? Do you have one?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe the Germans.
The Germans is good. I like Lord Maybury.
Which one?
Lord Melbury or
Lord Melbury's
Melbury is
fantastic.
fantastic. Yeah. And do you feel your children will follow in your footsteps? Are you going to encourage them to do so?
Well, I hope not.
Yeah.
To my horror, I realize that they can act. I've
Oh.
seen them in their school plays now. When I saw them when they were tiny and doing nativity plays and things, and they were rubbish, I thought, good, they have no talent. But now I've seen them, and they're older and they can. So I may have to stop them, particularly my young daughters, who've become interested in hair and makeup and glamour. They're going to have to be stomped on.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
And our last question is, have you enjoyed your trip? Have you done anything interesting? Are you going to come back?
I've really enjoyed my trip.
Yeah.
I brought some friends. We've done a lot of shopping, a lot of bargaining, and my hotel room is absolutely stuffed with shawls and bangles and things. And we had an excellent experience at the market with a tarot reader. I asked a tarot reader to read my wife's fortune. And this lady was uncannily accurate about who my wife was, what my children were like, and we're slightly obsessed with her now. We're thinking of going back this afternoon to get more news about our future.
Yeah. How strange that she would know everything about the complete unknown like you.
Well, I know what you're saying, but she didn't know we were going to come.
Okay.
I don't think she recognized me at all.
Okay.
And so, no, she's my new guru anyway.
Fantastic. Well, we look forward to seeing you back when you come to visit your new guru.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Rahul.
Hugh Grant, has been such a pleasure. Thank you so much for doing this.
Well, you've been
Yeah.
very nice to me. Thanks, Rahul.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for Hugh Grant and Rahul Khanna. We're now moving into our next session, which features Dr. S. Jaishankar, the Honourable Minister for External Affairs, Government of India.
I want to start from here and then go there? Start from here, I'll go there. I'll join them there.
So you'll come in with him.
I'll just stand like.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. S. Jaishankar, the Honourable Minister for External Affairs, who will be in conversation with the CEO and Chief Editor, NDTV, Rahul Kamal. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello and welcome. The theme of the Hindustan Times Leadership Summit 2025 is transforming tomorrow. And there cannot be a more fitting moment to host a conversation on the forces transforming the world. We are gathered here just hours after a widely watched and closely tracked visit by Russian President Vladimir Putin, a visit that once again placed India at the center of global attention. At this moment, questions around power, partnerships, and geopolitical balance feel sharper than before. And to help us understand what transpired in those closed rooms, what signals India intended to send, and how New Delhi is reading the shifting currents of global politics from Moscow to Washington, from the Indo-Pacific to our own neighborhood, we have with us the person steering India's foreign policy through these complex and competing pressures. As we look at how nations adapt, respond, and lead in an unsettled world, it is my pleasure to welcome the man who's been shaping India's external engagement with clarity and conviction. Ladies and gentlemen, at the Hindustan Times Leadership Summit, join me in welcoming India's External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar. Dr. Jaishankar, welcome. Good morning. You just saw Vladimir Putin off. The entire world was tracking what's going on between Delhi and Moscow. To those watching in Europe, to those watching in DC, what was the message the Modi government was sending?
First of all, Rahul, let me say what a pleasure it is to be at the HT Summit. Of course, it's it's particularly tough when you're featured after Hugh Grant. But fortunately, foreign policy is more exciting than any movie currently. So coming to President Putin, I don't think it's just a question of what do you say to those capitals. I think most important, what is it you say in Delhi and Moscow? And why I say that is, there are two aspects to it. For a country like us, a big country rising, expected to occupy a more important place, even more important place. It's very crucial that our key relationships are all in good repair, that we optimize our position, that we maintain as good cooperation as possible with as many important players, and in fact, as many players as possible. And that we have that freedom of choice. That, in many ways, is what, in a nutshell, foreign policy is about. And there, I think, if you look at India-Russia, the world has seen a lot of ups and downs in the last 70, 80 years. I've said this before and I'll say it again. India-Russia has actually been among the steadiest big relationships, big power or big country relationships in the world. I mean, even Russia's own relationship with China or US or Europe has had its ups and downs. Our relationships with, many of these countries have had it so. But one, where Russia is concerned, and I think you can see that also in popular sentiment. There is a feeling in the streets about Russia, which is noteworthy. The second is on the relationship itself. In any relationship, it's natural that some aspects of it develop and some kind of don't keep up. If you take the United States, for example, in the 80s and 90s and 2000s, our economic relationship developed. But there was virtually no defense relationship till after the nuclear deal. In the case of Russia, similarly with Europe, if you look at Europe, we have a very substantive relationship with many European countries, but not necessarily extending to the defense and security sphere. In the case of Russia, what had happened for a variety of reasons, I think they visualized the West and China as their primary economic partners. We visualized perhaps the same. So the economic side of the relationship had somehow not kept pace. And you can see that in the numbers. So this visit in many ways was about reimagining the relationship. It was about building dimensions and facets which it lacked or didn't have in enough measure. So if I were to pick 2 or 3 big takeaways, I mean, for me, the mobility agreement, where Indians would now much more seamlessly find work opportunities in Russia was one big outcome. An understanding on a joint venture on fertilizers. We are the world's second biggest fertilizer importer after Brazil, and it's a huge, it's a recurring issue that we have. And also because the fertilizer sources have been very unstable. They've turned on and turned off the tap. So we had an agreement to create an important, substantial joint venture on fertilizer. In a way, you can say it's food security. And overall, there was a considerable focus on how to bring up the relationship. And actually, President Putin came with a very large business delegation, literally numbering multiple hundreds. So that made it a very different visit.
So you're saying that the focus this time was more on the economic relationship between India and Russia. Defense cooperation and ties have been the central fulcrum of Moscow to India-Russia ties for a very long time. There was no public conversation about more S-400s being purchased or S-500 being purchased or even the Su-57. Given the fact that China now plays an important role in the supply chains of Russian defense armaments, Dr. Jaishankar, would India be willing to consider buying, say, the Su-57 from Moscow? And how much at the back of your head would be playing the fact that some of the critical tech inside could actually be coming from China?
I would have been surprised if you didn't ask me that question. So the answer is that yes, there was what we call the Intergovernmental Commission, the military technical cooperation side of it meeting. From our side, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh ji was the chair, their defense ministers, the Russian co-chair. They had the meetings. But I'm telling you, what the summit itself did. Of course, we have good defense cooperation. Again, it's been a very continuous dimension of our cooperation with Russia. But, where specifics are concerned, that's for the various systems to work out and do in their own way.
You dodged my question, which is fine. You're trying to further India-Russia ties at a time when the United States would have ideally wanted greater strategic alignment, which now seems very, very difficult. But do you think, given that you're in the final stages, or at least attempting to push through the first tranche of an India-US trade deal, President Putin's very public visit to India complicates negotiations with DC?
No, I disagree with you. I think everybody knows that India has relations with all the major countries of the world, and I think for any country to expect to have a veto or a say in how we develop our relations with others is not a reasonable proposition, because remember, the others can expect the same. So I think we've always made it very clear that we have multiple relationships. We have a freedom of choice. We talk about what is called strategic autonomy, and that continues. And I cannot imagine why anybody would have reason to expect the contrary.
Outside of just the joint statement, what was your impression of the mind, given the fact that when President Putin went into Ukraine, so much was said in the Western press about whether he's in control, whether he's fully in charge. You were at the state dinner, and when I saw at Rashtrapati Bhavan last evening, the man has a huge commanding presence. Right at the end, Prime Minister Modi and he went into a corner. They had this one-on-one going on for several minutes. What was your impression of a man, given the perception that the Western press tried to create about a man who was isolated, cut away from others, and not fully in control of his own system?
Well, look, if I wanted a reading about President Putin, I'm not sure I'd go to the Western press for an objective assessment.
Sure. You want to leave it there?
Well, I think that's an answer, isn't it?
Okay. No, so let's build on this further by asking you for a reading of what do you think is happening with American President Donald Trump at the moment. Given the fact that India invested so much, the Prime Minister himself invested so much in the India-America relationship, are you extremely disappointed with the Trump administration and how transactional they're choosing to be?
Well, look, every government and certainly every American president has their own way of approaching the world. I grant you that in the case of President Trump, it's radically different from how his predecessors did. I think he himself would say that. We have right now a set of issues which the relationship is grappling with. I mean, to me, it's, look, foreign policy doesn't always, everything doesn't go your way all the time on all the issues, on all the relationships. So there will be issues, you know. It is with the US today, it could be with somebody else tomorrow. What you try to do is to engage and work through those issues. And we believe that that there can be a landing point for our respective trade interests. Obviously, that is something which will be negotiated and negotiated hard because it has an implication for livelihoods in this country. You know, at the end of the day, for us, the interests of the workers and the farmers and the small business and the middle class matters. So when we look at a trade agreement with a country like the United States, you have to be extremely judicious about your position, about what you put on the table.
How optimistic are you at the moment? Are we days away, weeks away, months away, potentially years away from just the first part of the trade deal?
Well, look, diplomacy, you're always optimistic because I'm not saying that as a way of stalling you, which I am, but also because, look, it's suddenly things can turn around. It can turn around on one weekend. I could tell you on Friday, I don't think it's likely, and maybe it'll happen on Monday, and you will think that I was misleading you. So it can happen.
No, with Trump, we totally get it. Given the fact that on the other side of the negotiating table is President Trump, we won't blame you. We'll get why that happened.
We've had, there's no lack of communication. There's no lack of negotiation. It's something which has gone through multiple rounds. We have to see when the call is taken and on what terms. So if you ask me, could it happen soon? My answer would be, sure, very possible. If you say, well, maybe soon may take a little longer, maybe, I don't know.
Dr. Jaishankar, the end of the year is a good time for reflection. Many amongst your peers and those around you consider you one of the sharpest diplomatic brains of your generation. If I ask you to look back at the time of Operation Sindoor, what are the cards or moves that you would have liked to play differently so that India didn't end up in the diplomatic soup that it did with President Trump? Because many in academic and think tank circles would argue that did the diplomats in Delhi get outmaneuvered diplomatically by the generals in Rawalpindi?
Look, let me take it in two parts. I think where India is concerned, there are things we do and there are things we don't. That's why we are India. We have rules, we have norms. If we take any step, we are accountable in this country, accountable to the people, to the media, to the civil society. So, when it's very easy to say these things, but clearly people were, a much more autocratic, oligarchic polity where there are virtually no rules of conduct in pretty much any sphere, can do things which we can't. I think it would be unreal to compare ourselves to them. And in many ways, I think we would be doing ourselves injustice. At the end of the day, we are people with a certain sense of ourselves, with a certain set of rules about how we conduct ourselves and what we do and we don't. And I think that's very important to maintain.
No, but there are people sitting here who've told me in the past that maybe we could have played our cards slightly differently by playing to his ego, indulging him to some extent without giving in on what he wanted to project. That we thank him at some level without necessarily saying that he brokered the ceasefire, that there were ways and means around the box that we ended up in.
It is the fate of every player to have a wiser commentator in the commentator's box. So I would at least respect those commentators who have at least played.
Many of these are past players.
Look, here is a point. There was a certain reality, Now, I think we owe it to ourselves to stay with that reality and stay with that record. And I don't think I need to belabor that point. At the end of the day, we have to stand up for what is our interest and what is our, I would say, view of where the relationship should go and what terms it should go.
Is it fair then to say, Dr. Jaishankar, that the relationship with the United States is moving from a zone of strategic alignment to now being increasingly transactional?
Look, I think clearly right now trade is the most important issue there. It's clearly very central to the thinking in Washington, much more than it was to earlier administrations. It is something which we have recognized and we are prepared to meet, but we are prepared to meet it on reasonable terms. For those of you who think that diplomacy is about pleasing somebody else, I'm sorry, that's not my view of diplomacy. To me, it is about defending our national interests. It is about saying what are things which my country and my people believe in. I'm not going to give a version out there which does a disservice to my armed forces and my people. Please understand that.
What's your reading of the state of play with China at this time, given the fact that there have been now meetings at the highest level? To what extent have we been able to take the relationship out of the frostiness that we found ourselves in post-Galwan? And what do you see as being the immediate trajectory from here?
Well, look, after October 24, which was when the Kazan meeting happened between Prime Minister and President Xi, we reached an understanding on the last set of friction points at that time. And since then, it's now been a little more than a year. I think by and large, the border areas have remained stable. Patrolling patterns have mostly resumed and are taking place smoothly. So the key point which we made, that peace and tranquility in the border areas is a prerequisite for good relations, is being maintained and is being built upon. But it's not like that was the only issue in the relationship. There were many other issues, some of which predated Galwan. So there are issues about trade. There are issues about investment. There are issues about competition, about subsidies, about fairness, about transparency. These are real issues as well. So I think we are trying to work our way through some of it. Some of it is easier, some of it is harder. For example, air connections, direct air connections had stopped. Now, it, by the way, didn't stop because of Galwan. It stopped because of COVID. But it so happened after Galwan, we didn't restore that. So that one was something we could do. So there would be other parts of it which would be a little bit more complicated. Some will happen, some won't.
Are you willing to now consider settling parts of the border dispute which are easier to settle, or is India's position still that you need to settle the entire gamut of border
No,
issues?
I think, you are now wading into a degree of, I would say, granularity and specificity on
Which
the
is
border
very important.
negotiation. Because it is important, I'm not going to tell you. So,
He's thought through my questions, he's thought through his answers, he knows what to leave. This is almost like net practice rather than, you know exactly what to weave your way around. What's your reading of the extreme concentration of power that we're seeing in Islamabad under the new Chief of Defence Forces? And is that to India's advantage or disadvantage that you've got now Asim Munir so deeply entrenched in power?
look, reflect on, the last 80 years of Pakistan, which has paralleled our own independence era. For the bulk of it, in one way or the other, the military has either been overtly, covertly, in a hybrid manner. Essentially, it's been in command. In some cases, it's more visible and naked in a way. In some cases, it is less so. But what is the important point there is, when we hear people comment on our policies, I reflect sometimes. I have two neighbors, one to the east and one to the west, and the one to the east also has had for a substantial time of the same period, post-47, the military in command. But the military to the east is treated very differently. The military regime to the east is treated very differently from the military regime to the west. So what does it tell you? It tells you at the end of the day that much of the world actually, for all the homilies that you get, really, in reality, when it suits them, they can, turn facts around, upside down and do what they have to do. So in another context, you use the word transactional. In many ways, the world has always been transactional. That there are good terrorists and bad terrorists, there are good military rulers and apparently not so good ones. So I think for us, the reality of the Pakistani army has always been, and much of our problems actually emanate from there. When you look at the terrorism, when you look at the training camps, when you look at the sort of a policy of a kind of, I would say almost ideological hostility towards India, where does that come from? It comes from the army.
Since diplomacy is so much about optionality, given our attacks after Uri and now Pahalgam, are we diplomatically boxed into a corner where General Asim Munir can, whenever he chooses, trigger a terror attack at some part in India, and you've already de facto announced to the world or signaled to the world your intent that you will strike back somewhere or the other?
No, look, I think, I'm not sure where you get your admiration for him from.
I have no admiration for him. I'm quite disgusted by some of what he's done.
I can only say that, look, at the end of the day, look at the state of Pakistan and, see the differentials and the capabilities and frankly the reputation on either side. I think, look, we should not get over obsessed and hyphenate ourselves with them. Yes, there is a challenge, there are issues there, we'll deal with it. So, relax, we'll handle it.
Since you spoke of our neighbor in the east, Sheikh Hasina is in India and in this
by the way, that wasn't the neighbor in the east I had. I had the one for...
I'm saying, I'm talking about is in India, and so far we've held off all pressure that's being made by Dhaka to send her back to face trial. How do you see Delhi's relationship with Dhaka play out, given the fact that you've got one very key political player and those in power at the moment have a very different view on her?
Well, what we heard was that people in Bangladesh, particularly those who are now in power, had an issue with how the elections were conducted earlier. Now, this is not our issue. We are a well-wishing neighbor. Now, if the issue was the election, then you would imagine that the first order of business would be to do a fair election, which has, hopefully something would, election would happen soon. It's their business. But at the end of the day, if the entire issue was about fair elections, then it makes sense that elections are held. So as far as we are concerned, we wish Bangladesh well. We think as a democratic country, any democratic country likes to see the will of the people ascertained through a democratic process. And, I'm quite confident that whatever comes out of the democratic process would have a balanced and mature view about the relationship, and hopefully things would improve.
And Sheikh Hasina is welcome to stay for as long as she wants?
Well, that's a different issue, isn't it? I mean, she came here in a certain circumstance, and I think that circumstance clearly is a factor in what happens to her. But again, that is something in which she has to make up her mind.
Since you're so fond of cricket, those sitting here at the Leadership Summit have seen Dr. Jaishankar bat on different kinds of pitches over the years, and when it's a flat pitch, his batting is more aggressive, and now when the pitch is trickier, it's good that you're more circumspect and allowing a lot of balls to go through. The theme of the program this year is transforming tomorrow from the lens of diplomacy and foreign affairs. What is the transformation that you're seeking, not just next year, but in time moving forward, and what does transforming tomorrow mean to you, Dr. Jaishankar?
Obviously transforming tomorrow can have a variety of meanings to each person in their own profession or their calling. Or as an Indian, I can think of what tomorrow would mean for India. So if I were to put it all together, I mean, clearly all of us would like to see tomorrow an India which would be economically much stronger, which would technologically be much more so. And I feel, people don't always make that correlation as strongly as they do, which would, build up its manufacturing. That too is a conviction I hold very deeply, that, we should be industrial power. But from my particular perspective, tomorrow where we are actually able to navigate what I foresee as almost a generation of uncertainty. After all, look at it this way. Many of the assumptions that we held just a few years ago, perhaps the key assumptions are all a question mark. We had an assumption that globalization is here to stay. It is, in a manner of speaking, but it is under severe challenge in many ways. We had an assumption that the United States will always be a stabilizer of the international system. I think that's a very questionable assumption now. We had an assumption, for example, that West Asia, the Middle East, those problems will never change, the landscape will never change. It has undergone a radical change. We had an assumption that technology would be a great unifier. Technology could actually end up as a great fragmenter. So when you look at many of these issues, I think there are really so many uncertainties out there. The best way of dealing with tomorrow, I would say, is capability, capability, and capability. The world will change around us, because often people expect, clarity, and it's like, if you only please so-and-so person, if you only did such and such a thing, it's so, today, so intricate and often so contradictory, that the safest thing to bet on is capability. If you have capability, you can handle contingencies, because there will be contingencies, there will be unforeseen circumstances, with growing frequency and growing rapidity and growing seriousness. So, to me, when I look at tomorrow, and particularly one looks at what artificial intelligence threatens to bring or expects to bring, I think we'll be in for a change of a kind which we can't even imagine.
How does AI impact diplomacy? How are you preparing within the foreign services for the impact that the technological shifts that AI induces will impact diplomacy?
Well, you know, the first impact of it I saw when more pieces of paper began arriving on my desk, which looked more like me, till I discovered it was ChatGPT. So look,
So your teams coded you into, like they've told ChatGPT and ChatGPT is picking up. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Both. It's a good thing because, in many ways, it captures everything you have done. The problem is it doesn't capture what you intend to do, which may be radically different from what your past record is. So it's a projection. It's not always a prognostication.
In fact, since you refer to ChatGPT, when I put in some of the questions, it also told me what your likely responses are.
Okay.
So there's that. What's your number one resolution for next year, 2026? And does it feature a certain DJT?
Does it feature a
Donald Trump? Donald Jr. Trump. Does it feature Donald Trump? I'm saying, what's your number one resolution for next year? That's the first time I've stumped you since we started.
No. I was just going to say it isn't 6 weeks. The famous saying 6 weeks is a long time. So ask me this on the 31st because, at the pace at which the world is moving, the new year is still far away.
Wow. And imagine somebody who says that trends are set over decades. And in fact, this is a story that Dr. Jaishankar told me recently, that he sleeps and at some point in time he wakes up in the morning to see what all has happened in DC or in the United States, takes a look at it, goes back to sleep, and sometimes when you wake up in the morning, more things have happened since. That must be tough. Are you getting proper sleep given the fact that Donald Trump is keeping you up like several times in the night?
He's not, I assure you. Just, I've always had this habit of being awake and sleeping well at the same time. One part of you is sleeping, one part of you is awake. Because actually, remember, the bulk of the people I work with are not on my time zone. So something is happening somewhere in the world which always impacts you. So it's something you build into your life.
It's so much easier just to critique and to question than to have to deal with the kind of unknowns that are floating around at the moment. You came out to bat at the Hindustan Times Leadership Summit after Hugh Grant. Ladies and gentlemen, would you accept that he did at least as well, if not better? Can we have a round of applause, please? Thank you. Thank you very much. This was a pleasure. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Minister for External Affairs, Dr. S. Jaishankar. Thank you very much. We're moving on to our next session. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. We will continue with our program. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. We now turn to a conversation that brings together two of India's most influential voices in policy and enterprise. Please welcome Mr. Sunil Bharti Mittal, founder and chairman of Bharti Enterprises, in conversation with Mr. Amitabh Kant, former G20 Sherpa and former CEO, Niti Aayog.
So this session is somewhat special, as we are talking to a pioneer of Indian entrepreneurship who's responsible for putting mobile telephony in the hands of a vast segment of Indians. Sunil Bharti Mittal is a first-generation entrepreneur. He's taken his brand Airtel from India to across continents. When I was a young officer, it was impossible to get a telephone connection, Sunil. Actually, I got my first connection through a minister's recommendation, and that was a fixed line connection. But Sunil then dreamt of mobile telephony in that age. And from mobile telephony, he's ventured into a vast range of areas. He's become a great, created a great communication company across continents, serving over 500 million people, one of the top 3 mobile operators in the world. He's taken Bharti from not merely communication, but into real estate, satellite, digitization, across partnerships with governments, SoftBank, Singtel, many, many companies. So truly a global Indian. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly join me in welcoming this very unique Indian entrepreneur. So Sunil, tell me, I mean, you were just an importer of push-button telephones at one point. You were a hardcore trader. How did you get into, what made you dream of mobile telephony? And how did you get the first license of Delhi and expand mobile telephony all over the world now?
Well, Amitabh, thank you for that wonderful introduction. Great pleasure to be here this afternoon. We were not merely importing telephones, we were actually manufacturing telephones. We were India's first pioneers in bringing push-button telephones to India. Things were going reasonably well, but I recall that by late 80s, early 90s, I recognized that things were not going as fast as one could have imagined. And I could see many of my fellow entrepreneurs accelerating. Something had to give. You know, for an entrepreneur, you need to move fast, you need to catch up with peers, you need to stay ahead of the trend. And there was this burning desire to look for a breakthrough product. We had done telephones, cordless telephones. We even tried answering machines, which were not that successful in this country, fax machines. But it was in 1991, 25 crores in sales, 5 crores in profit. We were making some name through Beetle telephones, but it was really not good enough. So I still recall waking up on the 2nd of January 1992 in Goa with Naina, my kids at that time, some friends, and going through the Economic Times, buried in page 5, an innocuous Sarkari ad saying the government invites tenders for PMTS, Public Mobile Telephone Services. And just imagine if I would have missed seeing that ad. It was really buried somewhere down there. Where I would have ended up today, I don't know, but that just changed my life. I was a man possessed after looking at that ad. I'd seen mobile telephonies, the radio phones during Asian Games, and some other parts of the world. Early days, I said, this is where I'm going to go. And I remember telling Rajan and Rakesh, I said, there are 3 months. In these 3 months, we have to put a bid together for something we have no idea. And I think it's going to cost a lot of money just putting this bid together, forget putting a project. And on 12th of January, we suddenly had a tragedy in the family. My father passed away. That was 10 days later. It was very sudden. And I still remember doing all his, ceremonies post-death. I took my mother's permission to travel. And I didn't come back until I brought the bid back. And that bid was the most I would say, extensive bid the government had ever seen. I had done helicopter surveys in Bombay and Delhi. I had done satellite imagery. I learned the business in those 3 months. Most of the time I was in the UK learning the trade. And our bid was then selected to be given a license in each of the 4 metros. But then the minister ruled, knowing who you are, small little tiny company, one company will get 1 license. We got Mumbai because we scored the highest, went through High Court, Supreme Court. Finally, we were demoted by 1 grade and came to Delhi, which in any case was my first choice. And given that we have not too much time here, I would say the rest is history.
Okay. No, it's been a phenomenal history. But then you took Airtel from India to Africa. You took it to the global south. What were the learning lessons from India and what did you have to unlearn from Africa?
Well, by 2006-07, we were very well established in India. We had scale, we had balance sheet, we had no debt at that point in time. I could see many of my troops getting very restless in wanting to do more. And we started to cast a net outside. We tried in Botswana, we didn't get a license. We got a license in Seychelles, we launched ourselves there, went to Sri Lanka. But we needed something meteor, something really big. After 2 aborted attempts in Africa of acquiring MTN, we finally landed up acquiring Zain, $10.7 billion in 2010, a very large sum of money at that point in time. It was a big, bold bet that we made. At that time, the only other big bet was done by Tatas through Chorus Steel, JLR, and this was the second biggest deal coming out of India. 16 countries in one fell swoop in sub-Saharan Africa, a place we didn't know very well, excepting it's an emerging market. It should be more or less like India. If we have been able to do it here, we'll do it there as well. Put together a ragtag team of people of 2 plane loads, sent them there, started to develop Africa. And I must say, it was the right decision if you look at it today, but the first 10 years were very hard. The lessons that we learned were, unlike India, there is no middle class in Africa. There's either a very affluent segment of society or there are lots of poor people. The rates were very high. We went and did the same playbook, lowered the rates. But what we found was people who saved those money bought cooking oil, medicines, probably put another child into school, but never consumed more telephone connections or the calls at that time. We had to unlearn very quickly that you cannot invest billions of dollars expecting customers to come. In India, it was very easy. You put up a cell tower, you had distribution, people would buy SIM cards, you lowered prices, more people came, you lowered it further, even more came. That was a big unlearning. So first 7, 8, 9 years was really very bad. It was like a shock. And then we started to repair ourselves. And the last 4, 5 years, the company has now stabilized. It's a FTSE 50 company. It's a $15 billion African entity, one of the leading players in Africa. And whenever you go into these 15 countries, you'll be very proud to see Airtel in a leadership position there.
Yeah. So Sunil, you've also seen periods of great disruption in India when, the voice cost was done away, you had very low data cost, and you had new players coming in, causing massive market disruption. Those must have been very difficult days for you. What are the resilience? What was your strategy to meet that competition?
Well, I wouldn't call it players, I'll call it a player. Because other players we could manage reasonably comfortably. This one player was, of course, difficult. 2002, 2003 was our first encounter, difficult one. The question was not if, the question was when will we shut down. And we came out of that with some difficulty. A lot of, I would say, bruises, probably deep cuts, but we managed to come out. Shift to 2010, when in a surprise move, the player picked up the spectrum. We knew the playbook. 6 years, you could see, because the launch happened in 2016 September, 2010 they got the spectrum. These 6 years, we could see the build-up of artillery, the troops, We had time. A lot of other people probably underestimated what was coming. We knew the power of the tsunami is going to be a tectonic shift on the plates of the telecom industry. And these 6 years gave us a lot of time to bolster our defenses. And when the tsunami hit, 8, 9 players just completely got destroyed. I think we stood firm. One of the reasons was we knew the game, we knew the industry. But I think if I have to put one single factor into why we could survive and others could not, was about our people. The talent in this industry counts for everything. If your people are motivated, if they were inspired, if they were charged up, it didn't matter who they were fighting. And when I was traveling across the country, at that time I was going from one state to another, almost all the time I was traveling, I could see it on the faces of our people. They wouldn't care. They will do what is required. And that is to serve the customer. And I tell you, if you have a team which is inspired, they can do great things.
So the battle was fought in the marketplace, really?
Completely. A bit in the regulatory area as well.
Okay. Only a bit or quite a bit? Okay. So tell me, I mean, you suddenly moved into the space sector. You had this collaboration, you bought over Eutelsat, OneWeb, and from infra on ground to infra in space, and the world of satellites. How do you see the telecom changing in due course?
You know, it's really incumbent upon you as a leader of the pack to continuously look at the shifts that are happening globally.
Yeah.
I was a part of OneWeb long years back, along with some other pioneers.
Yeah.
But I came out of it after 2 years because I couldn't see it successfully getting put together. And then we were invited again during the COVID time in the lockdown period by the British government to revive this company, to have a European UK play in satellite, because you could see the satellite communication or satellite connectivity was coming through. Amitabh, the fact is there are still 2 billion people in the world who have no connectivity. Whatever we may do, and we have been trying, my industry has been trying across the globe, spending hundreds of billions of dollars every year, you can't bring a fiber to them. It's impossible. You can't even bring a radio signal to them. So the only way was through a satellite connectivity. But the geo satellites are at about 36,000 kilometers. They have a 560 to 570 milliseconds of latency. You can't give them today's product, which is video and streaming requirements, or doing all sorts of things, or real-time telemetry. You can't just do it on those speeds. You can do broadcasting very well. LEO held hope, but it was being questioned all the time. And I would say OneWeb was actually ahead of even Starlink. But then came Elon Musk, and he started falling on the low LEO, 350, 400 kilometer range, putting up thousands of satellites, which we all see now. And the game changed completely. So if as a telecom company, you don't move into the area where with, let's say, 20,000 satellites, call them cell towers in space, can serve the entire globe, you will be missing a very important area of defense. That was the reason why we went into space. But having recognized that OneWeb will still have a limitation, we have tied up with Starlink. In India, in Africa. You can raise your hand anywhere in the world and you can be connected now. This was the holy grail of our industry. I think that has been firmly established now.
So you've ventured into new areas, you've got into cloud, you've got into AI infrastructure. So how do you see the future of Airtel? Will you remain a telephony company, or will you be an AI company which will also handle telephony networks?
Look, we are a company which understands the need of our customers. And I believe we do a good job with that. We follow what our needs of the customers are and match it with technology. We don't produce any technology ourselves. Currently, given the geopolitical issues we saw, we heard a lot from Dr. Jaishankar just now, sovereign cloud or Bharat cloud, call it whatever you want, is a necessity now. We cannot rely on just Google Cloud or Microsoft or Amazon. They will have their role to play. But if you want to run banking services, India's digital records, government services, critical defense applications, you will need to have a sovereign cloud.
But you've also tied up with Perplexity and you're allowing Indian data to flow out of India.
Yeah, but data is flowing through your Facebook, your search engines all the time in any case. That's a separate debate. We can talk about it. But we will be securing India's data where it's required to be stored. Not necessarily retail customer data, but enterprise customer data in India. We are now connecting banks, we are connecting enterprises, we are the go-to person for the government orders. That will sit into the cloud here. But just to expand onto your question, we are a digital connectivity player, first and foremost. We build billions of dollars of infrastructure every year. We get spectrum and get it through radio as well so that the customer can get it from wherever he is. But networks became from just pure digital connectivity provider to intelligent networks to now supremely intelligent networks. Where do we go from here? The next generation of network is now going to take this to the next level. From super intelligent networks, I think we are decisively moving into sensing networks. So what you're going to be wearing, your spectacles, my watch, earpods, they're going to be sensing what's going on in the world now. So if Dr. Jaishankar is sitting with Marco Rubio, the glasses on his eye will tell him the twitch on his muscle allows him some more negotiations. That is the level this is going to go to. It's going to be seeing everything, it's going to be listening everything, and it's going to be seeing your own body rhythm. All this is going to come through, and your device, smartphones, are going to be less useful because everything is happening around your eyes. That is where this world is going. You have to, therefore, build massive amount of AI compute capacity in the country. You have to build AI data centers, you have to have your own cloud, because this will require massive silicon power, semiconductor, but importantly, compute in your devices.
Yeah. So, Sunil, since AI will be such a transformational force in the days, we are working with about 30,000 GPUs. Suddenly you have OpenAI talking about 11 gigawatt, which is 5 million GPUs from NVIDIA. I mean, the scale of transformation that is happening is just phenomenal. I mean, we are providing computing power to our startups and researchers, opening up our data bank. But what more do we need to do to really build up our own large language models and to build applications and make a quantum technological leap forward?
Yeah, one is basic infrastructure. I think that's the fundamental need. What do these large, consuming, guzzling GPUs need? Power. Land, of course, is plentiful here. We need to have more power, probably, hopefully green power, because it requires so much power that you'll heat the entire globe. And then you need people to start working on our local LLMs. There's 1.5 billion people here, enough data floating through our networks. We need to have our local people building our own LLMs to ensure that we are, one of the players in AI, not just a pure consumer of AI, as you mentioned on Perplexity or anything else.
Yeah. So, any vision of getting into data centers as well as the next step?
We are in data centers. We are one of the leading players. We are at about 250 megawatts at the moment. We just signed a 300 megawatts, a single site with Google in Andhra Pradesh.
Vizag?
In Vizag, yes. Yeah. More is coming. So we will scale up to a gigawatt fairly quickly. And that work is going on.
Okay. So, Sunil, India is the only country which does fast payment, credit, stock market transaction, insurance, all within 30 seconds to 1 minute on the mobile. What is the next disruption India should do through the mobile telephony?
Well, I think the digital public infrastructure that you spoke about, on which we entirely rest our digital stack, payments, education, healthcare, digital locker, government subsidies, DBT. I think that has been transformational. It is being acknowledged around the world. I mean, I work with a lot of African countries who are desperate to get this lifted and shifted into their countries. Some work has started. What more can happen? I think if your fiscal part is taken care of through fintechs that are prevalent here, your investments to stock markets are real time, your healthcare records are real time. I think this whole DPI that we have developed, the public infrastructure, is the base on which new services should be launched all the time by our startups, which is happening.
Okay. Let me switch gear a little bit. I mean, you've passed through the regulatory period of India's regime. You've seen free enterprises emerging. You're a great product of that free enterprise. The Prime Minister's vision is to take India from a $4 trillion to a $30+ trillion economy by 2047. I mean, that means your GDP has to grow 9 times and your manufacturing has to grow 16 times. What should India do?
Well, I think yesterday we heard the Governor RBI talking about the Goldilocks moment.
Yeah.
It is Goldilocks moment at the moment. Yeah. Growth is good. India's work ethics is excellent. I mean, I work in Europe now, in France and UK, and I see the difference. We have a restless population in India, young people coming into mainstream, more engineers getting, graduated every year coming into workplace. I think there is enough going on in this country for us to get to that 2047 vision of being one of the most important economic countries in the world. Will we get to $30 trillion? I think we don't have to quibble about whether it's 47 or it's 52. We will get there. Even if it's 22, 23 trillion dollars, it's going to be a sizable economy. And that's why the whole world is engaged with India today. They listen to what we need. They negotiate with us in equal terms. I think if you ask me, India must close all its trade deals. That opens opportunities for our country. Invest absolutely heavily into infrastructure. Continue to do so. Ease of doing business is very important. India has tremendous amount of animal spirits, which if they are unshackled, can create dramatic improvements in our country. We have seen in the last many years. I mean, mine and your generation have seen 3 eras. If you really look at 60s to 90s, 90 to 2020, and 2020 to the next era that is going on, these are transformational. Mr. N.K. Singh is sitting here. I have dealt with him in the previous era. For everything you needed a license. For everything you needed a permit. Where we are today, you can open a company within an hour. You don't need any license. You can start what you want to manufacture. Startups are coming up every day. There is so much to be done in this country. Market is there. The government is fully committed. We have a leader who wants India to be the Viksit Bharat. He wants us to be successful. What more can we ask for?
Okay. So, one of our big success stories, as you said, has been the startup. When we launched it, there were just 150 startups in India. We have over 180,000 startups. We have over 160 unicorns. So if a young startup who wants to do work in health tech or climate tech, which I think will see a huge amount of disruption in the coming years, was to come and seek your advice, what would your guidance be to them?
Well, first of all, you are today in a moment in history where raising capital is very easy, very different from our times, where you needed hard assets to secure with the banks to get some lending. You can get money, and that's a big starting point. Have an idea, you can be funded very, very easily. There's a very supportive environment, an ecosystem, a government, to clear your path from any bureaucratic red tape that we used to face. That is all available to you. The market is waiting for new services. Market is waiting for new solutions. All our startups, if you see, they're solving for something, a problem in the society. That means there is a demand for that problem to be solved. So the market is sitting there. All I would say is they need to be mindful of one thing. Don't go into too many things at the same time. Don't open new markets at the same time. A lot of our startups are finding it very cool or fashionable to go into different new markets even before they have established themselves there. And Ola going to Indonesia or Australia, or Oyo going into LA or Vegas to buy Hooters, ahead of its time. They need to focus on a country. There are many nations within India, different segments of society. There's the Europe, there's the Middle East, there's an Africa, there's a Southeast Asia, within these 1.5 billion people. My advice to them would be, grab the opportunity. If you have an idea, you'll be funded. Government will support you. Stay focused for many years. Grow your size, and then probably launch outside.
So you spoke about a couple of areas of reforms, infrastructure, initiatives, etc. How do you look at areas like, because my view is that technology, particularly the kind of technological company that you built up, a lot of disruption that came in through the defense sector, and suddenly the government has put in a huge emphasis on Make in India in defense. Will not that be a major driver of technological leapfrogging for India in the coming years?
Oh, it can certainly be. If you look at where are the technologies emanating from, it is mainly coming from the US defense part. The most secure defense part where billions are spent silently on developing new technologies. A lot of this stuff comes from there into the industry once they are comfortable with the technology passing out. But with the advent of AI, with the way AI is rising today, I don't think so we need to look at government. We don't need to look at any activities coming from the government side. With the power of compute that we have in our hands today, a lot of innovation can be done very fast, whether it's in the biosciences of Hari Bhartiya's field, or it's in my field, or indeed it's in the field of any industry in the marketplace. You can use the power of AI now to accelerate your innovation process and go forward. Defense that you mentioned, I have been a votary of opening up our defense industry to foreign investment. That took some time. Finally, it has happened. Defense industry in itself will become one of the major job creator in the country, manufacturing bases in the country, and probably a very large export market in itself. So that segment will be very important. But I won't wait for that to happen, for the technologies to come out of the defense for the Indian industry.
So tell me, how do you manage to keep so fit?
Like you.
No, not me. You look much younger. How?
I think when you get beaten up so much in life, you stay fit.
You ended up beating others. You have hardly got beaten up. But what do? You exercise or do?
I do keep one thing. I do keep a good regime. I mean, I do work out or do yoga or do something for an hour every day.
Every day. And a little bit of golf as well?
No, golf is time to effort ratio is too much. I mean, it takes a lot of time.
But you've created so much of wealth, you can afford to relax a little bit now.
I think the entrepreneurs are inherently restless, and it's hard for them to relax.
So, onto these new areas of growth, that you're looking at: insurance, real estate, satellite, digitization. Which is the one with the maximum passion, love, and potential for you?
I am now 68. It's getting harder for me to put my arms around new age technologies. I am sure many other leaders in our company, maybe next generation in our family, will be involved with more of that. I am a very curious mind, so I try to go deep into technology. Despite not being an engineer, I understand reasonably well. But I think for me, the next 10 years is going to be how to make Airtel one of the foremost global digital services provider. We have made a move in the UK. We own 25% of British Telecom. We have our sights on some more European assets. We are in Africa already. We would like to have Airtel be the first company in the world to have 1 billion customers, up from about 600 million today. And
what's the time span you're looking at?
Depends on how many acquisitions you can sort of make. But let's say in these 8-10 years, that should be the dream. That India rooted, a company born out of India, can be the foremost telecom, digital connectivity MNC the world has ever seen. That's a vision I behold, and that's what I'm working towards.
So UK, Europe, Africa, and you're looking at penetrating North America as well? Difficult?
Difficult. It's too late.
Okay.
Too late.
So several geographies from here.
Yes.
So truly a Indian global mobile telephony company.
Yeah, I mean, if you really look at it, there are a handful of probably companies which have brands going out of India.
Yeah.
Today you see Airtel.
There is no great Indian brand actually.
16 countries you see Airtel today.
Yeah.
It'll be nice to see them in many more countries, have many more businesses, open up more trade relationship with these countries. The old saying, when an American visits a country, if he sees 2 golden arches, a McDonald's, he knows it's a place he can work with. I think we should be one of those flag bearers for India, that when you go into a country, if you see Airtel, you know Indians can work there.
So for you, exports, penetrating global markets, and becoming a great global player is critical.
On the platform that we built in India, taking it outside.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you very much, Sunil. Ladies and gentlemen, this... So here is a person who's demonstrated what resilience, ambition, hard work can do to create a great Indian company and make it a great global company as well. Thank you very much, Sunil.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kant and Mr. Mittal. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to a crucial conversation that brings the spotlight to one of India's most dynamic and closely watched regions. Please be seated. We have with us the Honorable Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Mr. Omar Abdullah, a leader who has long been at the center of the state's political landscape and its journey through change, challenge, and aspiration. In conversation with him is Sunetra Chaudhary, National Political Editor, Hindustan Times. Please welcome both of them to the stage, ladies and gentlemen.
Chief Minister, would you say it's fair to call this past year, which is also your first year as Chief Minister, would you say it's been a rough year because of Pahalgam and then Red Fort, which has impacted so many Kashmiris as well?
Look, by any yardstick, if you want to assess the year, it's been a difficult one. It's been a difficult one from the security paradigm. You had the attack in Baisaran earlier in the year. You ended the year with the blast in Delhi, which emanated from a conspiracy hatched in Jammu and Kashmir, coupled with a very difficult economic environment. The immediate change in the circumstances after Baisaran has completely sort of reoriented our economy in terms of where we were in April of this year and where we find ourselves now. We've never been a very strong economy in the first place. So unfortunately, these sort of circumstances make it even more difficult for us.
You know, when Pahalgam took place, one of the scenes that came out of there and which surprised people across the country was this air. For the first time, we were seeing Kashmiris come out in public against the attacks. Then we saw the special assembly session that took place where all legislators and people's representatives spoke up. And there was this unified atmosphere. Does that still stand? Or I have seen your tweets and concern about Kashmiri students and others being outside targeted again. Has that unified air, which we saw, this feeling of unity that we saw post-Pahalgam, has that been disrupted?
Are Kashmiris more accepting of violence today? No. They are as disturbed by what happened in Pahalgam as they are by what happened in Delhi. Do they make that feeling more public? Perhaps not. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't continue to disturb us. It doesn't mean that we are not, we don't find it abhorrent. We continue to. That said, we are also equally concerned when an attempt is made to paint the entire community with one brush. As I've said time and again after particularly the Delhi blast, not all Kashmiri Muslims are terrorists. Not all Kashmiri Muslims support terrorism. In fact, they are a minuscule minority that do. The overwhelming majority of people are the ones you saw out on the streets after the attack in Baisaran. They are the ones who are in colleges and universities in different parts of the country. They are the ones who are trying to earn an honest day's living in various parts. But the problem is when you sort of issue government orders that say that all foreign nationals and Kashmiri Muslims must register in their nearest police station, which happened not too far away from Delhi. You then send a very...
In Haryana.
Yes, it did happen. I'm not getting into naming names. You know, I know where it did happen. You effectively saying that Kashmiri Muslims and foreigners are the same to you. Is that really the message you want to send?
So did you call up? I know that, did you call up the chief minister or someone?
We took it up. We took it up. But by then the damage was done. Look,
What did they say?
You can't get people to forget these sort of orders.
No, but chief minister, what did they say? When you called them up and you said, this is not on.
Well, more often than not, they say, अच्छा ये हुआ, नहीं होना चाहिए था, चलिए हम देख लेंगे. But हो गया ना. You can't undo
The othering happens. The othering of Kashmiris does happen.
I mean, you're basically pushing them to the side and suggesting that they are entirely untrustworthy, can't be relied on, and every one of them is out to create trouble, which couldn't be further from the truth.
Yeah.
And then that sort of makes it difficult for us, because then everybody becomes inward looking. It's very difficult to convince youngsters that to explore better economic opportunities, they should leave Jammu and Kashmir, to explore better education opportunities. I mean, we just had Sunil talking about startups and sort of the Indian growth story. You want the youth of Jammu and Kashmir to be a part of that growth story in different parts of the country. But when they find they have to go and present themselves in a police station, or find it almost impossible to get a place to stay, it's not easy.
So, Chief Minister, I want to ask you this, because I think everyone has been trying to, and we've had some analysts talk about it, but everyone's trying to understand what's happened. And because you've been Chief Minister once before, and now you are in touch with the establishment and security authorities there. This return of homegrown terror, what is your theory about it? What do you think is lending itself to it?
Why do you use the word return? When did it ever go away? It was there.
Aren't people sounding surprised that, with the Red Fort attack?
Well, I think only those people are surprised who had convinced themselves that it was gone. I have been one of those people who has been telling you that you can't wish this away. And that the changes that you made to the constitutional relationship between Jammu and Kashmir and the rest of India are not going to miraculously result in an end to terror. They're not going to result in an end to separatism, because those quarters that have been doing this are not doing it because of what Jammu and Kashmir enjoyed constitutionally. They're doing it for entirely different reasons. So those of you who convinced themselves that 5th August 2019 was some miraculous cure to all of J&K's problems, I think you're the ones who are surprised. I'm not. I'm actually surprised that it took this long for the rest of you to realize that perhaps things are not as great as was sold to the rest of the country.
Well, let me put it like this. Do you feel that there is going to be an uptick in it?
Look, I'm not going to get into that. I'm hoping that it won't. I'm hoping that what happened in Baisaran and subsequently what has happened in Delhi was a sufficient wake-up call, that we will realize the gravity of what we're dealing with. I think also Rahul alluded to it in his conversation with Dr. Jaishankar. We now have drawn a line in the sand vis-a-vis how we will react to future attacks. That makes it even more sort of pressing on us to ensure that an attack like this doesn't happen again. Because we have effectively said that an attack of this nature will be considered an act of war. I think the only saving grace where the Delhi bomb blast was concerned is that there was no external hand visible. I mean, invisibly there must have been. But unlike Pahalgam, where all the perpetrators were from outside of Kashmir, in this case, I think that gave Government of India a little bit of a cushion that they didn't have to enact what I think we can safely call the Modi doctrine on internal security.
Mr. Abdullah, I'm sorry to just stress on this again, but is there something that the administration can proactively do to lessen or counter this homegrown terror?
Well, I think first and foremost, you can't operate governments in silos. You cannot have an elected government that is completely removed from any security-related decisions.
Right.
How do you expect a proper flow of information if the elected representatives play no part whatsoever in decisions affecting the security. Look, I have been on both sides of this prism. You pointed out, and I'm probably unique in that respect in this country. I'm the only chief minister who has governed both a state and a union territory.
Yeah.
And I can tell you without fear of contradiction that the union territory model does not work.
Can you, for our audience members, give them an instance which makes it very clear? Like, what would sound like unimaginable for us that the chief minister doesn't know about security, which happens with you all the time? Give us an instance.
Well, I read about the Delhi blasts in the newspaper.
What do you mean?
I do not know who carried out those attacks, what was the reason behind them, what was the intelligence that was available to us, how the investigation is proceeding. I learned of the Delhi blast the way you learned of the Delhi blast. I picked up my phone because I got a tweet telling me that the blast in Delhi had taken place.
So you're telling me that in your first term as chief minister, what would have and should happen according to you is?
What would have happened is the Director General of Police would have called me up and told me that this is what has happened. In fact, even before that, the Director General of Police and the in charge of the J&K Police CID cell would have kept me informed of the way in which the investigation was proceeding. What happened in Delhi wasn't sort of the beginning of a process. It was actually in some ways the culmination of one. It started as a result of an investigation into posters, separatist posters, that were being planted or pasted in some parts of Srinagar. That's how they tracked down the doctor and others. And, you know, it's actually strange how these things happen. Since I'm not privy to security-related information, what I hear is sort of word of mouth. I have no hesitation in sharing it. We actually learnt of this plot because a young boy jilted a young girl. They were seeing each other, and the boy left the girl. And the girl obviously felt unhappy, upset. So she went to the police and complained about this boy, saying, you know those posters you're talking about? This boy was the one who was pasting those posters. The girl went and told on the boy because he had left her. And when the police picked up the boy, he said, well, hang on, I'm not alone. This Maulvi, he's also part of this. So the police went to the Maulvi. When they picked up the Maulvi, then the Maulvi said, well, hang on, I'm not alone in this. This doctor is involved in this. And that's how they reached the doctor, and that's how then they were tracking this doctor when the blast in Delhi happened. But these are the sort of things that ordinarily any other chief minister would be officially hearing about. I hear this because it's sort of chatter on the streets.
So even then, when they were trying to track one after the other, even then you weren't...
Like I told you, I learnt about the Delhi blast the same time. Well, you probably learnt about them earlier because you operate in a newsroom. I learnt about them when everybody else here did because their phones probably beeped, and that's how they heard. And this is the state or the territory that I am responsible for.
Well, that's revelatory. I have to ask you, it seems like a perfect segue. The finance minister was here in the morning. She praised you.
Well, very kind of her. Now, the next part to that will be, then, ma'am, please show me the money, because that's in extremely short supply. No, very kind of her, and in all honesty, Government of India has been very helpful in all other respects except one, but we'll get to that, I'm sure.
When you say Government of India has been very helpful, does that get you into... I'm assuming it gets you into trouble with some of your constituents.
It does. But look, I'm very happy to own the decisions I take. Good, bad, ugly. I have never shied away from taking responsibility for what I've done. And therefore, if I have pivoted my government or my politics to ensure a good working relationship with the Government of India, I own that. And I will own the consequences of it. I think it's important to understand that a good working relationship with the Government of India doesn't mean that I'm in alliance with the BJP. I don't see eye to eye with the BJP. I will continue to oppose the politics of the BJP. But at the same time, I will seek to work with the Government of India as best possible.
And have you achieved that? I think it's a tricky balancing act that you have to do, that you have to get along with, are you getting along well with the LG, and yet keep up your strident demands for statehood. I mean, you began our interview by talking and reiterating why you need statehood. So how tricky is that balancing act?
The relationship with the Honorable Lieutenant Governor is work in progress.
That's polite.
And we'll leave it at that.
Okay. I just wanted to, and I'm only asking you this, Chief Minister, because as you talk to the community, you talk to whatever. I just wanted to understand that, there seems to be a churn, and I will talk about the Bihar elections after that, but there seems to be a churn in the Muslim community. You talked about Muslim students, Kashmiri students. Everyone thought of them as a monolith, right? And they vote a certain way. I think the Bihar elections kind of completely changed that idea, because a huge chunk of them voted for AIMIM. Would you think, and I ask you this as just someone who's seen elections, knows how they work, what's happening in the community? Do they feel let down by the legacy parties? Because before, the impression among election observers like us was that, the community is very smart, they will go for the secular party, whoever seems to be the winning. But now it seems like all kinds of things are happening.
Well, I think the Muslim voter has very clearly said that you can't take us for granted. That we want somebody who will espouse our cause for the entire period of 5 years, and not just for 5 months leading up to the elections. I think where the traditional recipients of the Muslim vote in states that you talked about have erred or made a mistake is in assuming that the Muslim vote is theirs regardless of what they do. And therefore, so for 4.5 years, they will be relatively quiet on the issues that matter, and suddenly wake up to this vote bank just before elections. That no longer works. And if that means that Asaduddin Owaisi Saab will benefit from it, so be it. I think that community requires a voice, it requires to be heard, it requires to have its cause espoused. And if they find somebody who's willing to do it 365 days a year for 5 years, good.
And the larger takeaway for the opposition after the Bihar elections, I remember was it after the Delhi elections when you said that aur ladte raho apne aap mein? What was your takeaway? What was your takeaway from Bihar results?
Was that in which one was that in relation?
I thought Delhi, right? Delhi elections.
I think it was Delhi. Yes, you're right.
Yeah. What is your takeaway from this one?
Well, it remains the same. Either we are a bloc, the India bloc, in which case decisions should by and large be taken together, or we're not. Look at Bihar. You consciously push one constituent of the India bloc out. Sure, his party isn't across Bihar, but the JMM had a presence there. Yeah. You chose to exclude him from the seat-sharing arrangement. Now, hypothetically speaking, if tomorrow he were to up and leave,
yes,
who's at fault? I believe that we pushed Nitish Kumar back into the arms of the NDA.
Really?
I was part of that meeting where we were discussing whether we should make him the convener of the India bloc.
Right.
And we effectively, without naming names, we effectively suggested with Nitish Kumar sitting in the meeting that another leader would have the power of veto whether Nitish should become the convener or not.
Mamta Banerjee.
I'm not naming names.
I'll try.
I have to sit around the same table and work with these people. Yeah. So you can name all the names that you like, Chief Minister, I will keep quiet.
So many constituents have said that the India alliance is dead already. You seem to suggest that, no, I have to go back to these
we're on life support. But every once in a while, somebody brings out those paddles and gives us a bit of a shock, and we get up again. But then, unfortunately, results like Bihar happen, and we slump down again, and then somebody has to wheel us into the ICU.
So 2 things you pointed out. One, that they pushed out Nitish. 2, that...
I didn't say they, I said we. I was a part of that meeting.
Second, that they didn't... This entire thing with Hemant Soren and JMM was a disaster. What else?
I'm saying that if we are a bloc, then we should continue to function like one. Otherwise, we are a state-specific alliance. If we are a state-specific alliance, then no problem. Then you will have a different alliance for Bihar, you will have a different alliance for West Bengal, you will have a different alliance for wherever else. But if we are a bloc and we call ourselves the India bloc, then you need to take a more holistic view.
So here's the thing. And again, you have seen so many elections, you've fought so many of them. Is it very tough? Is it virtually impossible now for the bloc? I mean, what is required to take on the BJP? How big an adversary are they?
They have an unparalleled election machine. And that is, of course, in terms of the organization and the money. But don't put everything on that. They also have an incredible work ethic in terms of how they deal with elections. And I know this because, I've seen them in J&K. From a club election, and we know in Delhi how club elections are fought.
You're talking about the Constitution Club.
So, I'm not naming names.
No, what did you do there?
From a club election up till the election of the President of India, they fight every election as if their lives depend on it. We sometimes fight elections as if we don't care. We are not as committed to the 24/7 model of politics that the Prime Minister and his inner team are committed to. No sooner has one election finished that they've already moved into the next territory. Bihar is over, you will find them now moving into the states where the next elections are going to happen. We will move into those states 2 months before the elections. We will be lucky if we sew up our electoral alliances before the last date of filing of nominations, and sometimes not even then. I think there are, without appearing to be too enamored by them, I think there are things they do that will not be difficult for us to replicate.
But Mr. Abdul, there must be some, obviously, regional players like yourself, National Conference defeated the BJP over there. Which opposition leader do you see who has that same kind of work ethic? Come on, you can name someone.
I won't.
Mamata Banerjee?
Yes, but see, the problem is that no matter how many regional leaders have that work ethic, we are constrained by how far we can grow. Like it or not, it will, at least for the foreseeable future, any opposition alliance will have to grow around the Congress. They are the only party other than the BJP that has a pan-India presence. Right. We are all limited to one state, or if you're lucky, maybe 1.5. So no matter how much we are able to do, the heavy lifting will have to be done by the Congress.
So Mr. Abdullah, are you saying, listening to you, I seem to be accepting what many people, it sounds like that was 2024 a fluke?
No, I think 2024 was the country sending a message to the central government, to Prime Minister Modi and others, that things are not as rosy as you made them out to be, and that we are not happy with some of the decisions that have been taken. But look at the way in which the central government changed its approach. Most of us believed that this was a government that was incapable of functioning as an alliance. Today, hardly any of us remember that it's an alliance government. We all felt that the style of functioning of this government did not lend itself to a UPA, NDA type of situation. But, I, for one, hardly ever remember that this is a Prime Minister that is actually dependent on two allies for his government.
You mean the way they take Mr. Naidu?
They reoriented their way of doing things, of carrying people along. From calling itself a BJP government, they called itself an NDA government.
So
these are small changes, but they matter.
So that way they're better election alliance partners than the Congress.
Well, again, Bihar showed it. Look how quickly they sewed up their seat sharing arrangement. And this was one that most people thought wouldn't happen, that Nitish's pulls and pressures would make it difficult for them to sew up a seat sharing. They got one, we in the India bloc didn't.
Are you convinced by the argument of vote chori? Do you think there's some dodginess with the election
I have
commission?
never been a supporter of those who say that the machines are rigged, and this puts me sort of at a very difficult position at home because my father is convinced that machine mein chori hoti hai. But actually, in all honesty, I don't know if he's watching this, but if he is, then I'm really sorry, Dad, for saying this. But my dad believes everything he gets on WhatsApp. He is that generation that if it's come on WhatsApp, it is
Or
true.
maybe Rahul Gandhi had a better impression of him.
I mean, so my father is convinced that machines can be rigged. I'm not. So we'll set that one aside. Elections can be manipulated. And the easiest way to manipulate an election is to do it through the voter list, or do it through the way in which you structure constituencies. The delimitation exercise in Jammu and Kashmir earlier was essentially, I won't call it rigging, but it was manipulation. You created 7 new constituencies. All those constituencies were designed to benefit one party and its one ally. So when you rejig voter lists, when you exclude a certain section of voters that you know are not going to vote for you, you are effectively manipulating an election. So that's why I think some of us have reservations about this process of this special intensive revision. Do it transparently, do it fairly, we have no problem. Bogus voters, do away with it. But if you're doing it to benefit a particular political party or outfit, then there will be questions.
But do you think that manipulation, which you said it can be opened, do you think it played a role in Bihar?
I don't know Bihar well enough. And I think the way in the overwhelming majority that Nitish Kumar got, you don't get just by manipulation. The way in which people came out and voted, you don't get that just because you excluded a handful of people from votes. I think some of the issues on which the election was fought perhaps needed to be tinkered around with.
Chief Minister, I have so many more questions, but I think our time is up. So thank you. Thank you so much for being so candid. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abdullah and Sunetra. Well, ladies and gentlemen, do remain seated. We've got one more session before we break for lunch. We'll just quickly make the arrangements on the dais.
I am the future that was born 100 years ago. I am the purpose that emerged with India's independence to be a force for business that makes doing good our business. Towards an independence where knowledge sets us free. To think big and achieve bigger. To take India to the world and the world to India. Creating pathways of self-reliance. To stand for progress, the planet and the people. Towards a future made perfect. And be a force creating abundance. Because independence is not a moment in history. It's a never-ending path to prosperity. Aditya Birla Group, a force for good.
कस्टमर लॉयल्टी रिवॉर्ड 55 इंच का टीवी 4,999 रुपए में. Too good to be true.
Unknown company, unknown sender. यानी पक्का स्कैम. Case solved.
Correct. स्कैम के खिलाफ गूगल के साथ आओ, स्कैम पहचानो, मौका कमाओ.
Imagination in flight begins with a sheet of paper, a couple folds, and a simple throw. But for some, the exhilaration and wonder behind flight never fades.
Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. Calling the House to order. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to a crucial conversation that brings the spotlight to one of India's most dynamic games. We're delighted to welcome two exceptional figures from the world of cricket. Mr. Amol Majumdar, head coach of the Indian women's cricket team, a mentor whose strategic mind and steady leadership are shaping a new era for the team. And joining him on stage is one of India's most reliable all-rounders, Deepti Sharma. They will be in conversation with Sharda Ugra, senior sports journalist and HT columnist.
Thank you, Rini. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a joy to be here and to have a conversation with two people who have been part of and therefore created one of the most seismic events in what are one of the two most powerful pop cultural phenomena in our country, cricket. The first of them was quite rightly called the second wonder of Agra in a sports magazine recently. And because the first wonder of Agra happens to be a building, I think she should be first on that list. She was also the focus of the biggest road show outside of Indian politics in her hometown, a 10-kilometer welcome, after being named player of the tournament for a World Cup. The road show ended up at her doorstep, and the road leading up to it is now named after her. Please welcome the absolutely fabulous Deepti Sharma. Our second guest has brought a piece of a fiction to life in a manner that is very much his own. A native from what we natives of the place call the heartland and the home of Indian cricket, not just Mumbai, but Shivaji Park. He was a teenage batting prodigy when growing up, but in November became a household name across India overnight, and that overnight was 25 years in the making. It has led him to the most improbable position. He has toppled Shah Rukh Khan from the position as the most instantly recallable and beloved coach of a female sports team. Put your hands together for the one and only Amol Majumdar. We're on a clock here, so I'm just going to get straight into the conversation. And I'm going to start with Deepti. Deepti, ये पिछला महीना बहुत बिजी रहा है आपके लिए. आप इवेंट्स पे आ रही हैं. आप कल था कुछ पूना, फिर आज वापस जाएंगी आगरा. ये बताइए, आपको कभी ऐसा महसूस हुआ बैठ के आपने सोचा कि हाँ कुछ किया गया है मेरी तरफ से, we have done something. Did someone tell you something and you thought that okay, this is what has happened?
So firstly, hello everyone. तो मैम जैसा आपने बोला कि आफ्टर वर्ल्ड कप आपको थोड़ा भी टाइम मिला कि नहीं, आप कितना बिजी चल रहा है आपका, तो अभी एक्चुअली में ऐसा लग रहा है कि हमने कुछ तो किया है जिस चीज़ का हम इतने लंबे टाइम से वेट कर रहे थे, और फाइनली वी डिड इट इतने सालों बाद. तो काफ़ी अच्छा लग रहा है. और अगर ऑनेस्टली बोलूँ तो घर पे भी उतना टाइम मिल नहीं पाया फैमिली के साथ, अभी लाइक इवेंट्स चल रहे हैं हेयर एंड देयर, तो आई थिंक अभी हम लोग काफ़ी बिजी चल रहे हैं, बट बहुत अच्छा, बहुत प्राउड फील हो रहा है कि जो हमारा ड्रीम था अगर वो वाकई में जब ट्रू हो जाता है उसके बाद एक्चुअल आपको फील होता है कि एज अ प्लेयर और एज अ टीम आपने क्या अचीव करा है।
और जो रोड आपके नाम पे जो रोड है, आपने एक्सपेक्ट किया था कि ऐसे होने वाला है कि द रोड विल बी नेम्ड द दीप्ति शर्मा रोड अप टू योर होम?
नहीं, ऐसा बिल्कुल भी पता नहीं था, लेकिन बहुत अच्छा लगता है जब भी अपना सोसाइटी में जाते हैं और आपके नाम से जब सोसाइटी को जाना जाता है एज वेल एज द रोड, जैसे आपने बोला, तो काफ़ी अच्छा लगता है, बहुत प्राउड फील होता है।
Amol, since you are a very relaxed and a secure guy, you'll be okay if I ask the first question about Deepti and not about you. Amol calls Deepti Stokesy after the England all-round captain Ben Stokes. Why is that? What's the reason? Where did that come from?
Firstly, a warm greetings to everyone. Good afternoon, and really honored and privileged to be here at the Hindustan Times Leadership Summit. Stokes, because there are a lot of similarities, isn't it? I mean, I worked a little bit with Ben Stokes with Rajasthan Royals in the IPL, and there are a few similarities with Deepti. One, she bats left-handed, she bowls right-handed. Stokes does that. She bats at number 6. Stokes does that. Most hard-working cricketer in the team. Never misses a match. Stokes doesn't miss a match. And above all, I think her throw resembles to Ben Stokes. एक बार आके इसका throw पकड़ के दिखाइए.
So, Ben Stokes is, I think, a 6 feet 4 inch, 5 inch giant with red hair and tattoos. But when cricketers look at him and they look at Deepti Sharma, they can see the similarities.
The throw is important, Sharda.
The throw is the most important.
You can't, if you blink, you'll know it. You'll wear it.
दीप्ति, एक स्टोरी भी है ना एक थ्रो के बारे में, जो आपने 50 मीटर का थ्रो किया था हिमलता काला, आप वो कहानी सुनाइए. और आपकी एज क्या थी उस टाइम?
I was 9 years old उस टाइम.
9, हाँ.
तो उस टाइम मैंने खेलना स्टार्ट किया था, तो एक थ्रो की वजह से ही पूरा मेरी जर्नी शिफ्ट हो गई. बैकग्राउंड ही ऐसा था, मतलब भैया खेलते थे, सुमित भैया, तो उनकी वजह से स्टार्ट किया. तो मैं जस्ट देखने गई थी कि वो कैसे खेलते हैं मैच. स्टेज पे बैठी हुई थी, तो ऐसी पास ऑन करती हूँ दूसरे किसी प्लेयर को, बॉल आ जाता है नेट्स में, तो फिर वो थ्रो करती हैं और वो डायरेक्ट जाके स्टंप को लगता है, सिंगल स्टंप जहाँ पे वो लोग फील्डिंग कर रहे होते हैं, तो सडन जाके लगता है. तो आजू बाजू जो भी लोग होते हैं वो भैया को बोलते हैं कि अरे अपनी बच्ची को क्रिकेट खिलाओ, वो एक दिन ज़रूर देश का नाम रोशन करेगी. तो फिर उसके बाद से क्रिकेट स्टार्ट कर दिया.
और लेकिन आपका थ्रो जो है, आपके शोल्डर में इतनी स्ट्रेंथ कहाँ से आती है? आप पुशअप्स करते हो, क्या है, बताइए हमको.
आई थिंक एक तो वो मैं बोल सकती हूँ नेचुरल है, मतलब जब शुरू ही जर्नी इसी चीज़ से स्टार्ट हुई है, तो मैं बोल सकती हूँ नेचुरल है. प्लस मैं स्ट्रेंथ पे भी वर्क करती हूँ, तो आई थिंक उससे भी डेवलप हुआ है काफ़ी.
और स्टोक से मिली है, बेन स्टोक से आप चांस मिला है मिलने का?
नहीं, अभी उनसे तो नहीं मिली हूँ मैम.
अच्छा, अमोल आपको स्टोक्सी बुलाता है, और आप ये बताओ, आपने अमोल के बारे में क्या सोचा जब वो पहले आए आपके साथ काम करने, और आपको, और फिर बताओ वर्ल्ड कप के दौरान क्या हुआ? अब पहले तो, हाँ, पहले जब आया आप बताओ आपका इंप्रेशन क्या था?
मैम, जब मैं सर से वेरी फर्स्ट टाइम मिली थी बैंगलोर में, हमारे 3 days मैचेस चल रहे थे. आई मीन कैंप में ही मैचेस लगे हुए थे उस टाइम पे. तो जब सर से पहली बार मिली तो ऐसे फील ही नहीं हुआ कि मैं सर से फर्स्ट टाइम मिल रही हूँ. एंड देन उसके बाद जब भी हमारी सीरीज़ थी, अगर मैं टेस्ट मैच का आपको बताऊँ तो एक बहुत अच्छा एग्जाम्पल है. सर ने, मतलब सर ऑलवेज़ मोटिवेट करते हैं, और सबसे अच्छी बात है कि सर मतलब इतना फेथ और ट्रस्ट दिखाते हैं मेरे ऊपर एज अ प्लेयर, जिससे कि एक कॉन्फिडेंस आता है कि आप अच्छा करो. और एक होता है ना मैम, कोच का ट्रस्ट प्लेयर के ऊपर बहुत ज़रूरी होता है. तो मुझे लगता है कि जो भी प्रेशर होता है आधा तो वहीं से रिलीज़ हो जाता है जब भी सर मुझे बोलते हैं कि चल दीप्ति अभी यू हैव टू डू इट. तो मतलब ये चीज़ मेरे लिए बहुत मायने रखता है, और हमेशा जब भी बोलते हैं उस चीज़ पे, मतलब एज अ प्लेयर मैं टीम के लिए खड़ी उतरती हूँ, दैट आई हैव टू डू फॉर द टीम. तो अच्छा लगता है, और सर ऑलवेज मोटिवेट करते हैं, चाहे नो मैटर व्हाट प्रैक्टिस हो या मैच हो. तो मुझे लगता है कि एक कोच का प्लेयर को लेके ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट रहता है ट्रस्ट.
ये तो अच्छी चीज़ कही, लेकिन वर्ल्ड कप में हम 3 मैच हारे थे, और हमारी हालत काफ़ी टाइट थी उस टाइम। तो तीसरा इंग्लैंड के साथ मैच हारने के बाद आप ये अच्छा कोच, उन्होंने फिर क्या अपने आप का नया रूप उसका सुनाइए सबको यहाँ।
दीप्ति।
पहले से वार्न कर दिया मुझे। नहीं मैम, देखिए अगर आप बैक टू बैक 3 मैच हारते हैं तो
नहीं कहा उन्होंने क्या, रीजन मत दीजिए, उनका डिस्क्राइब करिए हुआ क्या, अगर आप कर सकती हैं तो।
मैम देखिए ऐसे तो मुश्किल है, लेकिन ऐसे ऑब्वियसली मैं ऐसे बोल नहीं सकती क्योंकि वो टीम की ही बात रहती है, ड्रेसिंग रूम की। लेकिन बुरा ऑब्वियसली एज अ टीम बुरा लगता है जब आप किसी भी मोमेंट पे जाके जीता हुआ मैच हारते हैं तो।
चलो,
Let me ask you the question.
I'll take this on behalf of my player. I think, sometimes there are times in sports that, things don't go your way. And I realized after the third game against England when we lost, I won't say, we lost. The language that we spoke in the dressing room was that we were just not able to cross the line. Not that we lost the game. We were just not able to cross the line. And all the 3 games that then we couldn't cross the line were in the pocket, basically. And they were hurting. They were really hurting in the dressing room. I could sense it, that all the 15 players were hurt in the dressing room. And at times, as a coach, you realize that this is a time when you just have to put the finger on that scar. Sometimes, you just leave it for some other day, but at times you just have to do that once. And I realized that was that apt time. Sorry.
दुखती रग पे.
Just एक press किया तो, I think they realized it later, and credit to everyone, including Harman, including Smriti, including Dipti, that, they reacted really positively to that talk in the dressing room. I think they had a secretive meeting, possibly, I came to know a little later, all the players, and they said that, okay, we need to turn this around, and India expects a little better than that from us. And I'm glad that they took it really positively. I just want to, quickly touch that they're not just, their ability is second to none in the country. They're amazingly talented and skillful players, but they are good human beings as well. Amazing human beings.
And so you're saying that you found the key that turned the lock almost in that sense. You also had, I'm not sure how many of you saw this on social media. Go and look for it if you haven't. It's called Amul Muzumdar's sort of 7-hour speech that he said, lock yourself in a bubble for 7 hours, and it's there on Instagram. So where did that speech come from? Do you prepare speeches, or was that spontaneous? This is the World Cup final. You've just beaten Australia in that great game, a big emotional high. Where did that big speech come from? Or was it easy?
It wasn't easy. But I'll tell you, the background with that. It's just, 2 years into this job, I realized that this team, this Indian women's cricket team, these young minds, they don't, they don't just listen to what you're saying. They absorb every word that you're talking. So I had to choose my words really carefully in this dressing room. So I realized in the job, I realized the power of words with them. And as a leader or as a coach, you just have to be careful of what you're talking. That particular final speech, in the semi-finals, I had narrated a couple of stories in the huddle, and they were inspiring, not just for the players, but for the support staff as well. And then in the finals, I think the pressure was enormous. I mean, you can imagine a World Cup final, that to a home World Cup in my home city, Mumbai. There were a lot of things that were happening on that, on that morning. Plus, there was rain around, so Whatever we had thought the previous night had to be kept on hold because things were unfolding as on that day. So I had not prepared anything. But the most important thing was my mind was crowded with a lot of thoughts. And then I realized that if my mind is crowded, I can imagine what the players must be going through. So the most important thing was to stay in the present. And how do I bring them back to present? If they focus on other things, then we won't be in 2nd November 2025. So the most important thing was to stay in the present. And just happened to see the crowd. There were 50,000 in the D.Y. Patil Stadium and plus about 50 crores watching outside. So there was no pressure as such, but just that, we had to stay in a bubble. And if I knew that if they play to their potential, we would be able to crack this one.
I just wanted to ask you, when you're talking about this, about being in a bubble, this is like a crisis manager's sort of situation. What would you tell? I'm sure there are managers in this room who want advice from athletes who are in these very tense situations. The whole country is looking at you. Everything is on television. Is there a magic bullet? What's the formula to kind of work through any kind of crisis that you and your team may be faced with?
No, as I said, sometimes, as a leader, you could be quiet as well. I know sometimes it could be boring, just doing your job day in, day out, just showing your face actually sometimes. You don't have to be in limelight all the time to acquire the desired results. You just have to listen to what is around you. And as I said, the power of words, I realized that it's fantastic. They absorb a lot of words. When you speak something, they absorb it. And it wasn't just the final speech, but I've got a whiteboard which I carry generally everywhere. Dipti's bored with it, but whatever I have to speak, I write it down. It could be just 2 words, it could be a line, or it could be 4-5 points, bullet points, which I want to convey to the team. Especially against Australia, when we were chasing 338, I knew that nothing could be said in the interval. What can you say? They were on the field for 50 overs. They fielded for 338 runs. Australia were right on top of us. I just wrote on the whiteboard that we just need one more run than Australia to qualify for the finals of the World Cup. Simple as that. Could just come back to the basic and probably simplify it for the minds that are already clogged and under pressure.
Dipti, Amol is talking about pressure, and you are seen as one of the best clutch players that is there in the Indian team. You are able to walk into a situation, take control. हमने सभी मैचेस में देखा कि आप जैसे विदाउट प्रेशर लग रहा है कि आप पे प्रेशर है नहीं, लेकिन आपका जो रिस्पॉन्स होता है एज अ प्लेयर, जो स्किल आप एग्जीक्यूट करते हैं, वो कहाँ से आया है आपके लिए? आपका अप्रोच क्या होता है ऐसी सिचुएशंस में?
आई थिंक वो जब मैंने अपना पहला मैच स्टेट के लिए खेला था, तो तभी से वो अपने जहन में डाल लिया था कि कोई भी सिचुएशन हो, कोई भी प्रेशर सिचुएशन अगर आएगी तो आपको फेस करना है, लेकिन आप अगर काम एंड कंपोज रहेंगे तो यू विल हैंडल एनी सिचुएशन. तो मैं हमेशा एक ही चीज़ सोचती हूँ कि कोई भी जैसे बड़े से बड़ा मैच हो या छोटे से छोटा मैच, हमेशा मुझे अपना 100% देना है विद द पॉजिटिव माइंडसेट. तो जो भी हम बात करते हैं, और आई थिंक इस चीज़ में हेल्प मैंने मेरे भैया ने करा है, और हमेशा जो भी मैच खेलती हूँ उसके बाद मैं उनसे हमेशा बात करती हूँ, अच्छा हो बुरा हो जो भी हो, वो मुझे गाइड करते हैं. और मुझे बोलते हैं कि कैसे आप मोटिवेटेड रह सकते हो, और कैसे मतलब जैसे मुझे चैलेंजेस पसंद है, तो मैं हमेशा
पसंद है?
जी बहुत पसंद है. और जब भी प्रेशर सिचुएशन आती है, आई ऑलवेज एन्जॉय कि ऐसी सिचुएशन आए जिससे कि मैं थोड़ा और बेटर प्लेयर बन सकूं और टीम के लिए अच्छा कर सकूं. तो ईजी रहता है, तो मतलब ये होता है कि मीन्स हो जाएगा. तो वो वाला थॉट प्रोसेस जब रहता है तो कहीं ना कहीं होता है ऐसा. बट देन जब टफ सिचुएशंस आती हैं लाइक सेमीफाइनल एंड द फाइनल्स, तो मुझे अच्छा लगता है वहाँ से जब टीम को हारी हुई जगह से जब आप जिताते हो तो।
नर्वस नहीं होती किसी चीज़ में, एंग्जाइटी नहीं होती? जो कहते हैं जब प्लेयर नर्वस हो जाते फिर वो ठीक से सोच नहीं सकते, आपको हाथ नहीं कांपते कभी?
नहीं, आई थिंक अभी इतना एक्सपीरियंस आ गया है बैक टू बैक मैचेस खेल के, तो अभी पता चलता है कि आप किस टाइप के प्लेयर हो और कैसे टीम को हेल्प कर सकते हो, तो मैं हमेशा उस माइंडसेट से जाती हूँ, तो प्रेशर ऑटोमेटिकली रिलीज हो जाता है।
You know, one thing about Dipti is the way she will respond in a match. She does exactly those things in her practice sessions. Sometimes you just have to pull her back a little bit as a coach, that Dipti, you know, it's just a practice session.
Don't expend all your energy here.
But she expends that energy, that intensity. She has exactly the same thing what she will have in a match, and that's why the match is just a reflection of what she does outside in the practice session.
Amazing. You don't really hear this stuff. I mean, you've been decades in cricket. It would have been an unusual quality to see, I suppose. Do you see it in a lot of players? Is it a common thing?
With this team, yes. I mean, if you see Smriti Mandhana prepare for any game, it's outstanding to see. If you see Harmanpreet, you know, in the practice session, every single session will be taken very seriously. If you see Jemima Rodriguez, you know, prepare for each game, they've got a set routine, and by now I know what their routines are. So, you know, you just have to cater, as a coach, you just have to cater to each one of them individually, as well as keeping the team's theme in mind.
And, you know, you've coached men, you've coached junior men, you've coached in the IPL, you've coached senior men, and you've coached women. What's the difference? Is there a difference between coaching men and women? And I'm not talking about men and women cricketers. I'm not talking about the game as sense, but just from a management point of view. What's the differences? What's the easy part? What's the tough part coaching women as opposed to men?
No, I didn't think so. You know, as a player, I had enough experience probably of 2 decades that I played domestic cricket. I played probably on each and every ground in India in those 20 years that I played first class cricket. But I parked those thoughts as a player 10 years back, 2012-13 that I retired. I parked those thoughts. And then there was an opportunity for me to coach Mumbai Ranji Trophy team as a head coach, and I grabbed it because I wanted to give back to Mumbai cricket. Whatever I had gained, 10 folds that I had gained, I could give something back to Mumbai cricket. And then this opportunity presented itself, and I didn't think twice, because the first and foremost thing that hit my mind was here's an opportunity to serve Indian cricket. I didn't look at it as men's or women's cricket at all. I thought, what a great opportunity. I mean, there cannot be any better opportunity for me to give back to Indian cricket. And managing them, I thought, you know, the most important thing as a coach was to gain their trust. And once you gain their trust, I think this Indian women's cricket team is the best in the world. And I'm talking about both the genders. Best in the world. They absorb things and they follow their instincts to the T.
And since you were talking about, you know, serving Indian cricket, why don't you tell them the story about the India shirt that landed up suddenly? Should I give the context, or will you?
Please do.
So Amol played 15 years of domestic cricket.
20
years of domestic cricket. He scored enormous stack of runs in domestic cricket, 12,000 in first class cricket, 12,000, played for Mumbai, played for a couple of other, and never got the opportunity to play for India, and now he'll take the story from there.
I was just, as I said, you know, 20 years of domestic cricket. It was a lot of hard work. There was I couldn't get that opportunity. Of course, I started playing cricket with a dream of representing India and wearing that blue jersey or that white jersey which had the India logo on. Because I started playing cricket when it was pre-T20 era. So I had that dream, and it's almost, 35 years that dream was, and as I said, after I retired from playing cricket, I parked those thoughts that I thought, well, it won't happen ever, but fair enough, I gave it all, whatever I had, whatever I could try, I did my best, and I parked those thoughts. But then this opportunity presented itself, and then I had that opportunity to hold that Indian jersey. I laid it on the bed and called my family. That was the first call that I made, was to my wife and my dad and my mom. It was an emotional couple of minutes, and I got that opportunity to represent India in a different form, in a different way, as a coach, and I'm grateful for that.
I think a round of applause is. Dipti के बारे में ये कहा जाता है कि she is very quiet. You can hear her voice, the low pitch at which she is speaking. But she is also one of the few. ये जो आपको confidence कहाँ आई कि आप non-striker run out कराओ? ये बताओ.
Sorry?
Non-striker को run out जब आपने कराया था, non-striker पे वो बताइए. Now Dipti ran out players at the non-striking end and become a massive scandal in the women's game.
This was before I was a coach.
This is before you. बताइए ये कहाँ से confidence आई कि मैं उसको out करूँ? Now I'm sure all of you know that running a non-striker is a very big deal. If you don't, please raise your hands and ask the person sitting next to you. They'll explain. Go बोलिए.
देखिए जो रूल में है वो तो हमें करना ही पड़ता है.
रूल में है.
हाँ, obviously. और उस टाइम पे ऐसा था कि तभी ग्राउंड पे डिसाइड हुआ था कि like in fact the warning also we gave to her. तो उसके बाद भी लगा कि हमें वो नहीं हो रहा है, तो उसके बाद
करना पड़ा.
मेरे पास मैसेज आया कि नहीं अभी हम लोगों को करना पड़ेगा, so that's why मैंने वो रन आउट किया.
And she ran out an England player. That's an England player, and the English got very sort of righteous about it, and it was absolute nonsense. दीप्ति आप ये चीज़ बताइए, आपने ये कहा है कि Women's World Cup के बाद आपने कहा कि जब आपकी इंटरव्यू की जा रही थी फाइनल के बाद, आपने कहा you want more matches. ये बताइए why did you ask for more matches? What is this of all the things you said? We want more matches to play.
नहीं, आई थिंक पहले से तो काफ़ी अच्छा हो गया है, और क्योंकि पहले नंबर ऑफ़ मैचेस कम हुआ करते थे. अगर मैं पहले की बात करूं तो अभी इस चीज़ के लिए BCCI ऑल्सो टेकिंग गुड केयर फॉर वुमेंस क्रिकेट ऑल्सो. अभी आई थिंक काफ़ी बेटर हो गया है, और इफ़ और भी रहेंगे लाइक इन द डोमेस्टिक सर्किट ऑल्सो. दैट्स वाई आई टोल्ड कि डोमेस्टिक को जितना ज़्यादा मैचेस खेलने को मिलेंगे वो डेफिनेटली वुमेंस क्रिकेट को कहीं ना कहीं हेल्प करेगा, क्योंकि बहुत सारा टैलेंट है जो कि मुझे लगता है कि कहीं ना कहीं भी थोड़ा सा छुपा हुआ है, जो कि अगर ज़्यादा मैच खेलेंगे तो डेफिनेटली जो अच्छा टैलेंट है वो भी और भी निखर के आएगा.
Amol, what has this whole experience of working with the Indian women's team taught you about yourself, about coaching? You're known to be a bit of a reader. Did you go back and look at certain books written by other coaches? What was your sort of education coming into this, or was it? How did you? When you look back at the last, say,
there are multiple things, Sharda. I won't be able to pinpoint on one particular thing, but just the experience that I gathered while playing cricket, experience that I gathered while doing some media work in the last 10 years before I took up this job, and just coaching different teams. I mean, I was involved with IPL, with the Rajasthan Royals for a good 3 years. Then with Mumbai Ranji Trophy team, and then now with the Indian women's team. So I think sport has taught me a lot. It's been a school of life for me, and you just you pick up nuggets from every piece, and you try and make your own castle. That's what I've learned. Also, sport has taught me that every day the scoreboard changes.
That's a great line.
The applause, applause fades. But I think what it also teaches is that if you have an impact on others, then it remains forever. And that's what I've strived to do in the last 2 years, that I know that I can make some contribution in these life of these youngsters who are with the Indian team.
And did you imagine that you will unseat Shah Rukh Khan as the most beloved female team sports coach? Everybody looks at you and is doing all their very wrong Kabir Khan sort of comparisons. Did you imagine that ever?
We call him after the finals, Kabir Khan.
Oh, the women call him after. Who are we?
Dipti. I mean, I'm not a social media person, but I see everything. I see a lot of things. I won't lie. I mean, if there are parallels, there are parallels. I mean, you can't help it. People say things. As I said, scoreboard changes every day. The applause fades one day. So all you can do is just remain patient about it and just make sure that you do your job as passionately and as honestly as you can. Kabir Khan wo kahan se aaya mujhe pata nahi.
Dipti, just rounding up some the questions. Amol, I just want to park this with you for about 30 seconds. If you can remember your favorite memory incident after this match that you can recall, what someone said, maybe something that comes to your mind. I'll come back to you. I'll ask Dipti a question instead. Dipti, recently आप interviews में कह रहे हैं, क्या कह रही है?
No, nothing.
You want everyone, आप कह रही है that girls should dream big. आपकी सबसे बड़ी, आपकी big dream क्या थी? आप बताइए।
क्योंकि जब मैंने क्रिकेट खेलना स्टार्ट किया तो ऑब्वियसली ये था कि एक दिन इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट करना है, वो ब्लू जर्सी पहनना है और नेशनल एंथम जब मैंने देखा मैच तो ये सब रहता था, तो मेरा भी यही माइंडसेट था कि मुझे भी एक दिन वहाँ पर जाके खेलना है। और ऑब्वियसली टीवी पे मैचेस आते थे तो मतलब यही था कि, और सभी गर्ल्स को भी मैं यही बोलना चाहती हूँ जो भी स्पोर्ट्स खेल रहे हैं या जिनका भी इंटरेस्ट है खेलने के लिए, कि ड्रीम बिग रखो, क्योंकि अगर अच्छा सोचोगे और अगर आप इफ़ यू थिंक बिग तो डेफिनेटली वो आपको एक दिन आपके लक्ष्य तक लेकर जाता है।
और यहाँ जो पेरेंट्स, ग्रैंड पेरेंट्स यहाँ और जो कैमरा में देखेंगे, उनसे आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे लड़कियों और स्पोर्ट्स के बारे में?
तो यहाँ पर जितने भी मेंबर्स हैं उन सबको यही बोलूँगी कि जो भी आपके डॉटर्स हैं उनको आप सपोर्ट करें, क्योंकि विद द टैलेंट कहीं ना कहीं सपोर्ट बहुत ज़रूरी होता है जो नहीं मिल पाता है। बट आई एम लकी कि मुझे वो सपोर्ट मिला, तो मैं चाहूँगी कि सभी को ऐसे पेरेंट्स मिलें जो आप अपने बच्चों को सपोर्ट कर सकें। और डेफिनेटली स्पोर्ट्स में कहीं ना कहीं फ्यूचर है, अगर आप इफ़ यू सपोर्ट देम तो डेफिनेटली आप भी ऐसे ही सभी को देखेंगे जैसे कि अभी विमेंस क्रिकेट ने जो अचीव करा।
Amol, just a last question. Any memory that you want to share before we go about any anecdote, incident you remember from this World Cup that was absolutely that you'll never forget?
Well, I'll never forget the catch Harman took, because I was sitting in the dugout, and from the dugout you couldn't see certain things because there were billboards right in front of you. And when she took the catch, I just asked, the bowling coach who was next to me, I just asked him, has she taken it? Yeah, and he said yes. And then the euphoria and the noise in the stadium, it just, keeps repeating. And, social media is such that it doesn't allow you to forget that moment. So it just keeps repeating. It was an unbelievable, it was a surreal moment. Which I don't think any Indian who has watched it would forget in their lifetime. I think 1983 was a watershed moment in men's cricket in India. I think 2nd November 2025 at the stroke of midnight could be the watershed moment in...
Applause please for this fantastic speakers.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sharda. Thank you, Deepti. And thank you, Amol. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we now break for lunch, which is at Rani Bagh for delegates. And we'll return with more. At 2:30, we will begin our next session. Please take your belongings with you. We will have a security sweep during lunch. I repeat, please take your belongings with you. There will be a security sweep during lunch. Lunch is at Rani Bagh for delegates. Partners are requested to please move to the Bata Partner Lounge. And for those of you who are interested, the HD at 100 photo exhibition, the culmination of the My Country, My Lens photography contest, part of the Hindustan Times centenary celebrations. We have the exhibition up at Roshanara and Jahanara. You are requested to please go across and see the winning entries that we have on display there. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will return at 2:30 with the session with the Honorable Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. Thank you.
I am the future that was born 100 years ago. I am the purpose that emerged with India's independence to be a force for business that makes doing good our business. Towards an independence where knowledge sets us free. To think big and achieve bigger. To take India to the world and the world to India. Creating pathways of self-reliance. To stand for progress, the planet and the people. Towards a future made perfect. And be a force creating abundance. Because independence is not a moment in history. It's a never-ending path to prosperity. Aditya Birla Group, a force for good.
कस्टमर लॉयल्टी रिवॉर्ड 55 इंच का टीवी 4,999 रुपए में. Too good to be true.
Unknown company, unknown sender. यानी पक्का स्कैम. केस सॉल्व्ड.
करेक्ट. स्कैम के खिलाफ गूगल के साथ आओ, स्कैम पहचानो, मौका कमाओ.
Imagination in flight begins with a sheet of paper, a couple folds, and a simple throw. But for some, the exhilaration and wonder behind flight never fades. At GE Aerospace, we turn what-ifs into what's next. Because when the right idea catches the wind, there's no limit to how far the next generation will go.
On the rise, सुन ले आसमां, डबल इंजन का ये मिशन है महान. 2047 तक हम न रुकेंगे, 6 ट्रिलियन का ड्रीम पूरा करेंगे. मथुरा की गलियों में गूंजे है राधा, अयोध्या में दूर हुई मंदिर की बाधा, काशी प्रयागराज की गोल्डन चमक, यूपी सरकार की गूंजे धमक. सड़कों पर फर्राटा फिक्रलेस बिल्कुल बिंदास, एक्सप्रेस वे पर साएं पूरा विश्वास. विकसित यूपी की बढ़ गई प्यास, 2047 का ये विजन बहुत खास. माफिया का दी एंड, फियर गॉन, योगी राज में लॉ एंड ऑर्डर हुआ स्ट्रॉन्ग. बेखौफ घूमे जनता, गुंडों पर मार, नया यूपी तोड़ रहा पुरानी दीवार. यूपी ऑन द राइज, सुन ले आसमां, डबल इंजन का ये मिशन महान 2047 तक हम न रुकेंगे 6 ट्रिलियन का ड्रीम पूरा करेंगे
Blessed with breathtaking natural beauty, vibrant tribal culture, and rich heritage its identity. Where there are vast reserves of mineral wealth, the new growth engine of New India. Writing a new saga of development under good governance. Chhattisgarh, a state like no other, from Bastar to Sarguja. Chhattisgarhia, sable badhiya.
NPS वात्सल्य ये किसने दिया?
ये हमने दिया है। सभी चाहते हैं अपने बच्चों की आज की नहीं कल की जरूरतों को भी पूरा करें। इसीलिए हमने चुना है NPS वात्सल्य, जो सालाना 1000 रुपए के निवेश से भी शुरू हो जाता है।
NPS वात्सल्य आप 18 वर्ष तक के बच्चों के लिए ले सकते हैं, जो 18 वर्ष बाद खुद ही NPS अकाउंट में कन्वर्ट हो जाएगा।
इसीलिए कहता हूँ हर उम्र के लिए NPS जरूरी है।
As India strides towards the vision of Viksit Bharat at 2047, CGEW-HO stands committed to building not just homes, but a foundation of dignity, welfare, and inclusive progress for the backbone of our nation, our central government employees. This year's theme, Urban Solutions to Crisis, speaks directly to the heart of CGEW-HO's mission, a mission they've upheld for over 35 years, and that is to serve those who serve the nation. From its inception, CGEW-HO has seen housing not just as infrastructure, but as a right, a vital foundation for inclusive and dignified urban living. With a pan-India footprint, CGEW-HO has successfully delivered quality housing projects across the nation, from metros to emerging cities, ensuring that central government employees have access to secure and affordable homes wherever duty takes them.
I would say that dedicated freight corridor is the jewel of Indian Railways.
India dreamt of a new future with a faster, safer and smarter freight network. A vision to create a dedicated pathway for the nation's lifeline, its cargo. That vision became a mission. Dedicated freight corridors. From blueprints to steel tracks, from ideas to execution, DFCCIL has built one of the largest infrastructure projects in independent India. Over 6,000 track kilometers of dedicated freight tracks now connecting ports, production centers and people. The eastern and western dedicated freight corridors, two arteries of progress, now redefine how goods move across the nation. India's logistics cost stands at nearly 24 lakh crore rupees. With the transformational impact, helped India to reduce logistic cost to around 8% from 14% of the GDP. Reducing this cost is not just an economic goal, it's a national mission. And the data speaks clearly. The dedicated freight corridors are delivering impact. The national logistics is on a declining trend. validating DFCCIL's foundational purpose and giving a strong fillip to India's thriving economy. DFCCIL's high-capacity network offers unmatched reliability, efficiency and sustainability, delivering economic growth on rails. DFCCIL enables industries to move more and spend less. With faster turnaround, energy efficiency, the DFC network is cutting carbon emissions and logistics costs simultaneously. Every kilometer of DFC track reduces road congestion, saves fuel, and contributes to India's journey towards net zero. The next chapter of this express lane of India's cargo is integration, connecting every industry and mode seamlessly to the DFC network. Through multimodal logistics parks, Gati Shakti cargo terminals, private sidings, and innovative logistics solutions with first mile, last mile connectivity and ease of doing business, DFCCIL is driving India's shift from cost-heavy to cost-efficient logistics. With every consignment tracked, every wagon optimized, and every terminal upgraded, DFCCIL is shaping the logistics ecosystem of tomorrow. Offloading freight traffic to the dedicated freight corridor has revolutionized operations across adjoining Indian railway zones. Decongested routes have enabled smoother traffic flow, record punctuality, and higher freight loading. During Mahakumbh 2025, DFCCIL diverted 100% freight traffic from East Central and North Central railways to the Eastern DFC, ensuring seamless movement of Mahakumbh special trains. DFC's operational excellence also helped Dhanbad division achieve record freight loading. Consequently, DFCCIL, driving efficiency, reliability and national pride. DFCCIL has been at the forefront of adopting and collaborating on several of India's first innovative solutions for the railways, pioneering technologies that redefine safety, reliability and efficiency. The Heavy Haul Institute not only imparts specialized training, but also partners with leading national and international organizations and institutions, driving innovation through collaboration. With unmatched capability and innovation, DFCCIL now stands among the world's most advanced freight networks, a proud symbol of India's excellence. As a leader of heavy haul rail freight transportation, DFCCIL organized Global Heavy Haul Conference in June 2025 to deliberate future technologies of rail transportation. Behind every track, every bridge, every train are thousands of men and women whose commitment built this national dream. Their passion, precision and perseverance define DFCCIL's strength.
Together, we are transforming India's logistic landscape, making freight smarter, faster and greener.
As DFCCIL marks 20 years of perseverance and progress, we reaffirm our mission to be the backbone of India's economic growth, to power industry and prosperity, and to build the corridors of the future. The future of logistics in India, delivered.
उगती हुई हरियाली में, सोने सी हर बाली में, हर सुबह चाय की प्याली में और घर घर की खुशहाली में, प्रदूषण मुक्त हो आसमान, दुनिया भर में अपने निशान, आत्मनिर्भर हिंदुस्तान, गेल इंडिया जिसकी पहचान।
Every great journey begins with a resolute step. India's journey in infrastructure started with early recognition of its importance, which gained traction from the mid-2000s onwards. Established in 2006 by the Government of India, India Infrastructure Finance Company Limited or IIFCL finances key infrastructure projects from roads and power to renewable energy, airports, seaports and urban development. IIFCL drives projects essential to India's growth.
आज भारत आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के निर्माण के लिए ज्यादा से ज्यादा इन्वेस्टमेंट करने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है, तो वही आज का भारत हर वो कदम भी उठा रहा है जिससे प्रोजेक्ट्स में देरी ना हो, रुकावटें ना आए, कम समय पर पूरा हो.
Playing a pivotal role in advancing economic progress, IIFCL offers long-term financial support to transformative projects. Its milestone contributions include the financing of international airports in Delhi, Mumbai, Hyderabad, Goa and Jewar, Pune Metro Rail Project, APCO Sri Amarnath Ji Tunnelway, and India's first railway station redevelopment, Rani Kamlapati Station in Madhya Pradesh. In the past few years, IIFCL's new leadership has infused a fresh wave of market-driven dynamism and agility into its operations. This transformative approach has led to enhanced credit and risk management practices, the digitization of project monitoring for progress-linked disbursements, and a strategic focus on growth driven by internal accruals.
The infrastructure sector in India is witnessing a fundamental shift from addressing basic connectivity gaps to building world-class assets. We are no longer just constructing roads between potholes, we are building access-controlled expressways, modern logistics hubs, state-of-the-art airports, and resilient power infrastructure. This transformation is shaping a new India, faster, smarter, and better connected. In this dynamic and evolving landscape, IIFCL has been at the forefront of enabling this progress. Over the last 2 decades, we have steadily evolved from being a lender to a convener, crowding in long-term capital, supporting public-private partnerships, and driving strategic investments in infrastructure. Today, IIFCL stands as a key enabler in India's development journey, working with other NBFC IFCs, state-level financiers, and urban local bodies.
At IIFCL, we believe in investing in Vikasit Bharat's future and have financed around 28% of the country's PPP projects, all for shaping a connected, opportunity-driven tomorrow. India's infrastructure growth is vital to its economic growth, and IIFCL has pioneered the digitization of loan monitoring and surveillance to ensure it. It has become the first lender in India to introduce an online project monitoring system, or OPMS, using advanced technology solutions like drones, GIS, and other tools. Innovation drives IIFCL's strategy, where use of technology helps execute projects with precision, speed, and sustainability. By integrating AI, machine learning, and IoT, we are building smarter, future-ready infrastructure.
As far as our impact goes, IIFCL has sanctioned rupees 3.5 lakh crores to about 870 infrastructure projects with project outlay of over 15 lakh crores. IIFCL offers a wide range of lending products, making it one of the most diversified public sector infrastructure financier in the country. Its product offerings include direct lending, takeout finance, refinance, and credit enhancement, supporting both greenfield and brownfield projects across all infrastructure subsectors listed in government's harmonized master list.
Today, IIFCL is leading the way in financing vital projects in transportation, energy, and urban development, shaping the nation's future as never before. The impact of IIFCL goes beyond numbers. It's seen in the lives it transforms. Each project creates new opportunities, empowering communities with better facilities and pathways for growth. And innovation is a key factor in our growth story.
IIFCL's subsidiaries are also playing a key role in nation building. IFC UK has helped bring in US $4.5 billion to Indian projects through RBI's line of credit, taking advantage of UK's liberal financing norms. Meanwhile, IFCL Projects Limited (IPL) has incubated projects worth 2.5 lakh crore rupees across key ministries and states, covering sectors like shipping, industry, urban development, MSMEs, and more actively supporting infrastructure creation across India. Currently, around 80% of infrastructure financing comes from the government, while only 20% is contributed by the financial system. Our goal is to shift this balance to a more sustainable ratio of 66-33, with at least one-third of infrastructure financing coming from the financial system. India's infrastructure journey is at a really exciting stage. And to keep the momentum going, we are setting some really big goals. To begin with, we are planning to raise rupees 22,500 crore in long-term debt from international markets, starting with 4,500 crores in November 2025. The idea is simple: bring in more affordable capital, lower the cost of existing debt, while more importantly, lower the cost to the public for infrastructure services they consume.
IIFCL is helping India move towards a sustainable future by supporting renewable energy and eco-friendly urban solutions. Our funding contributes to key government initiatives like the National Infrastructure Pipeline, PM Gati Shakti, Bharatmala, Sagarmala, and railway station redevelopment.
We are also working on crowding in rupees 1 lakh crore of infrastructure funding. How? By creating a strong collaboration between NBFCs and IFCs, all connected through a common system of tracking and monitoring projects. It's all about making infra financing smarter and more coordinated. We're also looking ahead to new sectors and challenges, like setting up funds and institutions for maritime development, urban innovation, and even emerging areas like hydrogen, biofuels, green aviation, and space infrastructure. We're also moving towards becoming Basel III compliant and getting all India financial institution status, making us transparent and accountable as any global financial institution would be. By 2030, we aim to reach 1,12,000 crore in sanctions, rupees 56,000 crore in disbursements, and grow our loan book to rupees 2 lakh crores. That's a 23% annual growth. And we'll keep that going through strategies like asset securitization to recycle capital for future growth.
IIFCL is a diversified infrastructure financier, and its affiliates are maintaining high standards in the domain of finance sector and catalyzing the creation of world-class infrastructure across the nation. IIFCL expanded its global impact through strategic alliances with international financial institutions. IIFCL integrates growth with social responsibility, impacting over 5 lakh lives across 24 states and union territories through partnerships with government bodies, NGOs, and social institutions. IIFCL's journey is a testament to its commitment, building bridges, empowering communities, and helping India reach its full potential. With every project, we are not just financing infrastructure, we are investing in the nation's future.
At the state level, we want to help governments and urban local bodies build more development projects by offering support through new PPP models that are also FRBM compliant, and also refinance state level finance corporations. And finally, it is not just about finance. Our CSR efforts will also support air and road safety measures and projects for water conservation and heritage protection, because we believe infrastructure should serve both today and tomorrow. So as India builds its future, we are making sure the foundation is strong, smart, and sustainable. And above all, we are ensuring that access to infrastructure is inclusive because true progress leaves no one behind.
IIFCL, funding foundation of the future.
प्लीज विद्या मेरी मदद कर दे। पर मेरा स्कूल बैग उठाना पड़ेगा। पक्का। स्कूल प्रोजेक्ट बनाना है ग्रीन एनर्जी पर। और मुझे कुछ नहीं पता। ग्रीन एनर्जी मतलब रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, जैसे सोलर और विंड एनर्जी।
With the aim to achieve half of installed capacity from clean energy sources, we are creating a greener future because every step we take nature along.
मेरा बैग।
From oil-rich lands where dreams ignite, Oil India Limited fuels the nation day and night. As India's flag bearer in oil and natural gas exploration, we have been powering dreams for over 60 years. With operations spanning 7 countries, we drive industries, energize economies, and spark innovation. Rooted in legacy, committed to sustainability, we are building futures, uplifting communities, and empowering generations. A Maharatna of India, proud and true. Oil India Limited, energizing lives for you.
RVNL today has evolved into a global infrastructure powerhouse, laying the foundations of a future-ready India. From railways to metros, from highways to harbors, from tunnels to solar power, RVNL is transforming the infrastructure landscape across India and beyond. From concept to commissioning, Rail Vikas Nigam Limited, empowering progress, delivering excellence.
I am the future that was born 100 years ago. I am the purpose that emerged with India's independence to be a force for business that makes doing good our business. Towards an independence where knowledge sets us free. To think big and achieve bigger. To take India to the world and the world to India. Creating pathways of self-reliance to stand for progress, the planet and the people. Towards a future made perfect and be a force creating abundance. Because independence is not a moment in history, it's a never-ending path to prosperity. Aditya Birla Group, a force for good.
कस्टमर लॉयल्टी रिवॉर्ड 55 इंच का टीवी 4,999 रुपए में। Too good to be true, हाँ?
अननोन कंपनी अननोन सेंडर यानी पक्का स्कैम के सॉल्व।
करेक्ट। स्कैम के खिलाफ गूगल के साथ आओ, स्कैम पहचानो, मौका कमाओ।
Imagination in flight begins with a sheet of paper, a couple folds, and a simple throw. But for some, the exhilaration and wonder behind flight never fades. At GE Aerospace, we turn what-ifs into what's next. Because when the right idea catches the wind, there's no limit to how far the next generation will go.
यूपी ऑन द राइज, सुन ले आसमां, डबल इंजन का ये मिशन है महान। 2047 तक हम न रुकेंगे, 6 ट्रिलियन का ड्रीम पूरा करेंगे।
मथुरा की गलियों में गूंजे है राधा, अयोध्या में दूर हुई मंदिर की बाधा, काशी प्रयागराज की गोल्डन चमक, यूपी सरकार की गूंजे धमक। सड़कों पर फर्राटा फिक्रलेस बिल्कुल बिंदास, एक्सप्रेस वे पर साए पूरा विश्वास। विकसित यूपी की बढ़ गई प्यास, 2047 का ये विजन बहुत खास। माफिया का दी एंड, फियर गॉन, योगी राज में लॉ एंड ऑर्डर हुआ स्ट्रॉन्ग। बेखौफ घूमे जनता, गुंडों पर मार, नया यूपी तोड़ रहा पुरानी दीवार।
यूपी ऑन द राइज, सुन ले आसमां, डबल इंजन का ये मिशन है महान। 2047 तक हम न रुकेंगे, 6 ट्रिलियन का ड्रीम पूरा करेंगे।
Blessed with breathtaking natural beauty, vibrant tribal culture, and rich heritage its identity. Where there are vast reserves of mineral wealth, the new growth engine of new India. Writing a new saga of development under good governance. Chhattisgarh, a state like no other, from Bastar to Sarguja. Chhattisgarhiya, sable badhiya.
NPS वात्सल्य, ये किसने दिया?
ये हमने दिया है। सभी चाहते हैं अपने बच्चों की आज की नहीं, कल की जरूरतों को भी पूरा करें। इसीलिए हमने चुना है NPS वात्सल्य, जो सालाना 1,000 रुपए के निवेश से भी शुरू हो जाता है।
NPS वात्सल्य आप 18 वर्ष तक के बच्चों के लिए ले सकते हैं, जो 18 वर्ष बाद खुद ही NPS अकाउंट में कन्वर्ट हो जाएगा।
इसीलिए कहता हूँ, हर उम्र के लिए NPS जरूरी है।
As India strides towards the vision of Viksit Bharat at 2047, CGEW-HO stands committed to building not just homes, but a foundation of dignity, welfare, and inclusive progress for the backbone of our nation, our central government employees. This year's theme, Urban Solutions to Crisis, speaks directly to the heart of CGEW-HO's mission, a mission they've upheld for over 35 years, and that is to serve those who serve the nation. From its inception, CGEW-HO has seen housing not just as infrastructure, but as a right, a vital foundation for inclusive and dignified urban living. With a pan-India footprint, CGEW-HO has successfully delivered quality housing projects across the nation, from metros to emerging cities, ensuring that central government employees have access to secure and affordable homes wherever duty takes them.
दिल देखो मोरे, दिल में बसे
I would say that dedicated freight corridor is the jewel of Indian Railways.
India dreamt of a new future with a faster, safer, and smarter freight network. A vision to create a dedicated pathway for the nation's lifeline, its cargo. That vision became a mission: dedicated freight corridors. From blueprints to steel tracks, from ideas to execution, DFCCIL has built one of the largest infrastructure projects in independent India. Over 6,000 track kilometers of dedicated freight tracks now connecting ports, production centers, and people. The eastern and western dedicated freight corridors, two arteries of progress, now redefine how goods move across the nation. India's logistics cost stands at nearly 24 lakh. India to reduce logistic cost to around 8% from 14% of the GDP. Reducing this cost is not just an economic goal, it's a national mission. And the data speaks clearly. The dedicated freight corridors are delivering impact. The national logistics is on a declining trend, validating DFCCIL's foundational purpose and giving a strong fillip to India's thriving economy. DFCCIL's high-capacity network offers unmatched reliability, efficiency, and sustainability, delivering economic growth on rails. DFCCIL enables industries to move more and spend less. With faster turnaround, energy efficiency, the DFC network is cutting carbon emissions and logistics costs simultaneously. Every kilometer of DFC track reduces road congestion, saves fuel, and contributes to India's journey towards net zero. The next chapter of this express lane of India's cargo is integration, connecting every industry and mode seamlessly to the DFC network. Through multimodal logistics parks, Gati Shakti cargo terminals, private sidings, and innovative logistics solutions with first-mile, last-mile connectivity and ease of doing business, DFCCIL is driving India's shift from cost-heavy to cost-efficient logistics. With every consignment tracked, every wagon optimized, and every terminal upgraded, DFCCIL is shaping the logistics ecosystem of tomorrow. Offloading freight traffic to the dedicated freight corridor has revolutionized operations across adjoining Indian railway zones. Decongested routes have enabled smoother traffic flow, record punctuality, and higher freight loading. During Mahakumbh 2025, DFCCIL diverted 100% freight traffic from East Central and North Central railways to the Eastern DFC, ensuring seamless movement of Mahakumbh special trains. DFC's operational excellence also helped Dhanbad division achieve record freight loading. Consequently, DFCCIL, driving efficiency, reliability, and national pride. DFCCIL has been at the forefront of adopting and collaborating on several of India's first innovative solutions for the railways, pioneering technologies that redefine safety, reliability, and efficiency. The Heavy Haul Institute not only imparts specialized training, but also partners with leading national and international organizations and institutions, driving innovation through collaboration. With unmatched capability and innovation, DFCCIL now stands among the world's most advanced freight networks, a proud symbol of India's excellence. As a leader of heavy-haul rail freight transportation, DFCCIL organized Global Heavy Haul Conference in June 2025 to deliberate future technologies of rail transportation. Behind every track, every bridge, every train are thousands of men and women whose commitment built this national dream. Their passion, precision, and perseverance define DFCCIL's strength.
Together, we are transforming India's logistic landscape, making freight smarter, faster, and greener.
As DFCCIL marks 20 years of perseverance and progress, we reaffirm our mission to be the backbone of India's economic growth, to power industry and prosperity, and to build the corridors of the future. The future of logistics in India, delivered.
उगती हुई हरियाली में, सोने सी हर बाली में, हर सुबह चाय की प्याली में और घर घर की खुशहाली में, प्रदूषण मुक्त हो आसमान, दुनिया भर में अपने निशान, आत्मनिर्भर हिंदुस्तान, गेल इंडिया जिसकी पहचान।
Every great journey begins with a resolute step. India's journey in infrastructure started with early recognition of its importance, which gained traction from the mid-2000s onwards. Established in 2006 by the Government of India, India Infrastructure Finance Company Limited or IIFCL finances key infrastructure projects from roads and power to renewable energy, airports, seaports and urban development. IIFCL drives projects essential to India's growth.
आज भारत आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के निर्माण के लिए ज्यादा से ज्यादा इन्वेस्टमेंट करने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है, तो वही आज का भारत हर वो कदम भी उठा रहा है जिससे प्रोजेक्ट्स में देरी ना हो, रुकावटें ना आए, कम समय पर पूरा हो।
Playing a pivotal role in advancing economic progress, IIFCL offers long-term financial support to transformative projects. Its milestone contributions include the financing of international airports in Delhi, Mumbai, Hyderabad, Goa and Jewar, Pune Metro Rail Project, APCO Sri Amarnath Ji Tunnelway, and India's first railway station redevelopment, Rani Kamlapati Station in Madhya Pradesh. In the past few years, IIFCL's new leadership has infused a fresh wave of market-driven dynamism and agility into its operations. This transformative approach has led to enhanced credit and risk management practices, the digitization of project monitoring for progress-linked disbursements, and a strategic focus on growth driven by internal accruals.
The infrastructure sector in India is witnessing a fundamental shift from addressing basic connectivity gaps to building world-class assets. We are no longer just constructing roads between potholes, we are building access-controlled expressways, modern logistics hubs, state-of-the-art airports, and resilient power infrastructure. This transformation is shaping a new India, faster, smarter, and better connected. In this dynamic and evolving landscape, IIFCL has been at the forefront of enabling this progress. Over the last 2 decades, we have steadily evolved from being a lender to a convener, crowding in long-term capital, supporting public-private partnerships, and driving strategic investments in infrastructure. Today, IIFCL stands as a key enabler in India's development journey, working with other NBFC IFCs, state-level financiers, and urban local bodies.
At IIFCL, we believe in investing in Vikasit Bharat's future and have financed around 28% of the country's PPP projects, all for shaping a connected, opportunity-driven tomorrow. India's infrastructure growth is vital to its economic growth, and IIFCL has pioneered the digitization of loan monitoring and surveillance to ensure it. It has become the first lender in India to introduce an online project monitoring system or OPMS using advanced technology solutions like drones, GIS and other tools. Innovation drives IIFCL's strategy, where use of technology helps execute projects with precision, speed and sustainability. By integrating AI, machine learning and IoT, we are building smarter, future-ready infrastructure.
As far as our impact goes, IIFCL has sanctioned rupees 3.5 lakh crores to about 870 infrastructure projects with project outlay of over 15 lakh crores. IIFCL offers a wide range of lending products, making it one of the most diversified public sector infrastructure financier in the country. Its product offerings include direct lending, takeout finance, refinance, and credit enhancement, supporting both greenfield and brownfield projects across all infrastructure subsectors listed in government's harmonized master list.
Today, IIFCL is leading the way in financing vital projects in transportation, energy, and urban development, shaping the nation's future as never before. The impact of IIFCL goes beyond numbers. It's seen in the lives it transforms. Each project creates new opportunities, empowering communities with better facilities and pathways for growth. And innovation is a key factor in our growth story.
IIFCL's subsidiaries are also playing a key role in nation building. IFC UK has helped bring in $4.5 billion to Indian projects through RBI's line of credit, taking advantage of UK's liberal financing norms. Meanwhile, IFCL Projects Limited (IPL) has incubated projects worth 2.5 lakh crore rupees across key ministries and states, covering sectors like shipping, industry, urban development, MSMEs, and more actively supporting infrastructure creation across India. Currently, around 80% of infrastructure financing comes from the government, while only 20% is contributed by the financial system. Our goal is to shift this balance to a more sustainable ratio of 66-33, with at least 1/3 of infrastructure financing coming from the financial system. India's infrastructure journey is at a really exciting stage. And to keep the momentum going, we are setting some really big goals. To begin with, we are planning to raise rupees 22,500 crore in long-term debt from international markets, starting with 4,500 crores in November 2025. The idea is simple: bring in more affordable capital, lower the cost of existing debt, while more importantly, lower the cost to the public for infrastructure services they consume.
IIFCL is helping India move towards a sustainable future by supporting renewable energy and eco-friendly urban solutions. Our funding contributes to key government initiatives like the National Infrastructure Pipeline, PM Gati Shakti, Bharatmala, Sagarmala, and railway station redevelopment.
We are also working on crowding in rupees 1 lakh crore of infrastructure funding. How? By creating a strong collaboration between NBFCs and IFCs, all connected through a common system of tracking and monitoring projects. It's all about making infra financing smarter and more coordinated. We're also looking ahead to new sectors and challenges, like setting up funds and institutions for maritime development, urban innovation, and even emerging areas like hydrogen, biofuels, green aviation, and space infrastructure. We are also moving towards becoming Basel III compliant and getting all India financial institution status, making us transparent and accountable as any global financial institution would be. By 2030, we aim to reach 1,12,000 crore in sanctions, rupees 56,000 crore in disbursements, and grow our loan book to rupees 2 lakh crores. That's a 23% annual growth. And we'll keep that going through strategies like asset securitization to recycle capital for future growth.
IIFCL is a diversified infrastructure financier, and its affiliates are maintaining high standards in the domain of finance sector and catalyzing the creation of world-class infrastructure across the nation. IIFCL expanded its global impact through strategic alliances with international financial institutions. IIFCL integrates growth with social responsibility, impacting over 5 lakh lives across 24 states and union territories through partnerships with government bodies, NGOs, and social institutions. IIFCL's journey is a testament to its commitment, building bridges, empowering communities, and helping India reach its full potential. With every project, we are not just financing infrastructure, we are investing in the nation's future.
At the state level, we want to help governments and urban local bodies build more development projects by offering support through new PPP models that are also FRBM compliant, and also refinance state level finance corporations. And finally, it is not just about finance. Our CSR efforts will also support air and road safety measures and projects for water conservation and heritage protection, because we believe infrastructure should serve both today and tomorrow. So as India builds its future, we are making sure the foundation is strong, smart, and sustainable. And above all, we are ensuring that access to infrastructure is inclusive, because true progress leaves no one behind.
IIFCL, funding foundation of the future.
प्लीज विद्या मेरी मदद कर दे। पर मेरा स्कूल बैग उठाना पड़ेगा पक्का। स्कूल प्रोजेक्ट बनाना है ग्रीन एनर्जी पर, और मुझे कुछ नहीं पता। ग्रीन एनर्जी मतलब रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, जैसे सोलर और विंड एनर्जी।
With the aim to achieve half of installed capacity from clean energy sources, we are creating a greener future, because every step we take nature along.
ओह, मेरा बैग।
From oil-rich lands where dreams ignite, Oil India Limited fuels the nation day and night. As India's flag bearer in oil and natural gas exploration, we have been powering dreams for over 60 years. With operations spanning 7 countries, we drive industries, energize economies, and spark innovation. Rooted in legacy, committed to sustainability, we are building futures, uplifting communities, and empowering generations. A Maharatna of India, proud and true. Oil India Limited, energizing lives for you.
Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Due to security protocols, there are no water bottles on the tables. There is water station set up at the rear of the hall for your convenience.
How much time do we have for sir?
It is half an hour.
When is he supposed to come? It's 2:27.
Yeah, so they will. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, brings to the stage one of India's most prominent and closely watched political leaders. May I request you all to please be seated. A reminder to kindly keep mobile phones in the silent mode. Roll the AV.
On the rise, सुन ले आसमां, डबल इंजन का ये मिशन है महान। 2047 तक हम न रुकेंगे, 6 ट्रिलियन का ड्रीम पूरा करेंगे।
मथुरा की गलियों में गूंजे है राधा, अयोध्या में दूर हुई मंदिर की बाधा, काशी प्रयागराज की गोल्डन चमक, यूपी सरकार की गूंजे धमक। सड़कों पर फर्राटा फिक्रलेस बिल्कुल बिंदास, एक्सप्रेस वे पर साए साए पूरा विश्वास। विकसित यूपी की बढ़ गई प्यास, 2047 का ये विजन बहुत खास। माफिया का दी एंड, फियर गॉन, योगी राज में लॉ एंड ऑर्डर हुआ स्ट्रॉन्ग। बेखौफ घूमे जनता, गुंडों पर मार, नया यूपी तोड़ रहा पुरानी दीवार। be on the rise. सुन ले आसमां, डबल इंजन का ये मिशन है महान. 2047 तक हम न रुकेंगे, 6 ट्रिलियन का ड्रीम पूरा करेंगे.
Ladies and gentlemen, now coming up on stage, one of India's most prominent and closely watched political leaders. A leader whose tenure has been marked by large-scale governance reforms, strong administrative focus, and a transformative vision for India's most populous state. The conversation that we will have with Shri Yogi Adityanath ji will be in Hindi. It is now my honor to welcome Yogi Adityanath, the Honorable Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. Engaging with him is Shashi Shekhar, the Editor-in-Chief of Hindustan. This interaction will be in Hindi, ladies and gentlemen.
अरे भाई तालियां इतनी धीमी सी हैं? योगी जी ने लिखवा रखा है मुस्कुराइए आप लखनऊ में हैं. मैं कहना चाहता हूं हम जोश पे हैं क्योंकि आप दिल्ली में हैं. तो दोस्तों मेरे साथ जो हैं उनका परिचय देने की आपको ज़रूरत नहीं है. योगी आदित्यनाथ जी, और इनकी लोकप्रियता का आलम यह है कि अगर प्रदेश के बाहर भी कहीं जाते हैं तो उसके सियासी परिणाम भी मिलते हैं और लोग घंटों इनका इंतज़ार करते हैं. मैं बहुत भूमिका बनाए बिना सवाल पूछना चाहूँगा. 71 साल बाद पहला मौका ऐसा है गोविंद वल्लभ पंत जी के बाद जब कोई मुख्यमंत्री 8 साल लगातार कुर्सी पे रहा उत्तर प्रदेश की. कैसा लग रहा है आपको, और इस दौरान आपका कार्यकाल आपकी नज़र में कैसा रहा?
शशि जी, मैं सबसे पहले एसटी परिवार को इस समिट की हृदय से बधाई देता हूं. एसटी लीडरशिप समिट को हर वर्ष न केवल उनके दर्शकों और श्रोताओं को बल्कि समाज के अलग अलग तबके को का भी इंतजार रहता है. और मुझे कई वर्षों के बाद इस एसटी समिट में भाग लेने का अवसर प्राप्त हुआ है. मैं इस समिट के लिए पूरे एसटी परिवार को हृदय से बधाई और अपनी शुभकामनाएं देता हूं. और आज आपका जन्मदिन भी है.
अरे आपको याद है.
तो आपको भी जन्मदिन की ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं. उत्तर प्रदेश देश की आबादी का सबसे बड़ा राज्य है और पिछले 8.5 वर्ष से अधिक समय से हमारी पार्टी ने मुझे वहाँ पे सेवा करने का अवसर दिया है. इन 8 वर्षों में उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर बहुत कुछ बदला है और मुझे इस बात में आनंद की अनुभूति होती है कि उस बदलाव में हम भी सहभागी हैं और उस बदलाव का हिस्सा बनने, उत्तर प्रदेश को उसकी पहचान दिलाने का जो अभियान है उस अभियान का हम हिस्सा हैं. स्वाभाविक रूप से जब एक लंबे समय तक आपको कार्य करने का अवसर प्राप्त होता है तो बहुत सारी उपलब्धियां भी जुड़ती हैं और आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की प्रेरणा से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेतृत्व ने जो मुझे सेवा का अवसर दिया, उत्तर प्रदेश जैसे बड़े राज्य में इतने लंबे समय तक कार्य करने वाला मैं पहला मुख्यमंत्री हूं. यह भी मेरे साथ ही जुड़ा है कि 5 वर्ष तक लगातार कार्य करने के बाद दोबारा जनता ने उसे चुन करके भेजा हो, ये पहली बार हुआ है। और वो हमारी सरकार ने 17 से 22 तक कार्य किया, 22 में पुनः एक थम्बिक मेजॉरिटी के साथ पुनः जीत करके फिर से सत्ता बनाई है, और अब हम लोग 27 में जीतने की तैयारी कर रहे हैं।
आपको इस काल के दौरान कोई एक काम, जिसे पब्लिक की भाषा में बोलूं तो जिसे आप मास्टर स्ट्रोक कहेंगे?
देखिए, जब कार्यकाल लंबा होता है ना, तो उपलब्धियां भी आपके साथ लंबी चौड़ी जुड़ती हैं।
एक काम,
जैसे कोई ये कहे कि सनातन धर्मावलंबियों से कहे कि कोई एक पर्व बताइए जो आपको अच्छा लगता है, तो बता ही नहीं पाएगा। क्यों होली गिनाए, कि दीपावली गिनाए, कि विजयादशमी गिनाए, कि रक्षाबंधन गिनाए, कि रामनवमी को गिनाए, कि कृष्ण जन्माष्टमी को गिनाए, कि छठ को गिनाए, कौन सा गिनाए? क्योंकि एक लंबा समय है, युगों युगों से ये गाथा चली आ रही है, जिसने मानवीय व्यवस्था को, जीवन जीने की पद्धति को एक नया स्वरूप दिया है, जिसे आज हम पर्व और त्योहारों के रूप में मनाते हैं। जैसे भारत के अंदर कोई कहे कि किसी एक महापुरुष का नाम लीजिए जो हमारे लिए स्मरणीय हो, बहुत कठिन होगा, क्योंकि लंबे कालखंड के दौरान अनेक महापुरुष आए, सब ने कुछ न कुछ दिया। लेकिन फिर भी ये चैलेंज है मेरे लिए किसी एक घटना को गिनाना। लेकिन हाँ, मेरे जीवन का महत्वपूर्ण पल था जब 500 वर्षों के बाद अयोध्या में श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर निर्माण के कार्यक्रम की आधारशिला आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के कर कमलों से रखी गई। 500 वर्षों के बाद जब अयोध्या धाम में श्री राम जन्मभूमि पर भव्य राम मंदिर का निर्माण हुआ, 500 वर्षों के बाद अयोध्या में प्रभु श्री राम के बने हुए भव्य मंदिर में धर्म ध्वजा का आरोहण प्रधानमंत्री जी के कर कमलों से हुआ। ये 3 घटनाएं क्रम से, और उस 3 घटनाओं में मैं अकेला व्यक्ति जिसकी 3 पीढ़ियां उस पूरी आंदोलन के साथ जुड़ी रही हैं। क्योंकि जब रामलला का प्रकटीकरण हुआ था, मेरे दादा गुरु महंत दिग्विजयनाथ जी महाराज उस अभियान के हिस्से थे। श्री राम जन्मभूमि मुक्त यज्ञ समिति के नाते मेरे पूज्य गुरुदेव महंत अवेद्यनाथ जी महाराज उस आंदोलन को लीड कर रहे थे, और मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में वो सेवा, और उस सेवा को प्रभु के चरणों में समर्पित करने का सौभाग्य मुझे प्राप्त हुआ है। तो अपनी विरासत के प्रति कृतज्ञता ज्ञापित करने, अपने देश और अपने धर्म के प्रति अपने कर्तव्यों का निर्वहन करने का एक अवसर मुझे प्राप्त हुआ। और ये जीवन की एक बड़ी घटना हमारे लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, जिसको कई पीढ़ियां नहीं देख पाई। हमने अपने सामने इन सारी घटनाओं को होते हुए, उसके साथ सक्रिय रूप से जुड़ते हुए, उस अभियान को आगे बढ़ाते हुए अपनी आंखों से देखा है। इससे बड़ी घटना दूसरी नहीं हो सकती।
एक पुराना नारा याद आ गया जब राम जन्मभूमि आंदोलन चल रहा था कि अभी अयोध्या की बारी है, काशी मथुरा बाकी है। तो कुछ है ऐसा भी क्या?
देखिए, सभी जगह हम पहुंचेंगे,
सभी जगह पहुंचेंगे
और पहुंच चुके हैं। देखिए, विरासत पर किसी भी समाज को गौरव की अनुभूति होनी चाहिए, और उसी दिशा में ये सारे प्रयास प्रारंभ हुए हैं। हम आभारी हैं माननीय उच्चतम न्यायालय के, जिन्होंने सर्वसम्मति से जो भी तथ्य और प्रमाण प्रस्तुत किए गए थे, उन प्रमाणों का अवलोकन करते हुए एक फैसला सुनाया। और भारत के लोकतंत्र की सबसे बड़ी विजय है कि माननीय उच्चतम न्यायालय के इस फैसले को सबने स्वीकार किया, सर्वानुमति से बनी हुई। और आज का दिन तो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, विवादित ढांचा हटाने का भी आज दिन है। तो स्वाभाविक रूप से एक कलंक हटा, तो एक विरासत की पुनर्स्थापना का कार्य देश के अंदर हुआ। और आज आप देख रहे होंगे श्री राम जन्मभूमि पर भगवान राम के भव्य मंदिर के शिलान्यास के बाद करोड़ों लोग वहां पर आए। मूर्ति प्राण प्रतिष्ठा कार्यक्रम के बाद 24 करोड़ से अधिक श्रद्धालु अयोध्या धाम आ चुके हैं। पर्व और त्योहारों के दौरान वहाँ पे श्रद्धालुओं की संख्या 35 से 40 लाख तक पहुँचती है और सामान्य दिनों में हम देखते हैं कि 1 लाख से 1.5 लाख श्रद्धालु अयोध्या धाम में आता है। मुझे लगता है कि स्वतंत्र भारत के अंदर ये कार्य स्वतःस्फूर्त भाव के साथ होने चाहिए थे। चलिए, निमित्त मात्र जिसको भी बनना था बने हैं, लेकिन देश के विकास के लिए आने वाली पीढ़ी के सामने एक नया उदाहरण प्रस्तुत करने के लिए ये अभियान भी, आंदोलन भी, ये सभी आवश्यक थे। आगे भी जो होगा उसमें हमारी सक्रिय भूमिका इसी रूप में रहेगी।
विकसित भारत का लक्ष्य प्रधानमंत्री ने रखा है, उसका एक निश्चित साल रखा है। उस विकसित भारत में विकसित यूपी का कोई टारगेट आपने विकसित किया है, कोई टाइमलाइन विकसित की है?
हाँ, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देश की आज़ादी के अमृत महोत्सव वर्ष में सन 2022 में पूरे देशवासियों के सामने एक लक्ष्य निर्धारित किया कि अभी हम देश की आज़ादी के 75 वर्ष पूरा कर रहे हैं, लेकिन आने वाले 25 वर्षों का हमारा विजन क्या है। 2047 जब देश अपनी आज़ादी का शताब्दी महोत्सव मना रहा होगा, तब हमें कैसा भारत चाहिए। उस विजन को लेकर के उन्होंने देश के सामने कुछ लक्ष्य रखे, जैसे कुछ शॉर्ट टर्म, कुछ लॉन्ग टर्म। 2027 तक भारत $5 ट्रिलियन का इकोनॉमी बने। 2047 तक भारत को $30 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी के रूप में स्थापित करना है और एक विकसित और आत्मनिर्भर भारत का निर्माण करना है। तो स्वाभाविक रूप से भारत के ये सभी जो लक्ष्य हैं, यह तभी अचीव किए जा सकते हैं जब देश की सबसे बड़ी आबादी का राज्य उस प्रकार के विजन के साथ कार्य करे। और हमने प्रधानमंत्री जी के उस विजन को आत्मसात किया। उत्तर प्रदेश की विधानसभा में हम लोगों ने इस पे 27 घंटे तक लगातार चर्चा करवाई। दिन रात विधानसभा चली हमारी। इस विधानसभा सत्र के दौरान हमारे सभी माननीय जनप्रतिनिधियों ने वहाँ अपने विचार रखे। अलग अलग सेक्टर के थे। हम लोगों ने पहले ही उनको इसके बारे में अवगत कराया था कि भाई हमें अपना विजन डॉक्यूमेंट तैयार करना है। तो इसमें जनप्रतिनिधियों के लिए भी और जनता जनार्दन से भी हम लोगों ने राय ली। मुझे बताते हुए प्रसन्नता है, उत्तर प्रदेश विधानसभा में 403 विधायक हैं। विधान परिषद में 100 विधान परिषद के सामान्य सदस्य हैं। उत्तर प्रदेश की आबादी 25 करोड़ है। हमें 98 लाख प्रस्ताव अब तक प्राप्त हुए हैं उत्तर प्रदेश के विजन डॉक्यूमेंट को लेकर। हमने 12 सेक्टर उसके तैयार किए हैं। हमने अपने लक्ष्य निर्धारित किए हैं और लक्ष्य हमारा है 2029-30 तक उत्तर प्रदेश $1 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी बनेगा। उत्तर प्रदेश 2047 तक $6 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी के रूप में अपनी कार्य योजना को आगे बढ़ा चुका है और उत्तर प्रदेश इसे अवश्य अचीव करेगा। हमारी जो पिछले 3 वर्षों की प्रगति है, वह प्रगति इस दिशा में संतोषजनक ढंग से आगे बढ़ रही है और मेरा मानना है कि हम इसको अवश्य अचीव करके विकसित भारत, विकसित उत्तर प्रदेश, आत्मनिर्भर भारत, आत्मनिर्भर उत्तर प्रदेश।
आपने कहा आपको इतनी परियोजनाओं के प्रस्ताव मिले हैं, आप 5वीं ग्राउंड ब्रेकिंग सेरेमनी करने जा रहे हैं। तो जो अब तक की 4 ग्राउंड ब्रेकिंग सेरेमनीज थी, उसमें जो प्रस्ताव मिले, जो बात हुई, उसमें कितने ज़मीन पर उतर सके?
देखिए, उत्तर प्रदेश जैसे राज्य में निवेश आज से 8 वर्ष पहले एक बेईमानी थी। जब व्यक्ति ही सुरक्षित नहीं तो उसकी पूंजी कैसे सुरक्षित होगी? और इसके लिए हम लोगों ने 2017 में आने के बाद यह तय किया था कि हमें इसकी सूरत को बदलना है। उत्तर प्रदेश के परसेप्शन को चेंज करना है। इसके लिए अपराध और अपराधियों के प्रति जीरो टॉलरेंस, भ्रष्टाचार और भ्रष्टाचारियों के प्रति जीरो टॉलरेंस। और मुझे आत्मिक संतुष्टि होती है जब हम लोग उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर सुरक्षा का एक बेहतर माहौल आज के दिन पर देखते हैं, दंगा मुक्त प्रदेश को देखते हैं। आज 6 दिसंबर है। उत्तर प्रदेश में इस समय कर्फ्यू जैसा माहौल होना चाहिए, लेकिन मैं उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर 2 कार्यक्रमों को करके अब दिल्ली में बैठा हूँ, ताज होटल में, एसटी लीडरशिप समिट में बैठा हूँ। उत्तर प्रदेश में न दंगा है न कर्फ्यू है, उत्तर प्रदेश में सब चंगा है।
इसके लिए
कोई समस्या नहीं। ये चंगा युक्त वातावरण, कर्फ्यू मुक्त वातावरण, ये निवेश की पहली शर्त है। किसी भी उद्यमी के लिए सुरक्षा पहली आवश्यकता है, और उस सुरक्षा को देने के साथ साथ हम लोगों ने सेक्टोरियल पॉलिसीज बनाई, पिक एंड चूज नहीं। और इन सभी पे व्यापक पैमाने पे कार्य हुआ। मुझे याद है जब पहला इन्वेस्टर समिट के लिए हमारे औद्योगिक विकास के मंत्री और उस समय के औद्योगिक विकास के आयुक्त तो मेरे सामने आए थे। इन लोगों ने मुझे बताया कि साहब हम लोग उत्तर प्रदेश में एक इन्वेस्टर समिट करना चाहते हैं। तो मैंने कहा नाम क्या है? तो इन्होंने कहा ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर समिट। मैंने कहा कितने का टारगेट रखा है? इन्होंने कहा साहब 20,000 का। तो मैंने कहा नाम बदल दो। ये चौंके। मैंने कहा भी नाम ग्लोबल कर रहे हो और निवेश विलेज वाला करते हो, छोटा सा। उन्होंने कहा 20,000 करोड़ बहुत होता है। अरे हमने कहा यूपी का वॉल्यूम तो देखो। उस समय यूपी 22 करोड़ की आबादी का राज्य था। तो मैंने कहा 22 करोड़ की आबादी में आप 20,000 करोड़ की बात कर रहे हैं। उन्होंने कहा साहब कौन यूपी में निवेश करेगा? तो मैंने कहा वही तो हमें तैयार करना है, और आप तैयारी करो, निवेश होगा। उन्होंने कहा क्या? मैंने कहा रोड शोज की तैयारी करो। पहले रोड शो में गए 2,000 का प्रस्ताव इन्हें प्राप्त हुआ, 2,000 करोड़ का। दूसरे में गए 5,000 करोड़ का मिला। तीसरे के लिए मैंने कहा मैं चलता हूँ। मैं गया, वहाँ पे मैंने सभी उद्यमियों से बात किया। सभी उद्यमी बहुत हंसते हुए मिलते थे, लेकिन अंत में कहते थे साहब देखो हमने तो यूपी से कसम खाया हुआ है कि हम यूपी में वापस नहीं आएंगे। तो मैंने कहा एक दिन आपको आना पड़ेगा यूपी देखना। मैं यही बोलता था। और इन्वेस्टर समिट हमने बाद में किया। उस रोड शो में हमें 2.5 लाख करोड़ के प्रस्ताव प्राप्त हुए थे, और जब हमने इन्वेस्टर समिट किया था तो हमें 4.25 लाख करोड़ का निवेश प्रस्ताव पहले इन्वेस्टर समिट में प्राप्त हुए। हमने गत वर्ष यानी 2023 में अपना तीसरा इन्वेस्टर समिट किया था। इन 8 वर्षों में यूपी का प्रवेश कैसे बदला है, परसेप्शन कैसे बदला है। हमें 2023 में इन्वेस्टर समिट में 40 लाख करोड़ रुपए के प्रस्ताव प्राप्त हुए थे। यानी ये 45 लाख करोड़ रुपए के प्रस्ताव में से 15 लाख करोड़ का हम ग्राउंड ब्रेकिंग करा चुके हैं, जिनमें प्रोडक्शन शुरू हो चुका है। 5 लाख हमारा पाइपलाइन में है, उसका हमें ग्राउंड ब्रेकिंग के लिए कोई तिथि तय करके उस कार्यक्रम को भी संपन्न करना है। ये पहली बार हुआ होगा कि 45 लाख में 20 लाख करोड़ का ग्राउंड ब्रेकिंग हो गया हो या हो रहा हो, और उसमें प्रोडक्शन शुरू हो गया हो। तो ये उत्तर प्रदेश जैसे राज्य की दृष्टि एक नया मील का पत्थर है, जो हमारी सरकार ने, डबल इंजन की सरकार ने यूपी के अंदर गढ़ने में सफलता प्राप्त की है। आज उत्तर प्रदेश में अच्छा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, अलग अलग सेक्टर से जुड़ी हुई पॉलिसीज है, और बिना किसी भेदभाव के हमने ईज ऑफ लिविंग को, ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस को जितना सरल हो सकता है, जितना रिफॉर्म हो सकता है, उसमें उतना हमने करके दिखाया है। और मेरा मानना है कि आने वाले समय में उत्तर प्रदेश देश का, आज के दिन पर भी मैं कह सकता हूँ, ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस हो, ईज ऑफ लिविंग हो, या फिर सिंगल विंडो के उसमें भी आप देखेंगे देश के अंदर उन सभी राज्यों में से एक राज्य है जो इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए बेस्ट डेस्टिनेशन के रूप में जाने जाते हैं, उनमें यूपी एक है।
आपने काम इतना किया, लेकिन आपकी चर्चा अक्सर उत्तर प्रदेश के बाहर और अपनी सरकारों पे दबाव भी बनता है उनकी, एनकाउंटर्स, बुलडोज़र, इनके लिए होती है। अब एक उदाहरण दे रहा हूँ। मध्य प्रदेश के इलेक्शन से पहले उज्जैन में एक रेप हो गया था। मैं वहाँ ऐसे ही इलेक्शन का मूड देखने के लिए गया था। वहाँ सब लोग कह रहे थे, अरे योगी बाबा होते तो इसको मार दिया होता, ऐसे लोगों को मार देना चाहिए। अभी टीवी में महाराष्ट्र के एक रेप उसको पकड़ा, एक्यूज़ को, उसके पैर में गोली मारी, तो उन्होंने कहा ये फुल एनकाउंटर चाहिए, हाफ एनकाउंटर नहीं। अब ये सारी टर्मिनोलॉजी हम लोगों ने इससे पहले नहीं सुनी थी। ये उत्तर प्रदेश ने विकास के मॉडल के साथ साथ लगता है इसको भी एक्सपोर्ट किया है।
देखिए, जो लोग व्यवस्था में बोझ बने हुए हैं, उस बोझ से इस धरती माता को मुक्ति मिलनी चाहिए। और यह मुक्ति उनसे इस धरती को ही नहीं है, बल्कि उनके स्वयं के बोझ से उनको मुक्ति मिल जाएगी। इसलिए उस बोझ से उन्हें मुक्त किया जाता है। हमने कहा ना, जीरो टॉलरेंस। और हम लोग इस बात को अक्सर कहते हैं कि बेटी की सुरक्षा के साथ अगर खिलवाड़ किया तो स्वाभाविक रूप से अगले चौराहे पर कोई यमराज इंतजार कर रहा होगा टिकट काटने के लिए कि जहन्नुम जाना है भाई, तुम्हारा जहन्नुम का रास्ता तय है। तो ये देश के अंदर लोग उसको क्योंकि हर व्यक्ति न्याय चाहता है, समय से न्याय चाहता है। जिस भी रास्ते मिले उसको मिलना चाहिए, और उन अपराधियों का, उन माफियाज के दुस्साहस को हर हाल में कुंद बनाया जाना चाहिए जो पूरी व्यवस्था को जकड़ लेते हैं। ये माफिया कोई भी हो, किसी भी प्रकार का हो, उसको हर हाल में रोका जाना चाहिए। उत्तर प्रदेश का ये दुर्भाग्य रहा है कि हमारी सरकार आने के पहले हर जिले में एक दुर्दांत माफिया खड़ा हो गया था। पैरेलल उसकी सत्ता चलती थी। वह व्यवस्था को नहीं मानता था, वह कानून को नहीं मानता था, और न्यायपालिका को नहीं मानता था। सिस्टम की किसी भी संस्था पे उसका विश्वास नहीं था। जब उसका कानून में विश्वास नहीं है तो कानून उसको उन पर क्यों विश्वास करेगा। और इसीलिए हम लोगों ने कहा था कि उसकी भाषा दूसरी है तो उसको दूसरी भाषा समझानी पड़ेगी, और उसको उसकी भाषा में हम लोगों ने समझाने का काम भी किया है। मुझे प्रसन्नता है कि आज उत्तर प्रदेश माफिया मुक्त हो चुका है। अब उत्तर प्रदेश में 1 डिस्ट्रिक्ट 1 माफिया नहीं, बल्कि 1 डिस्ट्रिक्ट 1 प्रोडक्ट है, 1 डिस्ट्रिक्ट 1 मेडिकल कॉलेज है।
एक इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं, उत्तर प्रदेश में पूरे देश से के किसी भी अन्य प्रदेश के मुकाबले ज़्यादा हवाई अड्डे हैं, ज़्यादा राजमार्ग हैं, ज़्यादा मेट्रो हैं और ज़्यादा मेडिकल कॉलेज हैं। लेकिन अभी भी अर्बनाइजेशन और ढांचा सुधार को लेकर बहुत मांग उठती है। इसको लेकर आपकी कोई योजना है? क्योंकि जो आपका सपना है विकसित उत्तर प्रदेश का, विकसित भारत में विकसित उत्तर प्रदेश का, वो इसके बिना पूरा नहीं हो सकता।
देखिए, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सुरक्षा के साथ साथ वर्ल्ड क्लास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो, यह भी विकास की पहली शर्तों में है। और आपने देखा होगा, हमने अपने पहले कार्यकाल के दौरान इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए यूपी के अंदर आप देखेंगे तो 2017 तक 16-17 तक एक्सप्रेस वे में यूपी की कहीं गिनती नहीं होती थी। हमारी 1.5 एक्सप्रेस वे थी हमारे पास। और आज मैं 1.5 एक्सप्रेस वे।
1.5 से क्या मतलब है?
1.5 एक्सप्रेस वे इसलिए बोल रहा हूं मैं, एक आगरा यमुना एक्सप्रेस वे थी
जी, और
दूसरा आगरा से लखनऊ एक्सप्रेस वे आधा बनी हुई थी। तो ये 1.5 एक्सप्रेस वे है।
मैंने सुना कि आपने तो लखनऊ एक्सप्रेस वे को बनाने के लिए पहले उसे खुदवाया कई जगह से, फिर बनी हो।
उस एक्सप्रेस वे के लिए हमने पैसा दिया, हमने तब उसको कंप्लीट किया। आज मैं कह सकता हूं कि देश के अंदर एक्सप्रेस वे में उत्तर प्रदेश की हिस्सेदारी 55% है। 17 में जब मैं चीफ मिनिस्टर बना था, उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर 2 एयरपोर्ट संचालित थे, लखनऊ और वाराणसी। 2 आंशिक रूप से संचालित थे, गोरखपुर और आगरा। आज हमारे पास 16 एयरपोर्ट क्रियाशील हैं, 4 इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट हैं, और अभी हम देश के सबसे बड़े एयरपोर्ट को अगले 2 महीनों के अंदर उद्घाटन करने जा रहे हैं, नोएडा इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट को। सबसे बड़ा एयरपोर्ट, ये उत्तर प्रदेश का एयर कनेक्टिविटी की दृष्टि से देश का सबसे बड़ा रेल नेटवर्क यूपी के पास। देश के अंदर सबसे अधिक सिटी में मेट्रो का संचालन, पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट के लिए सबसे अधिक मेट्रो का संचालन यूपी के अंदर हो रहा है। देश की पहली रैपिड रेल दिल्ली मेरठ के बीच में यूपी के अंदर हो रही है। देश का पहला इनलैंड वाटरवे वाराणसी से हल्दिया के बीच में यूपी के अंदर हो रहा है। यूपी के अंदर हर जिले को और यूपी के हर इंटरस्टेट कनेक्टिविटी को हमने 4 लेन और 6 लेन के साथ जोड़ा हुआ है। यूपी के अंदर हर जिला मुख्यालय को 4 लेन से, तहसील और ब्लॉक मुख्यालय को 4 लेन और 2 लेन के साथ हम कनेक्टिविटी दे चुके हैं। यानी ये इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के साथ साथ हमारा जो तीसरा सेक्टर है वो अर्बनाइजेशन भी है। हमने हाउसिंग के जो रूल्स थे उसमें काफ़ी रिफॉर्म किया है। FAR में हमने छूट दी है, नए आवासीय कॉलोनी बनाने के लिए सस्ते में लोगों को घर मिल सके, इसके बारे में रिफॉर्म किए हैं। बिल्डर और बायर्स की समस्या का समाधान किया है। हम लोग जब आए थे, अकेले नोएडा, ग्रेटर नोएडा में 3.5 लाख बायर्स ऐसे थे जिनके आवास के पैसे दशकों से बिल्डर के पास जमा थे, लेकिन बिल्डर पैसा लेके दबाया हुआ था। बाद में हम लोगों ने इस पर कार्रवाई की। पहले वर्ष में हम लोगों ने 1.25 लाख लोगों को उनके आवास उपलब्ध करवाए। इसके बाद कार्रवाई आगे बढ़ रही थी कि कोर्ट का इंटरवेंशन उसमें होने के नाते ये कार्रवाई रुक गई। बाद में माननीय न्यायालय ने फिर ऑर्डर किए। फिर हमने नीति आयोग के उस समय के एक पदाधिकारी के नेतृत्व में एक कमेटी गठित की, फिर 0 पीरियड का लाभ दिया, उसमें भी रिफॉर्म किए, और आज मुझे बताते हुए प्रसन्नता है कि अधिकतर बायर्स को उसके आवास उपलब्ध हो गए हैं। ऐसे प्रदेश के अंदर जहां भी था, हमने समस्या दिया नहीं, समाधान की तरफ हमने फोकस किया। अर्बनाइजेशन के लिए नए हाउसिंग रूल्स दिए और सहज और सरल इसको बनाया गया, और ये तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़े हैं। नई सिटीज़ का निर्माण हो रहा है। आज आप देख रहे होंगे उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर काफ़ी बड़े पैमाने पे शहरीकरण हुआ है। हम लोग जब आए थे तो उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर 22 से 23% अर्बनाइजेशन था, आज ये 36% तक पहुंचा है। मेरा मानना है कि अगले 3 वर्ष के अंदर हम इसे 40% तक ले जाने में सफल होंगे। इस दिशा में भी हम लोगों ने कार्य किया है। केवल अर्बनाइजेशन नहीं, वहाँ पे उनको बुनियादी सुविधाएं भी मिले, अच्छी सड़क मिले, पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट की सुविधा मिले, अच्छी क्वालिटी पावर की सप्लाई हो, शुद्ध पेयजल की व्यवस्था हो, अच्छे पार्क बने वहाँ पर, अन्य जो भी वहाँ की आवश्यकता है उस प्रकार की सुविधाएं उन्हें प्राप्त हो। इस दिशा में भी सरकार के ने बहुत तेज़ी के साथ कदम बढ़ाए और उसके लाभ वहाँ पे प्राप्त
महिलाओं को लेकर आपकी कई स्कीमें, मिशन शक्ति में तो हमें भी शामिल होने का मौका मिला हिंदुस्तान को। उन स्कीम्स के बाद गांवों में एक महिलाओं की स्थिति में कानून व्यवस्था और उनकी मदद की वजह से फ़र्क साफ साफ दिखता है, लेकिन अभी भी मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि बहुत कुछ काम उस क्षेत्र में बाकी है।
देखिए, आधी आबादी को उसका अधिकार मिलना चाहिए और इसके लिए हम लोगों ने हर एक स्तर पर उन्हें समायोजित करने का प्रयास किया। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ के साथ ही मातृवंदना योजना और फिर अलग अलग सेक्टर में उन्हें समायोजित करते हुए नारी वंदन अधिनियम तक एक बड़ी रेखा देशवासियों के सामने खींची। उससे प्रेरित होकर के प्रदेश में भी हम लोगों ने बहुत सारे कदम बढ़ाए हैं। बेटी के जन्म लेने से लेकर के उसके स्नातक तक की पढ़ाई के लिए एक आर्थिक पैकेज उस बेटी को उपलब्ध करवाना हो, उसके एजुकेशन फ्री स्नातक तक की उसकी पढ़ाई मुफ्त में हो, इसके लिए व्यवस्था। बेटी की शादी योग्य हो गई तो मुख्यमंत्री सामूहिक विवाह योजना के माध्यम से हम लोग प्रत्येक बेटी की शादी में 1 लाख रुपए की सहायता उस सामूहिक विवाह योजना में उपलब्ध करवाते हैं। और बेटी की शादी होने के उपरांत अगर कोई बेटी नौकरी करना चाहती है तो उसके लिए कुछ जगहों पर हमने एक स्पेशल व्यवस्था की है। जैसे उत्तर प्रदेश पुलिस बल में हम लोग जब आए थे, महिलाओं की संख्या उसमें मात्र 10,000 की थी। आज मुझे बताते हुए प्रसन्नता है कि उत्तर प्रदेश पुलिस बल में महिलाओं की संख्या 44,000 से अधिक है, यानी बड़ी संख्या में। उत्तर प्रदेश में हम लोग आए थे तो हम लोगों ने इस दिशा में काफ़ी बड़े कदम उठाए। आज एक व्यवस्था बनाई गई है वहाँ पे महिला स्वयंसेवी समूह के माध्यम से, यानी पुलिस में भर्ती बेसिक शिक्षा परिषद के शिक्षकों में महिलाओं को प्राथमिकता देते हुए उनकी भर्ती के कार्यक्रम को तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ाया गया। नर्सिंग, पैरामेडिकल, मेडिकल और अन्य क्षेत्रों में भी उनके रास्ते खोले गए। प्रदेश में वर्तमान में 90,000 महिला स्वयंसेवी समूह काम कर रहे हैं। इन महिला स्वयंसेवी समूह को कुछ कार्य मिले, इसके लिए यूपी के अंदर 2017 के पहले बाल विकास और महिला कल्याण की योजनाओं में कुपोषित महिलाओं के लिए जो रेसिपी तैयार होती थी उसमें माफिया हावी थे और बड़ी विडंबना थी। यूपी के अंदर वही शराब माफिया वही इनके लिए पौष्टिक आहार भेजता था जो उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर शराब की सप्लाई करता था। हम भौचक थे भाई ये देख करके। हमने सारा अभियान वहाँ से ले करके और इस महिला स्वयंसेवी समूह को दिया, इनके लिए HAR प्लांट स्थापित करवाए। आज ये अच्छा पौष्टिक आहार उपलब्ध करवा रहे हैं महिला उन आंगनबाड़ी केंद्रों के लिए, जहाँ पर कुपोषित महिलाओं के लिए और बच्चों के लिए पौष्टिक आहार उन्हें उपलब्ध करवाया जाना चाहिए। प्रदेश के अंदर लखपति दीदी का कार्यक्रम हो, ड्रोन दीदी का कार्यक्रम हो, इसको तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ाने का कार्य भी हुआ। हमने मिशन शक्ति के अंदर महिलाओं की सुरक्षा, उनका सम्मान और उनके स्वावलंबन के एक बड़े अभियान को अपने हाथों में लिया है, जिसमें सभी 57,700 ग्राम पंचायतों में महिला बीट पुलिस अधिकारी की तैनाती, ग्राम सचिवालय के साथ साथ उन्हें हर प्रकार की सुविधाओं से आच्छादित करना, केंद्र और राज्य सरकार की योजनाओं का लाभ उन्हें प्राप्त हो सके, उन्हें हर प्रकार से सुरक्षा का माहौल वहाँ पे हर बेटी को मिल सके। इसके लिए जितनी भी महिलाओं की सुरक्षा से जुड़े हुए या अन्य सामान्य जीवन में भी किसी व्यक्ति को सुरक्षा के लिए किसी प्रकार की कोई कॉल करनी हो, उन सबको इंटीग्रेट करते हुए इसके लिए व्यापक रूप से हम लोगों ने जागरूकता का कार्यक्रम प्रदेश के अंदर चलाया है। और मुझे प्रसन्नता है कि बड़े पैमाने पर महिलाएं इसके साथ जुड़ी हैं, सुरक्षा का एहसास कर रही हैं और प्रदेश के कार्यक्रमों को, केंद्र सरकार के से जुड़े हुए वेलफेयर के स्कीम को लाभ भी ले रही हैं और उसके माध्यम से समाज को भी लाभान्वित करने में अपना योगदान दे रही हैं।
सवाल तो बहुत सारे रह गए, लेकिन चूंकि समय खत्म हो गया है और कुछ विदेशी अतिथि भी हैं, आखिरी सवाल बस आपसे पूछता हूँ। तो अब चुनाव आपके सिर पर ही हैं, कुछ दिन बाद चुनाव का माहौल शुरू हो जाएगा, लेकिन चुनाव अपनी जगह हैं, पर सरस्वती, आपने पढ़ाई की बात की, लक्ष्मी आपने धन की बात की, महिलाओं को लक्ष्मी भी मानते हैं, बुलडोजर यानी वास्तु पुरुष और यमराज, इनका सम्मिश्रण जारी रहेगा उत्तर प्रदेश में?
देखिए, उत्तर प्रदेश की आवश्यकता है और उत्तर प्रदेश के नौजवानों के लिए, उत्तर प्रदेश की बेटियों की सुरक्षा के लिए, उनके स्वावलंबन के लिए, उत्तर प्रदेश के अन्नदाता किसानों की खुशहाली के लिए और उत्तर प्रदेश के नागरिकों की पहचान को बनाए रखने के लिए जो भी आवश्यक कदम होंगे, जो भी महत्वपूर्ण रिफॉर्म होंगे और जो भी सख्त कदम होंगे, उसको उठाने में कोई संकोच नहीं होगा। सरकार अपनी जीरो टॉलरेंस की नीति के तहत आगे बढ़ती रहेगी।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद योगी जी, आपने मेरे सारे सवालों के जवाब उसी अंदाज में दिए जिसके लिए आप जाने जाते हैं। आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं और एक तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट के साथ इसे खत्म करना चाहूँगा।
धन्यवाद शशि जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। एसटी समिट के लिए मेरी बधाई और शुभकामनाएं।
Shukriya, Yogi ji. Thank you very much, Shashi ji. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh.
यूपी ऑन द राइज, सुन ले आसमां, डबल इंजन का ये मिशन है महान। 2047 तक हम न रुकेंगे, 6 ट्रिलियन का ड्रीम पूरा करेंगे।
मथुरा की गलियों में गूंजे है राधा, अयोध्या में दूर हुई मंदिर की बाधा, काशी प्रयागराज की गोल्डन चमक, यूपी सरकार की गूंजे धमक। सड़कों पर फर्राटा फिक्रलेस बिल्कुल बिंदास, एक्सप्रेस वे पर साए पूरा विश्वास। विकसित यूपी की बढ़ गई प्यास, 2047 का ये विजन बहुत खास। माफिया का दी एंड, फियर गॉन, योगी राज में लॉ एंड ऑर्डर हुआ स्ट्रॉन्ग। बेखौफ घूमे जनता, गुंडों पर मार, नया यूपी तोड़ रहा पुरानी दीवार।
यूपी ऑन द राइज, सुन ले आसमां, डबल इंजन का ये मिशन है महान। 2047 तक हम न रुकेंगे, 6 ट्रिलियन का ड्रीम पूरा करेंगे।
Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. It is now my honor to have joining us all the way from Austin, Professor James Galbraith from the University of Texas, a distinguished economist and acclaimed author. In this session, he will be in conversation with Ravi Krishnan, Editor-in-Chief, Mint. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen, and refrain from moving about. Professor James Galbraith in conversation with Ravi Krishnan.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. If you listen to economists or you read Mint or its columnists, which you must, you would often hear them say that the economy is a cycle, it goes up, it comes down, it is normal. Professor James Galbraith disagrees with that. He said that the stable growth which we saw in the 20th century was a historical accident of sorts, and that we would not see it again. He likes to think like an engineer, not like an economist, about the plumbing, about supply chains, about industrial policy, and so on. So, and he has strong views on Russia, China, climate change. So let's dive in right into this conversation. Welcome, Professor Galbraith.
Thanks very much. It's great to be here.
So in the last few years, we have seen, pandemic, trade wars, a lot of instability. Do you see this as just a phase, or is this how the economy behaves now?
I'm afraid I could not make out that with the echo. Could you just say it one more time?
The instability which we have seen in the last few years,
Yes.
is it a phase, or is this how the economy is going to behave from now?
The last 4 years, the last 4 years certainly have been a tumultuous time. There's no denying that. And we're seeing, of course, very rapid and massive changes in the world situation, which are only now beginning to become clear to some of the governing circles, particularly in the United States. But I think that process is underway.
So, but how do you view it? As in, do you see it continuing? Which is the way that the world is headed?
I'm sorry.
Do you see this current phase of instability continuing?
You're really not coming across. I'm terribly sorry.
Do you see this phase of instability continuing?
Oh, the instability. Yes. Well, no, I'm not entirely clear. I think that there is a considerable potential for stabilization of the world situation, that we were heading toward a confrontation that now we have at least some possibility of avoiding, and that is true in the power relationship between the United States, the Russian Federation, and China. And so I have some modest optimism that the worst scenarios can be averted. It's not certain, and the situation remains very dangerous, but there are also potential that I would not have identified let's say 2 and 3 years ago.
So in this kind of a situation where growth is no longer guaranteed, what should be the aim of economic policy?
What should be?
The aim of economic policy.
The name of the common policy should be a search for peace, and a search for stability, and a search for a return to, I'm not a pure free trader, but to a set of balanced relationships that respect the national interests of all the players, but especially of the most dangerous major players. And that is something which requires revisiting the image of the world, the vision of the world, which developed with the collapse of the Soviet Union in the 1990s, in which there was essentially going to be one steward of the world system, which was going to be the United States. And a whole generation of American political leaders has grown up with that vision, and with a certain set of doctrines that go along with that vision, which are economic doctrines that essentially point to open trade, open finance, and let's say, a hierarchy in the world system. It's clear that ideal or that ideology is now effectively defunct. And what has to happen is for those who are still in positions of authority to come to grips with that reality.
But what we are actually seeing now is economic policy being used as, is being weaponized. Sanctions, for example. So how do you see economic policy as a way to achieve peace?
Well, let's specifically take up the question of sanctions. And in the context of the war, that's essentially a war of the Russian Federation against the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. It was clear from the beginning, at least from 2022, that the military trajectory was always going to favor the Russian Federation. The foreign minister of Ukraine at the time, Dmytro Kuleba, was in Washington and saw this analysis in the White House. So from a military standpoint, there was never any doubt, despite what was being said at the time. What I believe the position of the US administration at the time was they could break the Russian economy and break the Russian will to pursue their objectives. And they were going to do that with sanctions that would affect the performance of the Russian economy and the unity of the Russian government, given the position of the oligarchs. The economists were telling them this. The political leaders who were brought up at places like Harvard and Yale in the 1990s under the influence of those doctrines were saying this, and the Russian expatriates were saying it, and they were very influential at the time. That gets into my area of competence, and I was saying from 2023, late 2022 and onward, that it wasn't going to work. And it wasn't going to work not because the sanctions would be ineffective, but precisely because they were effective. And what they did was to oblige the government of the Russian Federation to take steps that they would not otherwise have taken, to basically impose capital controls. The flows of capital were cut off, to increase the pace of import substitution so they have a more consolidated internal supply chain, and to transfer the ownership of a great many capital assets from foreign corporations that were doing business in Russia to domestic corporations who bought the assets at relatively very heavily discounted prices. Those things, and finally also to persuade the oligarchs to choose sides. Some of them left, and those who stayed. And so what happened was the Russian Federation ended up not only strengthened economically, but much more unified politically than it might otherwise have been. And that's the reality, which is now unfolding and gives an extra degree of assurance to the trajectory of the conflict. It's still a very dangerous situation. Various kinds of escalations might occur, but at the final analysis, this is so far into the process that the outcome is not in doubt.
So sanctions is one. The other example of an economic weapon is tariffs. Do you think President Trump and the US, they will succeed in their effort to now re-industrialize the United States?
It is certainly the objective of the present administration to try and reindustrialize the economy. That was also substantially also the objective of the previous administration. It had a series of measures which were, I think, established were not terribly effective. The Trump administration came in, and of course the tool that they're using to try and achieve their goal is essentially the tariffs. There will be some effects, that is to say, in particular, because the economic situation as a result of the sanctions and the general breaking of economic relations between the European Union and the Russian Federation on energy and other matters is so dire that European firms are, in fact, to some degree going to be relocating to the United States, where the energy situation is more favorable and they have other advantages. But I don't think that's going to be terribly substantial. And the problem with tariffs is that, well, you know, it's an administrative measure that's imposed. They can't impose it for 30 years. They can impose it, you can expect them to continue for the lifetime of this administration, which in our system is another 3 years. And so beyond that point, the future is deeply uncertain. And if you are engaged in a major industrial enterprise, then your payoff period is well beyond that time horizon, and you can't take it for granted. So I think in the normal behavior of major industrial corporations to be quite cautious. There is, of course, an enormous amount of investment going into data centers. That's a somewhat different phenomenon, highly speculative phenomenon, and it's very unclear that it will generate the revenues required to validate those investments, which are on the order, tens and hundreds of billions of dollars. So we can take that as somewhat separate, and that's largely indigenous. I say not a question of bringing in investment from Europe or elsewhere.
So the fact that the US government is writing a check to large companies, do you see that as a form of corporate welfare?
A form of?
Corporate welfare, these subsidies?
I'm sorry again.
Corporate welfare.
Oh, corporate welfare. I'm sorry, excuse me. Well, corporate welfare is a well-established phenomenon in the United States. So, in some sense, if you look at the the policies of the previous administration, particularly with respect to semiconductors, of course, they were subsidizing quite heavily, but they run into operational difficulties. It's very difficult to reproduce the technical conditions, the discipline, the engineering capability that presently exists on the island of Taiwan, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Corporation, in, let's say, Arizona. And so they're making an effort, but it's not at all clear to me that that effort will bear fruit, or that even if things get up and are running, that they will be producing a product at the front end of the technology in a way which is competitive on world markets. And that may not be the objective. You may think, well, perhaps they're simply looking to secure a supply chain for military purposes. And that's, would not require the same level of volumes or the same competitiveness with cost. But then you have to have the materials. And that brings in, of course, the situation of rare earths and particularly of gallium, in which we have a essentially complete dependence on the People's Republic of China.
So you believe that China has effectively won its trade war with the United States?
Yeah. What happened there was that, of course, the U.S. Trump administration started with a very provocative escalation of tariffs against China, which they then withdrew because they realized that they were going to interrupt the supply chain for a whole spectrum of consumer goods. So, and that was already in the first quarter of 2025. The next phase of it, or the most recent phase, the Commerce Department expanded something called the Entities List, which threatened the viability of financial transactions for a fairly broad spectrum of Chinese companies doing business not only in the U.S. but all around the world. And China responded by saying, okay, you'll do that. We will put sensitive materials, rare earths and gallium, on a restricted export list, and particularly prevent their use in dual-use activities that might benefit an American military that might be gearing up for a military confrontation with China. And what happened? Very quickly, the American administration came to some realization, I'm sure, that the communications channels with the affected industries were quite open. They went and negotiated a provisional truce, which was then codified, or let's say agreed to, essentially signed off on by the two national leaders in Korea. China said, we'll give you a relief from the export controls for 1 year. This is what is known in judicial parlance as a deferred adjudication. And the effect is to say that the American position will be assessed again after a year. And so I think we're in a situation where the relationship is now stabilized because there's nothing that the U.S. can do in a year that will significantly affect its need or its availability of rare earths. And there's nothing they can do on any time horizon that will give them an alternative supply of gallium, which is essential for advanced microcircuits, microchips, and so forth. And so now I think we're looking at each other through, let's say, realistic eyes, and that's a good thing. That suggests that there's a bit, potential to stabilize the relationship, at least on the surface.
So we have talked about 3 economic weapons so far: sanctions, tariffs, and rare earths. Now let me come to the 4th one, the US dollar. Do you think that the era of dollar as a world's reserve currency is over?
There are 2 aspects to this issue. One concerns to the settlement of bilateral trade. And there you're going to have, and this was essentially a product of the U.S. policy in the last administration, a very substantial move to settlement in national currencies. But there's the second question, which is the question of the reserve asset, which has been for 30 or 40 years now, essentially the unbacked United States Treasury bond. And that's a large, very liquid, very stable pool of financial resources. And so long as the world does not move to a completely balanced trade, these will still be accumulating one place or another. I think it is much harder to replace the role of the U.S. government debt with some combination of other assets. Gold obviously can play a role and so forth, but to do that, you have to essentially mix a portfolio of alternative assets, and that gets you into all kinds of, let's say, speculative risks. So my guess is that the role of U.S. government debt as a reserve asset will continue, not forever, but for the time being.
Okay, let's change topics and come to India. I mean, you have spent time in India when you were a child in the 1960s, yeah. And then you have studied inequality in India too. What is your view on India's growth? Do you think it is creating a strong middle class or just a few ultra-rich oligarchs?
Well, I mean, one of the unfortunate facts of the Indian situation is a very high level of inequality by international standards. That's clear from the data that we've examined. But and essentially, one has to look at this in concrete terms. First of all, there's still a very significant problem of poverty, a very large urban-rural divide. And there is a problem of, let's say, obsessing on the economic growth rate, because the economic growth rate is only an indicator, and it's an indicator that was developed in the 20th century in the United States and Great Britain for particular purposes, including management of the economy in wartime, and became after the war a kind of index of economic contest, economic competition with the Soviet Union, and later with China. But it's not a meaningful indicator of social well-being. It's not a meaningful indicator of stability. It's not a meaningful indicator of public health, and it's not a meaningful indicator or a meaningful guide to the demographic future. And all countries, the richer countries, are showing the stress of an oncoming demographic crisis. Now, why is that? Well, and it's, I think, essentially because households in wealthy countries are faced with a real squeeze between their incomes and their fixed expenses in a wealthy, urbanized society. That would be true and is true increasingly in India as it is anywhere else. That is a matter that has to be dealt with, if it can be dealt with at all, by thinking about resource costs and about social services and about generally supporting the quality of life of the population. And that's, as my father became famous for arguing in the 1950s, may come at the expense of some growth in the gross national product. So what? I mean, you have to make these choices. You have to make choices about the quality of the environment. You have to make choices about air quality, which is a public health matter. And if those choices require you to sacrifice some economic activity for the general welfare, then you have to realize that economic growth is not the only thing you should be looking at.
Another topic of great interest in Indian policy making is manufacturing, because we have a large young population which is looking for jobs, decent jobs. Mm-hmm. China grew rich by becoming the factory of the world. How do you see India? Has it missed the manufacturing bus, or is there hope yet?
Well, first of all, the premise, did China really grow rich by becoming the manufacturing center of the world, or did it become the manufacturing center of the world in the course of a development strategy that enabled it to become rich? China, when I first went there in the 1990s, they had not built the Three Gorges Dam. Why not? Because up to that point, it was a dangerous thing to do because of the possibility that in a war, it could be destroyed and catastrophic effects. Well, that possibility had gone away by the 1990s, and so they took this step which helped provide the kind of energy supply and energy security that they previously hadn't had. It was 10% of the country's energy capacity at that time. They laid down the infrastructure. They're still laying it down, although one might argue that they've gone as far as they need to go for practical purposes. But it's that foundation built up over time under conditions of political and economic stability that then says, okay, you want to start producing, or you want to expand your production of, or increase the quality of the technological level of your manufacturing, then that's something that private enterprises and foreign enterprises and joint ventures and so forth can be entrusted to do. But if you don't have the infrastructure, you don't have the underpinning, and you don't have the stability, then it's not going to happen. And if you're simply pouring resources into the manufacturing itself in the hopes that it will be competitive, well, that's a problem. You have to provide protection from the competition for long enough for that cost differential to be eliminated, and that's, might not happen. It might happen that when you lift the protection, the industries are no longer competitive and don't last. We're going to see that problem in the U.S. with whatever happens behind the wall of Mr. Trump's tariffs.
So do you think the era of cheap goods is over with all this protectionism? The era of cheap goods, because people are no longer offshoring, they are friendshoring.
I missed up.
They are not offshoring, they are friendshoring.
I'm friendshoring, offshoring
Yes.
and friendshoring. Well, let me just make a comment on what happened in the United States. From the beginning of my professional career in the late 70s and early 1980s. The U.S. made a set of specific choices to basically pursue policies that ensured the growth and dominance of the financial sector to an extraordinary degree, along with information technology sector, basically a bi-coastal economy, at the expense of the industrial core of the country that had been built up in the 20th century. And that was the foundation of American power. All that was allowed to move to Mexico and ultimately to China. And what happens then? You lose the capacity to be at the forefront of technical development, because technical development is a matter of the hands-on processes of engineers and managers and workers who are engaged in those activities. You can't do it conceptually from a distance effectively, and so you're going to lose ground, and that is essentially where the U.S. is. The U.S. still has some advantages. It still has very large flow of relatively economical energy supplies and has other advantages that I think are enduring. Where you see the crisis coming to a head at the present time is in Europe, which does not have those advantages, has also experienced and is experiencing offshoring, and in the case of the United Kingdom, particularly the dominance of the financial sector, and does not have, as I say, access to the underlying support of strong resource sector.
With artificial intelligence threatening to take away jobs, do you believe the government should give everyone free cash, I mean a universal basic income, or should it guarantee everybody a government job?
This is a question about universal basic income, essentially.
Or a guaranteed government job when artificial intelligence takes away jobs. with artificial intelligence is believed to take away jobs in the future? If so, how should the government tackle it? Should they give everybody an universal basic income or guarantee everybody jobs?
I'm in favor of a job strategy. One of the things I was able to do very early in my career was to help draft what became the Full Employment and Balanced Growth Act of 1978. I drafted the provisions that essentially govern the conduct of monetary policy. It's an interesting assignment to have when you were 23 years old, but nobody thought that was going to be important. It turned out to be quite significant and still enduring over 50 years. But a job strategy provides people with the capacity to make something out of their lives. An income strategy, a cash strategy you obviously need to have support for people who are unable to support themselves. You need to have retirement support. You need to have family support, all kinds of things. But the core of it should be a capacity for people to serve, to act as productive contributors to the society as a whole. Otherwise, you're going to end up with a lot of social fragmentation and a great deal of psychological stress. I don't think people I don't think it's possible to build a society in which people simply expect to be handed a check and not to have to do anything for it over long periods of time. You can see what happens with rich people who are handed those checks. They turn out to be useless, and their children turn out to be useless. So it's not from there that the future of a society is built.
So 60 years ago, your father, John Kenneth Galbraith, wrote about the power of big corporations, massive corporations. If he were to come back and look at Apple and Amazon and Meta and Google, would he tell us, "I told you so"?
These are very different entities. These are the products of, let's say, an information technology monopolies, networks, and dominated essentially by oligarchs who've become essentially a small committee of the governing elite. The large industrial corporation, my father famously argued, was run essentially by its managers and its technicians, the so-called technostructure. That social structure, with its countervailing power in the unions and in the educational scientific estate and elsewhere, has been greatly devalued in the United States. It continues to exist in other countries. It continued to exist for a long time in Germany, although Germany has now, in the last 20 years, almost completely obliterated it. It continues to exist in the East Asian industrial economies, Japan, Korea, and the People's Republic of China. I think of them as the Galbraithian states. And I have to say, when I first arrived in China in 1993 and was meeting with the Planning Commission and gave them some lectures on various aspects of the American economy, after 8 hours of lectures, they all pulled out the unofficially published translations of my father's books and asked if I would sign them. So I was quite happy to do that.
Right, we are almost out of time. So one final question. How do you view the supposed bubble in artificial intelligence today? A lot of people are talking about a bubble in artificial intelligence. A bubble in artificial intelligence.
Bubble. Yeah. Well, I don't like the bubble metaphor very much, but this certainly looks like a very big one in artificial intelligence. It certainly looks like a phenomenon in which you've got a great deal of overinvestment, which will not be borne out with real returns. And so ultimately, there will be a reckoning, as there was in 2000 with the information boom originally. We'll see. I mean, it will go on, and the government is much more intent upon keeping this going. But good luck to them. I don't think they necessarily have the power to do that indefinitely.
Well, that's all. Thank you, Professor Galbraith. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand.
Thank you so much, Ravi and Professor Galbraith. Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on to our next session without a break. We now have two of the most respected International Voices on South Asian Geopolitics, who will join us. Kindly remain seated. I've just been informed that after 4:30, access to the lawns will not be there, so please ensure that you are within the hall or near the premises of the hall. You will not be allowed to access the lawns at all. Thank you.
I am the future that was born 100 years ago. I am the purpose that emerged with India's independence to be a force for business that makes doing good our business. Towards an independence where knowledge sets us free. To think big and achieve bigger. To take India to the world and the world to India. Creating pathways of self-reliance. To stand for progress, the planet and the people. Towards a future made perfect. And be a force creating abundance. Because independence is not a moment in history. It's a never-ending path to prosperity. Aditya Birla Group, a force for good.
Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. We now have with us two of the most respected international voices on South Asian geopolitics with us. Michael Kugelman, Senior Fellow for South Asia at the Atlantic Council in Washington, D.C. And joining him is Dr. Kate Sullivan Destrada, Associate Professor of the International Relations of South Asia at the University of Oxford. In conversation with them, we have Pramit Pal Chaudhary, South Asia Practice Head at the Eurasia Group. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our guests.
Thank you. Geopolitics is a reasonably exciting time for all of us involved in that field. And I think for India right now, as is true for many other, should we say, middle powers, the difficulties we face right now are that India's always had a reasonably hostile relationship with China, one superpower. We now have an extremely difficult relationship, though not necessarily a hostile one, but at least a transactional one with the United States. So how exactly does India handle this and how do other parts of the world see these problems is why we're here. So let me begin with Michael, since he's the American in the room. So why don't we begin with you and ask you, where do you see the US going and where do you think India, how should India be responding to this?
Yeah, so I would say these days being an American in Washington doesn't necessarily mean that one can get a good pulse in terms of what's going on, because it's very difficult to predict the current administration. But I would make one top-line comment here. I think that what we've seen with the second Trump administration is that it has taken what I would describe as an aggressively transactional and commercial approach to foreign policy on the whole, much more so than what we saw with the first Trump administration. And this is something that has implications for India. And basically what I mean here is that trade is the core lens through which the administration sees its diplomatic relations. And that means that its first consideration is going to be, what is this country doing that could undercut or threaten U.S. economic interests? And tariffs is a trade imbalance that does not in America's favor is going to be a concern. And of course, with India, we know that President Trump has always expressed concerns about Indian tariffs. You know, this is not new. We haven't only been hearing this in recent weeks and recent months. And so India came into the crosshairs. And if we look at how the US-India relationship reached a point of crisis, I think we have to start at the fact that the Trump administration has singled out India as a core offender when it comes to those countries that have economic policies that can undercut America's own economic interests. And as we've gone through the first few months of this second Trump administration, I would argue as well that the administration has seen the way in which India has gone about its interactions with the Trump administration as something that's concerning. And that includes not making as many concessions as the administration would have liked to see it make in trade negotiations. And so that certainly has had an impact on the relationship as well. In terms of moving forward, how should India look at the situation? I would just make one comment here that we need to distinguish between what we've been seeing and hearing from the White House when it comes to India and what we've been seeing and hearing when it comes to other areas of the US government. I would argue that generally speaking in DC, there's a continued desire to work with India, a view that India continues to be a strategic partner. And I think that we could see things settle down in due course. But I think one question moving forward, and I'll end here, is will those not in the White House be able to carve out the agency and the policy space to drive policy toward India? I think if that starts to happen, we'll start to see some of these tensions in the relationship calm down a bit.
So just quickly on the follow-on. So what you seem to be indicating is that the heart of the problem is just the trade deal, and that's Trump's personal obsession. If we get the trade deal done, do you see a correction in the relationship?
I think that'll help. I think that would be a confidence-building measure for sure. But, you know, we have to keep in mind here that the two countries have continued to work together despite all of the tensions. And I think that if we look at media coverage and we look at the broader debate, the focus is on the tensions because this relationship had seemingly been in such a good place for so long. But, you know, there was a defense framework agreement that was announced just a few weeks ago. And the two countries have continued to work together on defense. There have continued to be military exercises. You know, the two countries launched a joint satellite not that long ago. So, you know, beyond the headlines, so to speak, you know, they have continued to work together. But I would argue that at the end of the day, the Trump administration squandered a fair amount of trust and goodwill here based on the messaging, the policies, the rhetoric that was not received well here. And I think that the onus, quite frankly, might be on the U.S. to try to do what needs to be done to win back some of that goodwill. And a trade deal itself would be helpful, but would not necessarily be everything that's needed.
Right. So, Dr. Sullivan, so you are going to represent Europe here. Your name represents 3 parts of Europe, as far as I can see. You've just seen Vladimir Putin come when the red carpet rolled out for him. Normally, that's a bit of a red flag, especially for Europe. Not so much for Washington right now. But we're going to be seeing Ursula von der Leyen coming as a Republic Day guest in just next month, and probably Chancellor Merz. Macron and other European leaders coming in February and March. So how do you see India argues that he needs to maintain a relationship with Russia, especially in fact at a time when its problems with China and the US are where they are. How do you see this playing out, especially as far as Europe is concerned?
So in a way, the loss of trust, I think, between India and the United States is a sort of a win for Europe, you could argue. I think the two groups, the EU in particular, has a lot that it can do with India. I mean, there's a great trade relationship, perhaps, in the offing. The two can cooperate on biotech, renewables, quantum computing. There are opportunities there. And I think both of them are in a moment where they're sort of hedging. They both have their unique issues with China and are facing an increasingly unreliable partner in the United States. So this looks quite rosy. The problem with Europe and India, of course, though, is that the EU tends to approach agreements with partners in a way that goes beyond, for example, trade policy. it goes beyond just pure trade. There are these sort of expectations of agreements on the side that reach into things like climate protection, social protections, and these feel actually, in a way, protectionist, I think, from an Indian point of view. I mean, your Minister of External Affairs has said that Europe is one of the, or the EU is one of the hardest trade partners because it doesn't just seek to regulate trade. The other things come into play. So there are obstacles on that side. And then, of course, the Russia piece. I think it's definitely the case that from an EU perspective, there's been sort of a real hope that India might understand more how much Russia represents an existential threat. And this has been ramping up over the last sort of few months. And it's increasingly about more and more than just Ukraine. It's about concerns more generally that Russia seeks to destabilize a sort of rules-based order. So, you know, there's potential, but of course there are things that cause frictions, I think, between both sides.
But what we are seeing, though, for example, with the FTA that you've mentioned, 16 years India and EU tried to get an FTA. And as you said, the huge number of, should we say, non-trade issues that the EU brought in basically meant the Indians gave up on this. But now we saw an agreement with the European Free Trade Association come through quite rapidly. We saw one of the UK come through. And from what I understand, the present FTA negotiations with Europe, if there's any reason why they have a good chance of being completed by January, is because a lot of these non-trade issues have just been dropped. And that's, seems to be a geopolitically driven pragmatism on Brussels, and so on that one front, and then on top of that, we've seen, for example, when Putin came in, we saw 3 key European ambassadors write a joint op-ed and say not so much that they were not less about being critical of India, but saying we hope, given that Modi meets and gets to talk with Putin on a level we don't, that he tells them that the war in Ukraine is something that has to come to an end. So again, extremely pragmatic approach to how this works. So the question for me is really let's assume we get an FTA done in January. Where does the European relationship with India go next?
So I absolutely agree that I think one of the things we saw with the UK-India trade agreement was that in the process of negotiating that, the two sides came to know each other a lot better and one another's sensitivities. And I think we're seeing the same thing with the India-EU trade deal. The question, I suppose, is where next? I see a difference, actually, between, let's pan out and look at a wider story. For me, there's a big compatibility in some respects, or there has been, between what the US seeks in its partnership with India and what India has sought in its partnership with the US, right? So the US has wanted to assist India in becoming this sort of balancing pole in Asia, and India has wanted to build out its own strategic autonomy, its own sort of material capability as a pole. And this is, I think, very much centered on India's aspirations for a multipolar order and to be a significant pole in that order. Now, longer term, that actually, I think, contradicts what the United States hopes for, which is continued US primacy. And I think that's where the story with Europe is a bit different, because I think Europe understands that this is not going to be a future order in which, one power or two powers prevail. I think they also accept that things are shifting very rapidly, and maybe are on the same page there. But maybe Russia takes it one step further, because I think at the Valdai Club in October, Putin said, this is a really, we were already seeing a multipolar order, foreign policy has become very flexible, there's space for creativity. And I think this opening up and this shifting landscape is perhaps something that India identifies with even more, from my reading and my understanding. So I think there's a sort of each partner has its longer-term sort of contradictions, maybe semi-consensus, and maybe enabling role. And we're seeing those three things play out all at once.
So, Mike, I'll turn back to you. I know one of the countries that you are specialized in is a one that is a constant irritant in India, which is Pakistan. So we've seen a couple of unusual developments with Pakistan, or maybe not so unusual. One is the military effectively have come back to power and taken over one more time. We saw India and Pakistan go through their 4-year itch of having a battle with each other. But we've also seen a very peculiar relationship develop between Pakistan and, should we say, President Trump rather than his administration. How should we read the dynamics right now at Pakistan, and how would you read how Pakistan is reading what's happening with the United States and with, of course, its continuing relationship with China, and maybe a little bit about their rapidly deteriorating relationship with Afghanistan?
Yeah, a lot to unpack there. So, yeah, I mean, for me, there are two key top-line trends in Pakistan right now. One you've alluded to, the unbridled power of the military, and specifically the army chief. And, one could argue, okay, maybe this is just a continuation of an ongoing trend where the military always dominates and has power, which is true. But, I don't think we've ever seen in Pakistan a period of putative civilian rule where the army had the level of control and power that it has now. And what's also a bit different about this now compared to previous times is that significant numbers of the public in Pakistan don't like this. They're not happy with the military taking on the level of power that it has. And I think that's in part due to the Imran Khan effect, which has played out over the last few years, where we've seen rising levels of anti-army sentiment along the lines that we have not seen for quite some time. And I think that over the longer term, that might have some potential implications for social stability in Pakistan, right? Given the current state, it's not possible to mobilize and take to the streets and peacefully protest the military's level of power, but you have a lot of people, particularly young people in Pakistan, who are very unhappy about the current state of affairs. So that's one top-line trend. The other top-line trend I'd highlight is this resurgence in terrorism. We've seen an uptick in attacks over the last few years. Generally speaking, they've been mainly in the western regions of the country near Afghanistan, but as we've seen the tensions between Afghanistan and Pakistan intensify, I think that we're getting to a point where first of all, there's a likelihood that there could be a conflict. I think that South Asia's next war might be between Afghanistan and Pakistan. And what that could entail is not a conventional war. The Taliban cannot fight the Pakistani military, in my view, but rather Pakistan carrying out strikes in Afghanistan to target terrorists, and then the Taliban sponsoring militant attacks across Pakistan. We saw an attack in Islamabad just a few weeks ago. So I think the concern is that Pakistan could experience what it did some time ago when, between that period of 2007 and 2014, where you had significant numbers of attacks across the country. And that clearly is a concern. Turning to the broader questions that you've asked, including about the U.S. and Pakistan, this is, as you say, this is President Trump, I think, being quite intrigued by Pakistan and what it has to offer. And I think that he personally felt that Pakistan was very helpful when the two countries early on in the second Trump term carried out an operation to apprehend an Islamic State Khorasan fighter that, according to the U.S., was involved in the Abbey Gate bombing in Kabul in 2021. And I think that is where you have to look at why things changed in terms of the more positive thinking from Washington, from the Trump administration about Pakistan. I would also argue that the Pakistanis, not for the first time, were able to pitch themselves to Washington as a viable partner. And Pakistan, I think, knows that, as I said before, this Trump administration takes a very commercial/transactional approach to foreign policy on the whole. It's looking for business opportunities around the world, and Pakistan pitched itself as a useful partner when it comes to issues like critical minerals and cryptocurrency, even though in all reality it's not going to go very far in my view. I would say this, though, about how things are looking with the U.S. and Pakistan now. We shouldn't read that much into it. There's been a lot of high-level engagement, of course. There's been a lot of talk about wanting to work together, but there's not much substance to this resurgence in ties. There haven't actually been any agreements. There have been one or two MOUs related to critical minerals. I think that the president could become impatient once he realizes that these commercial opportunities he thinks he has might not actually play out. But, you know, Pakistan is in a tough spot now because it's dealing with this unexpected, what to Pakistan's establishment is an unexpected crisis in ties with the Taliban. Did not expect things to go in that direction. And, you know, it's clearly is very concerned about how India has been ramping up its ties with the Taliban. I also don't think we should overstate how far that relationship is going to go. But this is all very concerning for Pakistan. And I would say that my sense is that officials in Pakistan, you know, they're happy with how things are with the U.S. right now, but I think that even they would acknowledge that you don't really know how far this could go. Trump is very unpredictable. What he says today certainly might not be what he wants to say or what he wants to do the next day.
So basically, the future really lies in building a Trump Tower in Rawalpindi, is the obvious solution. But just quickly, Field Marshal Munir, in his speeches talks about that given the problems Pakistan faces with the Baloch rebellion, with a Pashtun or should we say political unrest among the Pashtuns, that the solution for Pakistan is really Pakistan should go back to the two-nation theory, that they should see India as the unifying factor, obviously in a negative way. Do you think that's just rhetoric, or is that something India needs to be worried about?
I mean, I think that all Pakistani army chiefs take a particular view when it comes to these things, including a hardline view. I think that it's rhetoric. One shouldn't necessarily read too much into it. But you know, given the state of play right now, given we know just how fraught the relationship is between Pakistan and India right now. We know how fraught the relationship is between Pakistan and Afghanistan. You know, Pakistan is very concerned about these two neighbors. I don't want to say one should be complacent about it, but then again, a lot of things are said, and I think one should not necessarily put too much significance in any one thing that's said at any one time.
Right. So going back to geopolitics, you may have seen Alexander Stubb's article in Foreign Affairs, or the speech he made that was related to it. This is the Finnish president. So he basically said that there's basically a global West, which I presume is mainly the Atlantic relationship and maybe Japan. And then there's now a global East, which is effectively a Russia-China axis or relationship. And then there's the global South, and that the global South is effectively now the swing in global geopolitics. Well, that seems a bit simplistic. I think one of the things that one needs to be looking at now is where does the global South fit in to both the West, or maybe now it's the US and the rest of the West, and then how far can the Russia-China relationship go, given that there are limits, arguably India believes so definitely, to how far Russia would be willing to accept total dependency or dependency on China.
So this is a debate, I think, that goes beyond that article. So John Eikenberry also wrote about this a couple of years ago in International Affairs. Well, this is the piece you're talking about. Perhaps there are two people writing about the same thing. I mean, I think we know that things are a lot more complicated, right? India does not fit neatly into a global South category. And I think that India's strength is that it won't be boxed in. It is seeking good relationships on all sides. And I think what's always fascinated me, as someone who's studied Indian foreign policy from even slightly before independence and afterwards, if you move through the motions of non-alignment and then, increasingly into strategic autonomy and now this desire to be a leading power or pole, there is something actually perhaps stabilizing about not taking sides, right? But the moment you take on somebody else's enemy image, maybe the US's enemy image of Russia or of China, you bolster that argument, and in essence, you bolster the risk of conflict. So I think one should, in some ways, be glad that India is not necessarily taking sides. I don't know enough about the Russia-China relationship in detail. I know that it is a concern for India. And I know that this sort of relationship between the three of them really seems to be one of the most important moving forward, and will probably, determine the future of Asia, or the Asia-Pacific, which maybe we'll start talking about now that the Indo-Pacific seems to be being eclipsed from discussion. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, Michael, you might want to comment more on the Russia-China relationship. How do you see it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm also not an expert on Russia-China, but I'd say that we know that India's government has expressed its opposition to the war in Ukraine. And I would argue that, and I've said this many times before, that Prime Minister Modi has gone further perhaps than any other non-Western leader in publicly expressing opposition to the war, including when Vladimir Putin is sitting next to him, which happened a few years ago. Why is India opposed to this war? Why does it want the war to end? One reason is this Russia-China relationship, right? It's the war in Ukraine that's allowed this relationship to take off. I mean, I do agree that, you use the word limits. This relationship rhetorically has been described as a no-limits relationship, but I actually think it has a lot of limits. And I think that neither country wants to be dependent on the other. One could argue that Russia wouldn't want to have that full dependency on China, but I'm not sure that China would want Russia to become dependent on it. It wouldn't want that burden. And that would suggest that if this war ends, unfortunately, I'm not optimistic it'll end anytime soon. If it does end, then I think that could have an impact, a negative impact on the Russia-China relationship, though quite frankly, both countries might actually be perfectly okay if they sort of take a step back from each other.
Right. So if you were to, for example, meet Prime Minister Modi a few hours from now, bump into him, and he was to ask you, what do you think India should do in its foreign policy? What would be your response? I'll begin with you.
I think it's imperative to have good relations with China. I think India's played a very strong game of leveraging US concerns about China to build strong relations. But I think what we've seen with Trump's sort of gravitation away from a geopolitical view of the world to a more economics-based, transactional one, is that if he sees relations with China in a positive light, then maybe India matters less, certainly in a geopolitical sense. And I think that risk is always there. As I said, this relationship between India, China, Russia, and ultimately between India and China is going to be the most important one in the next however many decades. And as difficult as it may be, I think it's probably the most important one to focus on.
Well, that would require China to definitely be a little bit more generous in its relationship with India, which so far we have zero evidence of, in fact, quite the opposite. China has seen, I would argue, if you look at what they've done, not just in the sense that they did a global ban on critical minerals and rare earths and permanent magnets for everybody. They have not lifted that on India. Just 4 companies got an exemption. But China is now basically telling India, since we weaponize the supply chain, we've got demands on you in terms of actual changing policies that you carry out domestically. So it strikes me that so far China, far from trying to fill in the American space, is trying to say we're just another Trump. So I don't see that playing out right now unless there's a really big shift on China. And unlike the United States, at least, they do not claim parts of India and don't kill our soldiers. So at present, I don't see that happening. But anyway, yes.
I think the difficulty is that you can't have an equal relationship with China until you're able to balance China materially, which is why the US relationship has been so useful. So there is that requirement.
So you don't see the possibility of India getting closer to, as it is now, Japan, the EU, Australia, non-West, or even, for example, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and so on, that being an alternative to necessarily using the United States?
Does it need to be an alternative to the United States? Absolutely. But I think that will come. And I think it's already very much present and has been built up over the last decade or so. But I still don't think that we can India can do without as positive a relationship with China as possible.
Okay. So, Michael, what would you be telling Prime Minister Modi?
Yeah, I mean, several points here. One, I think that I would advise him to acknowledge some of the very real concerns that the region, that the neighborhood has about India. That could get me politely shown the door if I were to offer that type of comment. But, I think India faces challenges in its own neighborhood. And we've been talking really broad, really global. India's relationships with the big powers, with the US, with China, with Russia. But, there's a lot that's been happening in this part of the world over the last few years. And I think that if we look at, for example, some of the perceptions that some of India's neighbors, some of its smaller neighbors, I'm not referring to Pakistan here, I'm referring to other countries, have about India. And, if one travels around the region, as I have frequently in recent years, talking to interlocutors in Nepal, for example, expressing concerns about China, for sure, but expressing some concerns about India, how it conducts its relations with these countries, perceptions of India not fully acknowledging and being sympathetic to the concerns of these countries. That, I think, is important, given that India already faces significant challenges in the region that are of no fault of its own, quite frankly. But, I think that the neighborhood is important. I think that sometimes commentary about India's neighborhood challenges is exaggerated, quite frankly. There's been discussion about how you have new leaders that are emerging in the region that are more pro-China than pro-India. That's not the case. I think that you have countries in the region, like India, like to balance ties with different powers, right? So you look at Nepal, well, not Nepal, things have changed there recently. You look at Maldives, you look at Sri Lanka. There have been new leaders that have come into power recently who have telegraphed a desire to strengthen ties with China. But neither the president of Sri Lanka nor Maldives have said that they want to back away from India. In fact, on the contrary, they said that they consider India to be a close partner. But still, India does face challenges, and I think it's important to acknowledge them all. Other advice I give, which might be received better, is that India clearly wants to project itself as an advocate on behalf of the global South. So does China, of course. This is an element of India-China competition. But I think that India is much more present and influential in some parts of the global South than other parts. And so, for example, Latin America, I think, is an area where India could stand to be more present. And if this is a serious foreign policy objective of the Indian government, which I think it is, I think there's something to be said for looking at the global South in a comprehensive fashion, geographically speaking.
Okay, I think with that, I will bring the session to a close. The world is a big place, and it's a very troubled place, so we could keep finding new things to talk about. But thank you for both of you, and who knows, maybe you will actually get a chance to pass this on to the Prime Minister later in the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Estrada, Mr. Michael Kugelman, and Pramith. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no break. We're moving on to the next session. Just a very important announcement. Due to the Prime Minister's security protocol, you are requested to please remain in the hall after 5 p.m. After 4:30, there will be no access to the lawns outside. You are advised to restrain yourself from leaving the hall, as the Prime Minister will be visiting the HT at 100 photo exhibition that is on display at Jahanara and Roshanara. So the foyer outside will be sanitized, and the minimum amount of people that are required will be there. You're advised, therefore, to please remain in the hall and not move out. We're moving to the next session, which brings us into the exciting world of cutting-edge AI, where ideas move fast and the future is being built in real time. To take us inside the technologies, trends, and big questions shaping the next wave of artificial intelligence, we now welcome into our midst the Vice President for Science and Strategic Initiatives at Google DeepMind, Pushmeet Kohli, who is joining us live, virtually, from the Google office in London. To converse with him, we have Vishal Mathur, Technology Editor at Hindustan Times. And I invite Vishal up on stage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And I can assure you, I will not be rambling for the next 15 minutes. But interesting enough, you probably would realize you've used artificial intelligence more in the last 1 year than you probably would have expected. Chatbots, probably image editing, maybe even summarizing a few documents. From my perspective of having covered this space for a very long time now, there's one company which has got the puzzle completely right, or as the tech people would call it, the stack in place. Google is the answer. They do it better than most. You would have heard of Gemini as the AI chatbot. You've probably heard about Google Cloud as well, even the Tensor AI hardware. But there's one thing that this company never let go of, which is the intent for research over at Mountain View. It is my pleasure to speak with Pushmeet Singh Kohli, who is the Vice President of Strategic and Science, sorry, my mistake, Pushmeet Kohli, Vice President of Science and Strategic Affairs at Google DeepMind. Thank you, Pushmeet, so much for joining us.
It's a real pleasure.
How's the weather in London? Has the winter set in?
It has been cold, but the weather today is quite bright and sunny.
On that note, Pushmeet, I wanted to start off by asking you, DeepMind is straddling that fundamental science and applied AI line, and there have been examples of recent successes with AlphaGeometry and AlphaFold. I'm intrigued, and I'm guessing most of the audience here would be too. What is the framework with which you decide which sort of applied sciences require bandwidth and investment with AI?
Thanks, Vishal. I mean, if you look back at the mission of DeepMind, and ever since the founding of DeepMind here in London, almost 15 years back now, the mission has been to build AI responsibly to benefit humanity. And so the benefit humanity sort of part, we believe one of the key things that AI can do to benefit humanity is to really push the boundaries of human knowledge, of what we know about the world that we live in, about ourselves as human beings, about life. And that we do through science, by making progress in many scientific areas, and we have been very sort of fortunate to be able to sort of show the potential of AI in problems like the protein structure prediction problem and AlphaFold. So mainly our sort of focus is on what are these root node problems where AI can have transformational impact which will not just lead to some small improvement, but which will really transform the way society does something. AlphaFold is a great example in this as a case study. Before AlphaFold was announced by Google DeepMind, it used to take almost 5 years sometimes to figure out the structure of one single protein. And these proteins are the building blocks of life. Everything to do with drug discovery, to designing sort of new enzymes to deal with pollution and so on. Life is essentially made up of proteins, and yet we did not know the structure of these proteins, and it would have taken a huge amount of work and effort to uncover this knowledge. And what AlphaFold did is just made all of that sort of knowledge available extremely quickly. But in a matter of a few seconds now, anyone on the planet can figure out the structure of any protein on the planet, which would have taken millions of dollars and multiple years in the past.
Pushmeet, the general conventional wisdom would suggest that LLMs are getting better and therefore they must be applied to more problems. But DeepMind's approach is different. It's more of a narrow approach where you tailor a model for a particular domain or a use case. How do you balance these two requirements?
Our approach, Vishal, has always been to push the boundaries of AI and to develop the most powerful models. And when we think about like what are the most powerful and most competent models, essentially the way to measure intelligence is to figure out how quickly a model is able to accomplish a task. And we have, ever since our founding, been able to developing models which are ever more competent in solving harder problems and in a more general way, which require less data and less supervision. And so, in some sense, LLMs are a natural progression of that longer-term focus that we have had. We, on one side, we are working on building fundamental sort of breakthroughs that push the efficiency of AI models, makes them general, from coming up with new paradigms like deep reinforcement learning, which showed its benefits on sort of Atari and the legendary sort of Lee Sedol Go match in South Korea, to then sort of specialist models for AlphaFold. And in each sort of iteration, whether we were using a specific architecture like a transformer architecture or sort of improving it, or sort of using the models themselves like the Gemini generation of models, which now have been able to show competency across a wide variety of tasks, not just in answering questions about your everyday sort of questions that you might be interested in, but also deep mathematical problems. So Gemini DeepThink was one of our premier models which achieved gold medal performance at the International Math Olympiad. So this is not an easy thing, right? Very few people are able to sort of solve maths problems at that level, yet a very general purpose model like Gemini DeepThink was able to achieve that. So if you look at the spectrum, yes, we are working on specialized models for specific tasks, but there are also general models that we are building to make that whole process much more efficient. At the end of the day, it's all about the problem. How do you solve the most impactful problems and in the most efficient manner possible using AI?
Would you say that we have reached the point where scientists and doctors can start trusting AI with their work?
Now, I think to answer your question, this is a new kind of intelligence. We are still sort of learning and we are trying to understand the behavior of this technology. And yes, it is very powerful, but it does make mistakes. And the important element is to figure out when it is basically giving us the right results and when it is sort of failing. So another going back to sort of AlphaFold as an example, now it solved this amazing problem. It could figure out the structure of any protein, but still, if you're a biologist, you will think, well, this model, although it is extremely accurate, it still makes mistakes sometimes. And I wouldn't want to spend the next 5 years of my life or 10 years of my life assuming it is correct and then finding out that it is wrong. So AlphaFold was not just very accurate, but it was also very good about showing its uncertainty about the problem. So where it made a mistake, it also sort of held its hand high and said, well, I might have been uncertain about this particular solution, so don't trust it that much. Now, if you look at the modern generation of LLMs, they are making improvements, but sometimes they do hallucinate, and we are building technology to make sure that when they do hallucinate, we can catch it, and also give users more understanding about when the output can be trusted and when it can't.
Kashmir, many AI labs and AI companies claim to do a lot of application between AI and science, but DeepMind is on a different level altogether. How has that been possible, and how difficult was it to stay that course during the last few years?
Yeah, so I think that goes back to even the founding of DeepMind. We started with approaching AI and the problem of achieving AGI as a scientific problem. So the institution, the organization in its DNA, it has science sort of embedded in it. And so it was very natural for us to both approach AGI as a scientific endeavor, and then when we are thinking about where do we see the massive impact of AI, we see it in really pushing the boundaries of science, in bringing sort of new knowledge. So just to give you an example, we didn't stop at AlphaFold. and said, well, we have solved an amazing sort of problem, and let's declare victory, which we could have, like we won the Nobel Prize. But we said that's not it. The true impact of a technology like AlphaFold is in accelerating the treatment of diseases. So we spun off Isomorphic Labs, which is now one of the premier sort of organizations which is really pushing the boundaries of how do you accelerate drug discovery.
Pushmeet, I'm sure most of the audience is also interested in knowing this. What are you working on right now? And more to that point, which milestones in the last decade are you most happy about?
Yeah, so I think, Vishal, I mean, there is just so much that needs to be done. AlphaFold was a great example, but it also sort of, it was essentially a moment like we have taken a rocket and we have landed on the moon. But now we need to build a rocket factory and land on all the other sort of important, most problems that society faces, right? The problem of energy. How do we build abundant, sustainable energy? So can we use AI to unlock fusion? Can you think about material discovery? Can you come up with new types of materials which will completely transform our ability to deal with energy, to deal with the challenges that the world is facing, from pollution to sort of climate change and so on. So there are a number of different endeavors, from understanding weather, our weather prediction work on sort of which can predict now the trajectories of cyclones much more efficiently and sort of accurately than the classical models. There is just so much work that that is being done in the team across so many different disciplines. And it's not just in the sciences. What I'm also very proud of DeepMind for is also our focus on responsibility. That we are deploying AI responsibly. We are not sort of approaching this amazing era with move fast and let's break things mentality. We are going with it with an element of let's be bold, but let's also be responsible. So in that context, we have recently sort of announced and shared this big breakthrough of SynthID, which is, as you see all this generative AI content that is coming onto the information ecosystem, people are sort of worried, like what is real versus what is synthetically generated. So SynthID as a technology is amazing because what it does, it embeds an imperceptible signal in all generative modalities, whether it's text, whether it's images, whether it's video, whether it's audio. And this will allow users to figure out what was generated by a Google AI model and what is a natural or a real image or a real sort of audio sample. And I think we need breakthroughs like this to make sure that AI does not only sort of come up with these amazing breakthroughs, but it also is deployed responsibly in the world.
Pushmeet, I know 12 months is a very long time in the AI space, but I would still like to ask you, as we head into 2026, what are the big themes that you see in the space of AI and science in particular?
I think one thing that we will see is there will be a lot more emphasis. I think with AlphaFold, we were scratching the surface in what is possible. And we have made these fundamental advances in structural biology, but the implications in healthcare, in drug discovery, those we will see sort of really accelerating, right? Especially in healthcare, like a country like India has a huge potential in leveraging AI for healthcare. I would like to tell you that there are 180,000 researchers and students who are using AlphaFold in India. If you had told me that there are like almost 2 lakh people in India who are studying protein structures to sort of develop new drugs, understand disease, I would not have believed you, right? But it also shows the research ecosystem, how expansive it is now that there are almost 200,000 people who are using these technologies, and these technologies have been able to democratize innovation at such a fast pace. So we will see acceleration of science. We will also see acceleration of certain other technologies like agentic systems, right, where AI systems get more autonomy and are able to do many more powerful sort of tasks. So these are the two sort of trends, but of course we need to make sure that these things are done safely, responsibly, and we don't just move too fast without due process.
Pushmeet, you mentioned about the AlphaFold users in India. My last question would be how would you democratize AI tools of this magnitude, and what would be the key elements to that?
Yeah, I think that sort of the two key things that I think about when we think about these breakthroughs is not just what the breakthroughs do to the scientific sort of process, but we also think about access and understanding. We can have these amazingly powerful tools, but how do we make sure that people around the world are able to access them and then, more importantly, understand them? Because yes, they have strengths, but the current generation of tools also have weaknesses. And if you use a tool irresponsibly, then you might not get the result that you are after. It's like you have access to this Formula One car, but you need to know how to drive it properly, otherwise you're just going to get into an accident. So I think that's an important sort of element, and which is why we have spent a lot of time in whenever we have come up with a breakthrough like AlphaFold, we have spent a lot of time in making sure, one, that it is accessible. So the fact that almost more than 3 million people around the world on day one could use AlphaFold predictions, but also that they have the understanding of what are the limitations of the technology and what are the strengths. So a lot of focus on education, of making sure that researchers and students coming up have an understanding of what the technology is able to offer.
We are pretty much at the end of time. Thank you so much, Pushmeet, for joining us.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vishal, and thank you, Pushmeet, for joining us from London. Ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned before, we are not taking any breaks, so please remain in the hall. I'd like to just repeat the announcement that I made earlier. Due to the Prime Minister's security protocol, you are all requested to please remain in the hall. After 5 p.m., no entries will be allowed. After 4:30, that is around this time, there will be no access to the lawn outside, so you're advised to restrain yourself from leaving the hall, as the Honorable Prime Minister will be visiting the HT at 100 photo exhibition that has been put up at Jahanara and Roshanara. We are now on to the next session, focusing on Delhi and on a leader who plays a pivotal role in shaping its governance and growth. Please join me in welcoming the Honorable Chief Minister of Delhi, Srimati Rekha Gupta. In conversation with her is Padmaja Joshi, Managing Editor and Primetime Anchor at NDTV 24/7. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Chief Minister of Delhi in the House.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's start with a huge round of applause with Mrs. Rekha Gupta. It's always good to see women power on stage, and she is now one of the very few lady chief ministers that we have across the country. पर रेखा जी, क्योंकि हम दिल्ली में बैठे हुए हैं इस वक्त, दिल्ली में एक विषय है जो कि हर किसी के जहन में रहता है और रहना भी चाहिए. बहुत सारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज़ आपके ऊपर हैं, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर वगैरह सब बहुत सारे सरदर्द है, लेकिन एक विषय जो हर कोई बार बार रोज सवाल पूछता है, और ख़ास तौर पर अब तो क्योंकि सर्दियों के महीने आ गए हैं, ये पोल्यूशन, ये स्मॉग कब ख़त्म होगा? क्यों ऐसा हो गया कि अब आपको 10 महीने हो गए हैं सत्ता में आए हुए, पर इस बार फिर से स्मॉग हुआ, क्यों?
पद्मजा जी, सबसे पहले तो मैं यहाँ ऑडियंस में बैठे हुए अपने सभी दिल्ली वासियों को, सबको बहुत नमस्कार करती हूँ। आपने पहला ही क्वेश्चन पॉल्यूशन पे पूछा। वेरी ट्रू, आज भी पॉल्यूशन है, स्मोक है, पर ये आज ही है ऐसा नहीं है। इट्स ए लीगेसी प्रॉब्लम। दिल्ली शहर जो कि 1500 किलोमीटर में, 1434 किलोमीटर में है, और जिसकी पॉपुलेशन आज लगभग 3 करोड़ पे हम खड़े हैं, जो लगातार बढ़ रही है, जो 2010 में थी पॉपुलेशन, जो 2015 में थी, जो 20 में थी, आज उससे कई गुना ज़्यादा है। जो सड़कों पे ट्रैफिक था, जो गाड़ियाँ थी, जो 15 में थी, आज 25 में उससे कई गुना ज़्यादा है। जितना गाड़ियों का रजिस्ट्रेशन उस समय होता था, आज उससे 3 गुना गाड़ियों का रजिस्ट्रेशन होता है। तो ये सारी सिचुएशन ऑनगोइंग है, लगातार चल रही हैं, और पॉल्यूशन में कोई एक इनपुट नहीं होता, उसमें बहुत सारे फैक्टर काम करते हैं। उसमें आपका ट्रांसपोर्टेशन भी काम करेगा, उसमें आपका ओपन बर्निंग भी काम करेगी, उसमें आपकी डस्ट भी काम करती है। हर तरह का जो इनपुट है उस सब मिलकर के पॉल्यूशन बन जाता है। तो ऐसा नहीं है कि आज कुछ ऐसी जादू की छड़ी घूमने से सब खत्म हो जाने वाला है। इट्स ए रेगुलर प्रोसेस। आप आज जो कर रहे हो उसको और स्पीड में आपने शुरू किया। 10 महीने में हमारी सरकार में वो सारे मेजरमेंट्स लिए जो कि लिए जाने थे, जो शायद पिछली सरकारों ने नहीं लिए होंगे, इसलिए ये लीगेसी प्रॉब्लम आज भी स्टैंड कर रही है। अदरवाइज़ ये शायद ख़त्म हो जाती। जो कांग्रेस की गवर्नमेंट के टाइम था, जब उनके टाइम पे भी इसी तरीके से पॉल्यूशन होता था, तब उन्होंने क्या किया, जो उसके बाद की गवर्नमेंट थी तो उन्होंने क्या, वो भी बहुत मैटर करता है। तो ये एक लीगेसी प्रॉब्लम है जो हमें साथ में मिली है। पर इतनी बात का मैं विश्वास अपनी दिल्ली की जनता को दिलाती हूँ कि 10 महीने में जो जो दिल्ली सरकार को करना चाहिए था उसको हमने बहुत हाई स्पीड पे किया। डस्ट मिटिगेशन प्लान से लेकर के हर चीज़, जो इंडस्ट्री पॉल्यूशन है उसको भी हमने कर्व किया, लगातार अपनी स्ट्रिक्टनेस बढ़ाई, अपनी जो एजेंसीज थी उनको एक्टिवेट किया, हर जगह जाकर के ओपन बर्निंग को लेकर के हमने बहुत सारे स्टेप उठाए। मतलब पहली बार दिल्ली में हमने वो जो चौकीदार या वो लोग जो रात के टाइम लकड़ी जला के बैठ जाते थे, उनके लिए 10,000 हीटर दिल्ली में बांटने का काम किया। आप सोचिए कि हर वो अलाप जो एक लकड़ी जला के लोग 4 लोग बैठ जाते हैं, वो सब कुछ तो जाकर के पॉल्यूशन बनता है। तो ऐसे हजारों जगह पे सर्दी की रातों में आग जलाई जाती है, तो कौन इसको कैटर कर रहा था? पहली बार हमने जो झुग्गी बस्तियों में कच्चे चूल्हे आज भी जल रहे थे, तो वहाँ कोयले से, वहाँ लकड़ी से आप चूल्हा जलाते तो वो धुआं भी तो जाके पॉल्यूशन बनता है। उनको हमने गैस कनेक्शन देना, उनको हमने चूल्हा देना शुरू किया कि भी आप दिल्ली से हम ओपन बर्निंग को जीरो करें। जो कूड़ा जलता है, जो लोग कहीं कहीं पे आग लगा लेते हैं, तो उन सबको हमने चेक करने का काम किया। इसी तरीके से डस्ट को लेकर के हर सड़क पे आप देखेंगे कि वाटर स्प्रिंकलर से लेके हर वो इफ़ेक्टिव मेजर करने की कोशिश की जा रही है। आज जितने इलेक्ट्रिक पोल हैं उस पर एक नई टेक्निक के माध्यम से अब हमने जो मिस्ट लगाने का काम किया, वो अपने आप में अच्छा इफ़ेक्ट दे रहा है, वो भी काम कर रहा है। तो जितने भी मेजर्स दिल्ली में है उनको हमने लेना शुरू किया। पर फिर भी मैं इतना कहना चाहूँगी कि ये जो पॉल्यूशन है ये केवल सरकारों का काम नहीं है। इस पे दिल्ली की जनता को, हम सबको, आसपास के हमारे नेबरिंग स्टेट्स को, हम सबको मिलकर के इसको काम करना पड़ेगा। और जब सब मिल के काम करेंगे, आज जितना ट्रैफिक सड़कों पे है तो हर गाड़ी पॉल्यूशन क्रिएट कर रही है, तो हम सब लोग मिलकर के कुछ ना कुछ उसमें अपना डालें, एफर्ट डालें। हम कार पूल करना शुरू करें, हम कुछ, अब बहुत आसान है दिल्ली में अगर हम कहें कि चलिए जी लॉकडाउन लगा दें, क्या उससे काम चल जाएगा? जब भी किसी सिटी को सर्वाइवल करना होता है, उसको चलते भी रहना है, उसको गति भी रखनी है, पर फिर भी समस्या का समाधान करना है तो उसमें सबका सहयोग हो और सरकार भी पूरी तत्परता से काम करे तो मुझे लगता है कि समाधान धीरे धीरे जरूर मिलेगा।
क्योंकि आपने कहा कि नेबरिंग स्टेट्स हैं उनको भी कोऑपरेट करने की ज़रूरत है, ये एक कांस्टेंट आपका फाइट रहता था जब अरविंद केजरीवाल मुख्यमंत्री थे, तो कॉन्स्टेंटली फॉर मोर देन अ डेकेड द फाइट वाज कि भाई पराली बर्निंग हो रही है, पराली बर्निंग हो रही है। अब तो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया डेटा सजेस्ट कि पराली बर्निंग हैज गॉन डाउन पंजाब सिग्निफिकेंटली। पंजाब ने अपना पराली बर्निंग कंट्रोल कर लिया है, उसके बावजूद दिल्ली में AQI कल जो है AQI था 327, then it came down for 323. A couple of weeks ago on the 11th of November 428 AQI था, November 12 को 418 AQI था। पराली बर्निंग कम हो रही है, आपने सारे मेजर्स ले लिए हैं, उसके बावजूद भी 400, 300, 350 AQI क्यों है?
मैं वही बता रही हूँ जो मैंने आपको पहले कहा कि जिस तरीके से हमारी आज की पॉपुलेशन बढ़ी है, जिस तरीके से सड़कों पे ट्रैफिक बढ़ रहा है, बहुत सारे मेजर्स हमने अपने ट्रांसपोर्टेशन को लगभग EV पे लेकर के आए हैं। जितना हमारा गवर्नमेंट ट्रांसपोर्टेशन है आज उसमें से 50% हम EV पे आ चुके हैं और अगले साल के अंत तक पूरी तरीके से हमारी सभी बसेस इलेक्ट्रिक होने वाली हैं। तो हर चीज़ की मेजरमेंट है। पराली अपनी जगह एक कारण है, जो हमारी NCR में जितनी भी इंडस्ट्रीज़ हैं उनमें जो पॉल्यूशन है वो अपनी जगह एक कारण है, पर दिल्ली के कारण बहुत सारे हैं। मैंने यही कहा कि दिल्ली के अपने कारण भी बहुत सारे हैं जो कि चीज़ें मैटर करती हैं, हमें उन सब पे वर्कआउट करना पड़ेगा। आज जिस तरीके से दिल्ली की सड़कों की हालत हमें मिली, आज हम पूरी तरीके से उसमें पाथोल्स भरना, उसमें वॉल टू वॉल कारपेटिंग करना, उन सब पे लगातार काम कर रहे हैं। तो समय जरूर लगेगा, पर उसमें एक जो कमी आने वाली बात है वो समय के साथ जरूर आएगी और लगातार आ भी रही है। आज जो आपका AQI है और इसी दिन आप पिछले ईयर का भी AQI देखें तो आज उससे कम AQI है। आप ये सोचिए कि ट्रैफिक बढ़ रहा है, गाड़ियां बढ़ गई, पॉपुलेशन बढ़ गई, फिर भी आज आप उस लेवल पे मेंटेन कर पा रहे हैं। तो जो आप कह रही हैं कि वो सारे फैक्टर काम कर रहे हैं।
क्योंकि दिवाली के आसपास पिछले साल भी जितनी AQI थी उतनी ही AQI इस साल भी थी, और इस साल तो आपने उल्टा पटाखे जलाने की भी इजाजत दी।
अब आप मान रही हैं ना कि अगर पटाखे जलने के बाद भी AQI सेम मेंटेन हो रहा है तो इसका मतलब कुछ ना कुछ एडिशनल एफर्ट हुए हैं बाकी चीज़ों में, जिसके कारण से AQI बेहतर हो पाया। तो दिल्ली ने दिवाली भी मनाई और AQI भी मेंटेन किया। दिल्ली में आज भी 15 साल और 10 साल की गाड़ियों को हम चला रहे हैं जो कि एक टाइम पे बैन हो रही थी, आज वो गाड़ियां चल रही है। आज दिवाली मना रहे हैं, आज हम बाकी सारी इवेंट कर रहे हैं, हम यमुना जी पे छठ मना रहे हैं, हम सारी चीज़ें कर रहे हैं, पर AQI अपना मेंटेन करके चल रहे हैं क्योंकि वो सारे एफर्ट सरकार कर रही है जो सरकार को करने चाहिए।
क्योंकि कुछ लोग तो ये भी कह रहे हैं कि AQI आपके लिए कन्वीनियंटली इसलिए दिख रहा है इस वक्त क्योंकि आप गेम कर रहे हैं सिस्टम को, कि जहाँ जहाँ आपके मॉनिटर लगे हुए हैं वहाँ पर ही जा कर के सारा छिड़काव हो जाता है।
देखिए, ये मुझे लगता है कि जिन लोगों ने इस बात को सर्कुलेट किया है वो कहीं ना कहीं जो मॉनिटरिंग टावर हैं आज उन्हीं सरकारों के लगाए हुए हैं। आप मुझे बताइए हॉटस्पॉट क्या होता है? हॉटस्पॉट वो होता है कि जहाँ सबसे ज़्यादा पॉल्यूशन होता है, ठीक है। सॉल्यूशन क्या है? आप वहाँ पे स्प्रे करते हैं, वाटरिंग करते हैं, आप मिट्टी को बिठाने का काम करते हैं। तो स्प्रे हॉटस्पॉट पे ही तो करेंगे आप, कोई मॉनिटर पे करके AQI डाउन होता है क्या? और AQI एक ऐसा आपका टेम्परेचर है आपको जो किसी भी इंस्ट्रूमेंट से पता चलता है, तो उसमें वाटरिंग इज द ओनली सॉल्यूशन जो हम भी कर रहे हैं, जो पिछली सरकारें भी करती थी, और वो हॉटस्पॉट पे ही होता है जहां सबसे ज्यादा पॉल्यूशन होगा वहीं तो आप सफाई करेंगे।
मीटर पे तो नहीं मार रहे आप जाके पानी?
देखिए, वो कुछ भी कह सकते हैं, उन्होंने तो पहले दिन से आके कहा कि हाँ जी बताइए आप क्या कर रहे हैं, आपने पॉल्यूशन पे क्या किया। तो मुझे लगता है कि जो काम वो 11 साल में नहीं कर पाई पिछली सरकारें, उन्हें ये उम्मीद है कि ये बीजेपी की सरकार 100% कर लेगी और तुरंत कर लेगी। इसलिए वो हम में विश्वास रखते हुए लगातार हमसे पूछते हैं कि भाई अभी तक नहीं हुआ, तो उन्हें हम में ये विश्वास है। मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहती हूँ उन लोगों का, और निश्चित रूप में करके दिखाएंगे, इसका भी मैं विश्वास दिलाती हूँ।
क्योंकि देखिए एक बहुत मशहूर गाना ना, जो वादा किया वो निभाना पड़ेगा।
हर वादा निभाया जाएगा और उस पर लगातार काम होगा, और हो रहा है। वो दिल्ली की जनता भी देख रही है और वो लोग भी देख रहे हैं, तभी उन्हें लगता है कि भाई ये इतना सब कुछ कैसे हो पा रहा है।
आपने कहा कि आप AQI मेंटेन कर रहे हैं, मेजर्स लिए जा रहे हैं, पर एक तो हवा की बात हो गई। दूसरा, यमुना, जब छठ का वक्त था तो हमने देखी थी कि बोट्स जा रही थी, वहाँ पे वो केमिकल डाला जा रहा था जिससे फ्रॉथ कम हो रहा था। अब फ्रॉथ वापस आ गया है। जो झाग था, भले से ही छठ के वक्त पर वो कम हो गया था, वापस यमुना वैसी ही गंदी क्यों हो गई है? क्यों उसमें वापस झाग, वो सफ़ेद झाग दिखाई दे रहा है?
देखिए, यमुना क्लीनिंग एक बहुत बड़ा विषय है, आस्था का विषय भी है और काम करने के लिए एक बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट भी है। और वो ऐसा भी नहीं है कि आपने कुछ पर्टिकुलर कुछ 2-3 चीज़ें कर दी और वो तुरंत साफ़ हो गया। अगर ऐसा होता तो हो ही जाता। यमुना सफाई इज़ अ बिग प्रोजेक्ट और उस पर बहुत सारी स्टेजेस के काम करने की ज़रूरत थी, जिसे हमने आते ही उसको इनिशिएट किया। आज शहर भर के लगभग सब नाले आकर के यमुना में गिरते हैं। उनके लिए कोई और जगह, कोई और प्रोसेस कभी पिछली सरकारों ने नहीं बनाया। आज हमारी सरकार आने के बाद उन सारे नालों को टैप करना, उन नालों पे STP बनाना, जो पुराने नाले बने हुए हैं उनको अपग्रेडेशन करना, वो सारा काम होने के बाद ही यमुना साफ कहलाई जाएगी। तो वो एक दिन का काम नहीं है। आज हमारी सरकार ने आने के तुरंत बाद इन सब चीज़ों पे काम करना शुरू किया। यमुना सफाई का एक विस्तृत प्लान बनाया और फ्लो कैसे बढ़े, जो वर्तमान में पानी आ रहा है वो कैसे साफ़ हो, हर चीज़ पे काम हो रहा है। जिस फॉगिंग की आप बात कर रहे हैं, जिस फ्रॉथ की, वो पूरे यमुना के स्पैन में नहीं है। एक जो हमारा ओखला बिराज है, उस ओखला बिराज का स्ट्रक्चर इस प्रकार का है कि वो ऊपर से नीचे गिरता है पानी, और क्योंकि ऑलरेडी पानी में इतने केमिकल होते हैं, क्योंकि इंडस्ट्रियल इन्फ्लुएंट उसमें होता है, तो वो पानी जब नीचे गिरता है तो वो उसमें झाग बनता है। आप कहेंगे कि भी छठ के टाइम एक्स्ट्रा मेजर्स लेकर के उनको हटाया गया, क्योंकि वो फेस्टिवल टाइम था, लाखों लोगों की आस्था उस समय जुड़ी थी, और उसके बाद से हम हर टाइम उसमें स्प्रे नहीं कर सकते। और एक मेजर जो है उसका मेजरमेंट यही है कि आपको जो इंडस्ट्रियल इन्फ्लुएंट उसमें आ रहा है उसको ख़त्म करना पड़ेगा, यमुना को साफ़ करना पड़ेगा, इंडस्ट्री को पूरी तरीके से इन चीज़ों को बैन करते हुए, तब जाके यमुना साफ़ होगी, तब जाके यमुना में से वो झाग ख़त्म होंगे। और वो लगातार उस प्रोसेस को किया जा रहा है। नेबरिंग स्टेट्स के साथ हम बैठे हैं, हरियाणा के साथ, यूपी के साथ में, और वो लोग भी हमारे साथ में इस रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को शेयर कर रहे हैं और लगातार इस दिशा में काम चल रहा है। रोज़ाना मैं कह सकती हूँ एक स्टेप हम आगे होते हैं और यमुना की सफाई की दिशा में बेहतर रिजल्ट देने के लिए काम चल रहे हैं।
तो आप कह रहे हैं कि ओखला को छोड़ करके बाकी जगह यमुना में झाग नहीं है?
आप जाके देखिए ना, मैं केवल आपको यहाँ नहीं बोल रही हूँ, आप किसी भी रील में कोई भी जो दिखाते हैं जाकर के, वो एक पॉइंट है जिस पॉइंट पे उसका फ्लो इस तरह का हो जाता है कि ऊपर से पानी नीचे गिरता है और उसके अंदर जो केमिकल होते हैं वो केमिकल फॉर्म का रूप ले लेते हैं।
गेमिंग द सिस्टम की जहाँ तक बात थी, छठ पे आपने कहा कि हम इस बार सरकार ने स्पेशल मेजर्स लेकर के यमुना पर घाट बनाए, 17 जगह पे आपने अलग अलग घाट बनाए थे। वासुदेव घाट को लेकर के बहुत कंट्रोवर्सी हुई, जहाँ पे एक वो इमेज, एंड एवरीवन विल नो दैट इमेज, दैट यू हैव द मेन रिवर और उसके बगल में आपने एक छोटा सा पॉन्ड टाइप का बना रखा था। आपने वो स्पेशल पॉन्ड बना करके, जिसमें ये कहा जा रहा है कि आपने बिस्लरी का पानी डाला अलग से और वो यमुना था ही नहीं, बाहर यमुना गंदी थी, अंदर रेखा जी ने बिस्लरी का पानी डाल दिया। क्यों?
देखिए, ये जो विपक्ष के लोग हैं, इनका जो माइंड है ना, वो हमेशा इसी चीज़ में लगा रहता है कि कैसे कोई स्टोरी क्रिएट की जाए। वो लोग इस बात को, जो उनके टाइम में 11 साल उनका राज रहा, 11 साल में उन्होंने यमुना पे छठ पूजा बंद कर दी। उन्होंने कभी इस चीज़ को नहीं समझा कि लाखों लोगों की श्रद्धा आस्था उससे जुड़ी है और यहाँ छठ हम मना सकते हैं। उन्होंने पूरी तरीके से बैन कर दी, यहाँ तक कि कुछ लोगों ने जब जाके वहाँ छठ सेलिब्रेट की तो उन पे केस लगा दिया। हमारी सरकार आने के बाद में हमने ये डिसीज़न लिया कि ठीक है, हम यमुना पे छठ करेंगे और बहुत भव्य तरीके से करेंगे। 1, 2, 10, 17 नहीं, हमने पूरी दिल्ली में 1350 पॉइंट पे छठ पूजा की व्यवस्थाएं की। 1350 पॉइंट पे, कहीं पे हमने कॉस्मेटिक घाट बनाए, कहीं पे हमने पूल को यूज़ किया, कहीं पे अलग अलग तरीके से हर जगह लोगों की आस्था के साथ जोड़ करके हमने छठ घाट तैयार किए। और उसी तरीके से यमुना जी पे भी 17 जगह पे किए। और हर यमुना जी पे हमारा एक कंसेप्ट था, क्योंकि एकदम से स्टीप हो जाता है, किसी का पैर फिसलने से कोई गिर ना जाए, तो हर जगह पे उसकी बैरिगेटिंग की गई। पूरी यमुना पे की गई, कहीं पे लकड़ी से हुई, कहीं पे सीमेंट के कट्टों से हुई, कहीं पे मिट्टी से हुई। तो ऐसे ही एक बैरिगेटिंग वासुदेव घाट पे भी थी, क्योंकि उससे पहले बाढ़ आई थी। बाढ़ आने से आपको ध्यान है तो वासुदेव घाट पे जो पानी था वो शमशान घाट तक चला गया था। तो कई ट्रक मिट्टी हमने वहाँ से हटा के उस पूरे घाट को साफ़ किया, और वहाँ से जब पुल बना तो वो मिट्टी सामने थी, वो पहले भी उसका नेचुरल स्पेस था, उस मिट्टी को वहाँ करके साइड में से पानी निकला था। उन्होंने कहा वही, अरे इस पे तो पुल बना दिया गया है। तो ऐसे तो बहुत सारे बने थे। आपको, मुझे उस समय कुछ और नहीं करना था, मुझे उन लोगों की श्रद्धा के ऊपर काम करना था कि उन्हें मैं बेहतरीन व्यवस्थाओं के साथ में छठ पूजा के घाट दे सकूं, जो मेरे लाखों पूर्वांचल के भाई बहन दिल्ली में रहते हैं और वो खुश हैं। क्या दूसरे लोग बोल रहे हैं, अपोजिशन क्या बोल रही है, मुझे इससे कोई लेना देना
नहीं। तो आप कह रही हैं कि वो पानी जो उस एंक्लोजर में था वो यमुना का पानी,
यमुना का पानी था। वो मिट्टी के इस तरफ से आ रहा था, दूसरा दूसरी तरफ से आ रहा था। तो उन्हें लगता है अब मिट्टी का में से जो छन के पानी आ रहा है, वो कहे बिस्लरी का बोलो, किसी चीज़ का बोलो, गंगा जी आ गई। पर मैंने जो व्यवस्थाएं की अपने दिल्ली के पूर्वांचल के भाई बहनों के लिए की, वो लोग खुश थे। अब विपक्ष को इससे तकलीफ हो, पेट में दर्द हो, मुझे कोई इससे लेना देना नहीं।
तो वो एक पाइप बताया जा रहा था, कोई हरा हरा पाइप निकाल करके आपने,
वो पाइप आज भी है। वो पाइप वजीराबाद से होते हुए हैदरपुर प्लांट का एक यमुना का अनट्रीटेड वाटर है जो जाता है ओखला पे। वहाँ पे पानी जो साउथ दिल्ली को उससे मिलता है, तो वो अनट्रीटेड वाटर ही वहाँ से जा रहा है।
तो वो पाइप से आप साफ
गंगा से आ गया, यमुना से आ गया। उनकी सोच इतनी इमेजिनरी है कि उसको कोई मेकअप नहीं कर सकता। वो कुछ भी सोच सकते हैं। देखिए क्या है कि 11 साल उन्होंने दिल्ली में राज किया, अब वो बेरोजगार हो गए हैं। अब वो क्या देखते हैं, वो सारा दिन ये देखते हैं कि रेखा गुप्ता क्या कर रही है, रेखा गुप्ता ने ऐसा कैसे कर लिया, 6 साल हम तो कर नहीं पाए यमुना जी पे छठ, इन्होंने कैसे कर लिया, अब कैसे हो पा रहा है। तो क्या करेंगे, वो छज्जे पे चढ़ते हैं, कभी मुंडेर पे चढ़ते हैं, फिर फोकस करते हैं, कैमरा से कुछ निकालते हैं, फिर बताते हैं। अरे भाई, उनको कौन जवाब देगा? दिल्ली की जनता जो मुझसे जवाब मांगती है मैं देती हूँ, उनके जवाबों का, उनके सवालों का कोई लेना देना नहीं है। कुछ तो लोग कहेंगे, लोगों का काम है कहना।
पर एक चीज़ तो है कि जहाँ तक YouTube का सवाल है, फोकस तो आप ही के ऊपर है और सवाल वहीं पे आपसे पूछे जा रहे हैं और पूछे जाने भी चाहिए।
देखिए, अच्छा है, लोगों को रोज़गार मिलता रहना चाहिए। रोज़गार तो दे ही रहे हैं, चाहे वो रील के माध्यम से वो लोग बना के काम कर रहे हैं, चाहे मीडिया पे आके काम कर रहे हैं। नहीं तो कैसे काम चलेगा? आप इतना तो अप्रिशिएट करेंगे अपनी मुख्यमंत्री को कि रोज़गार दिए रखा है उनको, कम नहीं किया।
चलिए, एटलीस्ट क्रिएटर्स इकोनॉमी में आप कंट्रीब्यूट कर रही हैं। पर ये मुद्दा जो है, मैंने इसलिए पूछा वासुदेव घाट का, क्योंकि ये बिहार में एक चुनावी मुद्दा बन गया। ये भी कहा गया कि दिल्ली में पूरा ड्रामा किया जा रहा है। ये बताइए, वैसे आपका बिहार का एक्सपीरियंस कैसा रहा? आप मुख्यमंत्री बनी और मुख्यमंत्री से सीधे कितने 6 महीने के अंदर, 8 महीने के अंदर आप स्टार प्रचारक भी बन गई। बिहार का आपका कैसा एक्सपीरियंस था?
देखिए, दोनों बातों का जवाब देना चाहूँगी। आपने कहा कि चुनावी मुद्दा बना, ये मुद्दा कुछ लोगों ने बनाने की कोशिश की, पर वो उनके अपने ही स्फीयर में अटका रहा। पर बिहार के लोगों ने, बिहार की जनता ने, पूर्वांचल के मेरे भाई बहनों ने हमें इतना आशीर्वाद दिया, इतना प्यार दिया, वो इतना खुश थे। आप एक एक चेहरा उस समय की आप निकाल के देखिए, आपकी खुद चैनल्स की रिकॉर्डिंग होगी, हर एक की आंखों में चमक थी, आशीर्वाद था, प्यार था। और वही प्यार और आशीर्वाद मुझे बिहार में भी जाके मिला, क्योंकि बिहार और दिल्ली अलग अलग नहीं है। वो लाखों परिवार, उनके सदस्य जो दिल्ली में रहते हैं, वो मन से बहुत खुश थे कि पहली बार सम्मान के साथ दिल्ली में उन्हें अपना ये महापर्व बनाने का मौका मिला। और वही प्यार और सम्मान उन्होंने मुझे बिहार में दिया। मुझे बहुत ही अच्छा लगा कि दिल्ली की इस बेटी को उन्होंने, बिहार के पूर्वांचल के भाई बहनों ने बहुत ही स्नेह और आशीर्वाद दिया।
और बहुत बड़ी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, क्योंकि दिल्ली ने महिला मुख्यमंत्री रही हैं, और शीला जी रही हैं, फिर आतिशी रही हैं, सुषमा जी रही हैं आपकी पार्टी से। तो कभी आपको लगता है, और आपने बोला भी था जब आपकी स्वेरिंग इन थी, तो उस वक्त आपने बोला भी था कि मैं एक पार्टी की कार्यकर्ता थी, फिर मैंने काउंसलर की तरह काम किया है, और अब सीधे मेरे को मुख्यमंत्री बनाया गया है। जिसको कहते हैं ना वेट ऑफ एक्सपेक्टेशंस, बिकॉज वी आर हियर एट अ लीडरशिप समिट। कभी लगता नहीं है दैट यू हैव द वेट ऑफ एक्सपेक्टेशंस, क्योंकि दिल्ली ने खास तौर पर महिला मुख्यमंत्रियों को रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी दी है, और आप अब पूरे देश में गिनी चुनी महिला मुख्यमंत्री में से एक है।
निश्चित रूप में दिल्ली की अपेक्षाएं, मेरी बहनों की अपेक्षाएं, पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं की अपेक्षाएं और दिल्ली की जनता की अपेक्षाएं, सबकी निगाहें, सबका विश्वास मेरे ऊपर है और इसीलिए मुझे भी अपनी जिम्मेवारी का एहसास है और जो मैंने अपने इस 10 महीने के कार्यकाल में 24/7 अपनी दिल्ली की जनता के लिए काम किया कि केवल उनकी मुख्यमंत्री बन करके मैंने दिल्ली की समस्याओं को, विशेष रूप से जो लीगेसी प्रॉब्लम दिल्ली की है, उनको समाधान देने की कोशिश की है। वो केवल उस विश्वास के कारण कि मुझे आज उन सब के लिए जो उनका वर्षों की अटकी लटकी और भटकी समस्याएं हैं, उनके समाधान भी करने हैं और उनकी दिल की जो तकलीफ़ें हैं, दिल्ली वालों का दिल तो खुश होना चाहिए, इसके लिए मैं काम कर रही हूँ, लगातार कर रही हूँ और करती रहूँगी।
तो शीला जी जब थीं तो उनको शीला आंटी कहा जाता था। अरविंद जी जब थे तो वो मफलर मैन के नाम से फेमस थे। तो रेखा जी को क्या बुलाया जाए?
देखिए, बहन कहें, बेटी कहें, माँ कहें, कुछ भी दिल्ली की जनता मुझे अपना मान के बोल सकती है, पर मैं उनके सुख दुख की साथी हूँ, उनकी हर तकलीफ़ में उनके साथ खड़ी हूँ और उनकी हर खुशी में उनके साथ खड़ी हूँ। ये दिल्ली को कहना चाहती हूँ।
रेखा दीदी,
मैंने कहा ना कि जो
एक दीदी बंगाल में है, एक दीदी दिल्ली में,
दिल्ली के दिल में रह कर के काम करना है और दिल्ली के लिए काम करना है। तो मेरे दिल्ली के भाई बहनों को मुझे खुशी इस बात की है कि उन्हें मैं वो समय दे पा रही हूँ जो जिस मेरे एक एक क्षण पे उनका अधिकार है और मेरे शरीर के हर कण पे उनका अधिकार है। इसलिए मैं हमेशा दिल्ली वालों की हूँ और उनके लिए रहूँगी।
तो रेखा दीदी, अब आपने ये जो टाइटल है एक्सेप्ट कर ही लिया है, ये बताइए कि क्या टाइमलाइन दिल्ली वाले आपसे एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं? देखिए, आप भले से ही कहें कि ये एक बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है, जन भागीदारी होनी चाहिए, लेकिन लोग कहेंगे कि आज आपकी ट्रिपल इंजन की सरकार है, केंद्र में भी आप हैं, एलजी भी आप हैं, मुख्यमंत्री भी आप हैं, तो आप एक टाइमलाइन दीजिए। कब आप प्रॉमिस कर सकते हैं कि हमारा AQI 300, 200 नहीं 50 होना चाहिए? कब होगा हमारा AQI 50? कब यमुना जी में झाग खत्म हो जाएगा?
दिल्ली, देखिए मैं आपको बताती हूँ, दिल्ली की लीगेसी प्रॉब्लम्स, दिल्ली के कूड़े के पहाड़, दिल्ली में यमुना जी की सफाई, दिल्ली में टूटी फूटी सड़कें, दिल्ली में स्कूल हॉस्पिटल का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और दिल्ली में पर्यावरण, ये सारी वो चीज़ें हैं जो यहाँ बैठे हुए हर एक व्यक्ति के दिल के नज़दीक है। जो दिल्ली में उस तस्वीर को देखता है कि मैं यहाँ जब रहूँ तो मुझे फील गुड आना चाहिए, अच्छा लगना चाहिए। पर इतनी बात ज़रूर है कि ये एक लगातार किया जाने वाला काम है। कोई एक दिन में दिल्ली पूरी तरीके से साफ़ हो जाएगी या पूरी तरीके से कूड़े के पहाड़ हट जाएंगे, शायद पॉसिबल ना हो, पर लगातार काम होना, बिना रुके बिना थके काम चलना, ये इम्पॉर्टेंट है। और वो मैं अपनी दिल्ली को इंश्योर कर सकती हूँ कि हर एक जो लीगेसी प्रॉब्लम दिल्ली की है उस पे बहुत सिंसियरली और बड़ी मेहनत के साथ में आपकी ये सरकार काम कर रही है, लगातार कर रही है। और जब समस्या को समाधान के लिए काम शुरू करते हैं तो उसको एक दिन ख़त्म होने का मौका भी मिलेगा और निश्चित रूप में मिलेगा, ये विश्वास दिल्ली को करना होगा।
एक आखिरी सवाल आपसे पूछ लेती हूँ, अगली बार जब रेखा जी लोगों के बीच में जाएंगी वोट मांगने के लिए, तो पक्का ये प्रॉमिस अपना कम से कम 50% तो पूरा करेंगी ना कि आपकी हवा साफ हो गई है? 300 से 100-150 तक तो लाएंगी ना आप?
देखिए, मैं 50% और 100% की बात नहीं कर रही हूँ, पर दिल्ली की जनता इस बात को जरूर मानेगी कि रेखा ने अपना 100% किया है और वो कर रही है।
रेखा गुप्ता जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए। देखिए, दिल्ली की जनता पूरी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी आपको भर भर के वोट दिया है, पर उम्मीदें बहुत बड़ी हैं, उम्मीद के साथ साथ एक्सपेक्टेशन भी है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए।
Thank you, Honorable Chief Minister of Delhi. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly remain in your seats. I will repeat the announcement once again. Due to the Prime Minister's security protocol, you're all requested to please remain in the hall. There will be no access to the lawns outside. You're also advised to restrain yourself from leaving the hall as the Honorable Prime Minister will be visiting the HT at 100 photo exhibition that has been put up at Jahanara and Roshanara. Ladies and gentlemen, brace yourselves now for a session that has been eagerly anticipated by cinephiles across the country. We have with us a legend whose very name evokes excellence, innovation, and unforgettable storytelling. Please join me in welcoming Aamir Khan, actor, filmmaker, and visionary. And to make this an unforgettable session, we are joined by Sonal Kalra, Chief Managing Editor for Entertainment and Lifestyle, Hindustan Times. Ladies and gentlemen, we give you Aamir Khan.
Use the hand mic as well?
No, this is fine. Okay. Hello, good evening, everyone.
Good evening, good people. I think Aamir saying good evening already makes it nicer and better for us. So a few smiles and a big round of applause would be nice. Well, as you know, the theme of this year's summit is Transformative Tomorrow. And I think in introducing him, I'd like to say that this is one person when it comes to Indian cinema who's led transformation by example. This reflects in the work that he does. This reflects in the films that he makes. He's someone who's not afraid of taking risks when it comes to bringing about a change. I've never seen a better fitment to the theme than this is. So Aamir, welcome and thanks for taking out the time to be with us.
Thank you.
You've had a great year, Aamir, with Sitare Zameen Par. You know, at least there was this notion that it's becoming very, very challenging to get people into the theatres. It's seeping into us. Our consumption pattern is such that we feel aa jayegi, OTT pe aa jayegi, TV pe aa jayegi, and people are not willing. And also there are things that are getting said with respect to only a large action film is the one that should come in theatres. Larger than life is what is needed. Superhero films are needed. So in all of that talk, a film like Sitare Zameen Par coming and doing a 260 crore business was a complete game changer.
It's very reassuring actually. Because I always have believed in stories, you know, and I feel that irrespective of genre, whether you're making an action film or a thriller, you still need a good story.
Yeah.
And with technology coming in, things change. Of course, things change. But what doesn't change is that people connect to stories. And I think that's very fundamental to my work, at least. Yeah.
And any one compliment that you got for Sitare Zameen Par which completely blew you away?
Well, it was very moving to see the reaction of audiences, especially people who are suffering with disabilities, who are neuroatypical. Their reaction, the reaction of their families, their reaction of their brothers, sisters, parents was really, really heartwarming. It was really heartwarming. I think the community really embraced the film, and it was really nice to see that. And along with that, I think mainstream audiences across the world have really, the film really connected with them. So I'm really happy about that. Yeah.
You know, Aamir, when it comes to leading through disruption, you've always been a leader that's kind of brought about a disruption. I'm reminded of a time when, I still remember there was a Stardust headline which said that this is late 80s, that Mithun Chakravarti has more than 40 films right now in his kitty. He's working on so many shifts simultaneously. Then you came onto the scene and you disrupted the whole thing by saying that I'll do only one film in a year. You have been bringing about a disruption also in the marketing of your films. And now the latest one that you've done is to do a pay-per-view model on YouTube, where you've said that I don't care for the OTT platforms. I would much rather have people pay on YouTube and watch my film.
But that's not entirely true. I just feel that there should be one more window. You see, after theatrical, we tend to go straight to OTT. I believe that there is a window that should be there. It's there all over the world of pay-per-view. And you have a period of 1 month, 2 months, depending on, what is better. But my attempt is to really introduce that window, which I think should be there. It's one more avenue of earning for the producer. So that's what I'm attempting to create.
But I think the idea was somewhere for the industry to also come together and sort of support this model, but that hasn't really happened, has it?
No, I mean, I was doing it alone. I was not doing it as an industry move. It would be nice, I think if the industry does collectively try and create a window for pay-per-view, it will help all of us. I just feel it will be very strongly helpful to the industry if that happens. Yeah.
We had Hugh Grant in a session earlier this morning, and he went on record to say that he can't stand streaming because he feels that it takes away from the very joy of collective viewing, and people should come back to theatres, and there is that over-obsession with the streaming culture.
Mm-hmm.
You've taken a stand where you say that there needs to be a minimum difference at least, before a film comes on OTT.
Sure.
What do you think is that ideal difference? And
actually, I'm not as judgmental as that. I feel that all platforms are good. I think that as an audience, I've enjoyed watching films on OTT and shows on OTT. I really think that we should, as an industry, reach a position as a market where we are mature enough that we allow the consumer to decide where he wants to consume, how he wants to consume, how he or she wants to consume. And that's what I think is the ideal thing. Because some people prefer to watch at home, they have practical difficulties, and some people prefer going to the theatre. I think it's each one's choice. I think really the audience should decide where they want to watch the film, and we should be able to service all of those,
पर ऑडियंस के लिए तो ये इजी है ना आमिर कि घर आ ही जाएगी 3-4 हफ्ते में 2-3 हफ्ते में फिल्म आ जाएगी आप 600 रुपीस में पूरी फैमिली देख सकती है तो थिएटर में जाने की ज़रूरत क्या है फिर
नहीं है आप बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हो इकोनॉमिकली नहीं है लेकिन आपका मन करता है ना जाने के लिए सी any industry cannot survive on rules and regulations कि सब लोगों को by law they have to go to the theatre ऐसे थोड़ी होता है people should watch where they want and your film should be exciting enough that people want to watch it on different platforms. A lot of people want to watch it in theatres. People also who've missed it in theatres want to watch it at home. They watch it on pay-per-view, OTT, satellite, So I think that for me, where you watch my material is not so important as long as you watch my material because I'm making my material to reach people. I want people to enjoy the stuff. And so I'm not agnostic about कि यार OTT नहीं होना चाहिए digital. In fact, I think today digital has become so much part of our lives that if you're not existing on digital, you pretty much are not around. People don't know you're there if you're not on digital. You're not relevant anymore. So I think that with technology, you have to move ahead with it, but it should be used to your advantage as opposed to your disadvantage. And I think that in the film industry, I think that world over you have a showcasing of theaters, then pay-per-view, then OTT, and then I think satellite or something. So that's how ideally it should be. And I really feel that it's up to the audience where they want to watch my work.
As long
if they find it exciting enough to come to the theaters, then they should come there.
Amir, it's been 40 years to your career. In fact, a little more than 41 years now exactly. Your film Holi, I think 84 में आई थी.
84 में नहीं, 86 में आई थी शायद. But वो भी theatre में release नहीं हुई थी. It had won a national award, so it had come on television. DD had shown it. All national award-winning films are shown. I wouldn't really count that as my film. I was more an AD at that time. I would actually say I joined the industry in the year when I was 18, exactly when I was 18. I joined as an assistant director. So that was my first step in the film industry, not as an actor, and that was, I think, in 84.
Yeah.
It was in 84, I think, when I became an assistant.
So 40 years, and we are talking transformation, and is there a particular incident or a particular decision that you've taken which you would say has transformed you or has been the most transformational?
Yeah, I think there was one decision in my life which I think was because of which I am here today, I'll have to give a little context before that. My first film, QSQT, released. It was a big success. I became an overnight star. And then I started getting a lot of offers for films. I wasn't getting offers from the directors I wanted to work with. You know, I had a list of directors I wanted to work with, but none of those directors approached me. I think at that time, even after a super hit like QSQT, you still had to establish yourself as a star, you know, before the A graders wanted to work with you. So anyway, I was getting a lot of offers, and I signed some 8-9 films, thinking that the rest of the actors are doing 30, 40, 50 films. So I think under 10 should be okay for me. That was what I thought. I had never worked like that. But when the shooting of these films began, I realized what a big mistake I had made. I'm not built to, you know, do 2-3 films together, or, you know, 8-9 films together. So that is my first realization. The second realization was that I realized that, you know, it's very important to select the director. Your director is the captain of the ship. It's very important to have the right director. Because if I hear a script and I'm thinking that it's a romantic scene and I'm imagining it's, you know, going to be shot in Kashmir or Kulu Manali in the mountains, the producer is thinking he'll shoot it in Khandala or Lonavala, which is 2 hours from Bombay. The director is thinking he'll shoot it in Lonavala, Khandala, and the producer has already booked Film City. There are 2 hills over there also. तो जाना था जापान, पहुंच गए चीन. So I realized in the first 6 to 8 months of working on these films that 3 things are very crucial for any film: the script, the director, and the producer. Yeah. Unless these 3 are ticked off, I realized that I would not ever do a film again, and I was very unhappy with the work I was doing, to be honest. In the first couple of years of my career as an actor after QSQT, I was very unhappy. I think you know, I was not happy with the projects. I was not happy. My sensibility didn't match with a number of the people I was working with. And to cut a long story short, these films started releasing eventually, and they started bombing. You know, ek flop hui, dusri flop hui, tisri flop hui. And then I was labeled one film wonder by the media. And rightly so. Those 3-4 films which had not done well had brought me to this situation, and the remaining 3, 4, 5, 6 films which I was working on, which were about to come, I knew how bad they were. So I was like, you know, I'm sunk, because my career is going to, you know, go down the drain in this manner. And I swore to myself, because I was so unhappy. I used to come home and cry in the evening, you know. I was very unhappy with the work I was doing. So I swore to myself that, yaar, never again will I compromise with my work. Unless the director is someone I completely trust, the script is something that I really love, and the producer is someone who can really produce the film well, release it well. Until these 3 things are in place, I'm not going to take on another film, even if it means my career comes to an end, which it was looking like it was coming to an end, because my films were not doing well. I felt I'm stuck in quicksand. I was trying my level best to come out of it, but the more I would struggle, the more I would sink. And at that time, I got a call from Bhatt Saab, Mahesh Bhattji. And Bhatt Saab called me and said, I want to meet you, have a film for you. So I was really thrilled, because Bhatt Saab was on the rise at that time. He had made Saransh, he had made Arth, and then he had made Naam. All 3 really successful films back to back. And I was so relieved that, you know, finally one director who I want to work with is, you know, reaching out to me, and I was feeling relieved, actually. And then I went to meet him, and he narrated the script to me. And I didn't like the script. And I was so, you know, disappointed. I didn't tell him anything that evening. I said, sir, can I think about it for one day? He said, yeah, we'll meet tomorrow, you think about it. So that day when I went home was the turning point of my life. Because saying yes to Bhatt Saab would give me a new lease of life. I would be able to absorb another 3 flops because Bhatt Saab ki film aa rahi hai, you know. So it's practically very, very important for me to say yes to this film. But I have decided not to do that. You know, my heart is not in this. If I'm not excited by the script, I don't want to do it. So that night I couldn't sleep. I was like, should I say yes to him and compromise with my, you know, heart? or should I say no to him and leave this one opportunity? You know, I'm in quicksand and Bhatt Saab ka haath aaya hai, main pakad bhi nahi raha hu. So that night was a very difficult night for me, and the next day I went to meet him in the evening, and I had not decided yet what to say to him. But I knew I couldn't do the film. So when I met him, I said, Bhatt Saab, I'm really sorry, but I can't do the film because I haven't liked the script. And I'm a newcomer, you know, you're a very established director. Who am I to say no to you? And probably after this you won't work with me, but the fact is that I can't lie to myself, and I have to only do what I really love. So I'm afraid I can't say yes.
So you let it go.
I let it go.
कौन सी फिल्म थी बता दो Bhatt साहब ने बनाई?
I'll come to that.
The story is there.
So Bhatt Saab gave me he said, no, chill, don't worry about all this. Why don't you want to do it? Why did you not like it? So we went into discussions about the film. And that film never happened eventually.
Oh.
That film never happened eventually. But what was really important was that when my back was against the wall, when I was at my lowest, when I felt my career is over and nothing is going to save me, even at that time, I had the conviction and courage to say no to something that I didn't believe in. And that strength, you know, gave me the strength to take all the difficult decisions that I took in my career after that. Doing a film like Lagan, you know, doing a film like Tare Zameen Par. I believe that had I compromised with myself, with my dreams, with my emotions, and had said yes as a practical thing, I personally feel my career would have had a totally different graph. The fact that I was not ready to compromise at my worst gave me a lot of strength. And I think that really was a turning point for me.
That's a turning point, for sure. Amir, ek cheez, you know, as I said, unconventional also comes true when it's about your personal life, because, you know, there is a situation where marriages don't last and there is bitterness. Then there's another stage which is about being cordial with your exes. And then comes a stage where somebody's friends with the exes to the extent that you would make personal appearances. You've reached this third stage, and people wonder how there is so much harmony when it comes to Reena, Kiran, and how you relate to them, and, you know, this blended family that's come through.
I guess it shows we are good people. But what to say? You know, Reena is an amazing person. She's someone I've grown up with. I've spent 16 years with her, and the fact that, you know, we fell apart as a husband and wife does not mean we fell apart as human beings. And I feel that there is a lot of love and respect in my heart for Reena. And I truly value the time that I've spent with her. And, you know, I grew up with her actually. We were both very young when we got married.
Yeah.
And she's a fantastic person. So when we had our differences and we parted, I think we didn't part as human beings because we didn't feel like, I guess. And the same was with Kiran. I think Kiran is an amazing person, and she and I decided to, you know, part ways as husband and wife. But, you know, we are family. And I'm not kidding when I say that. I really mean it. We are family. So Kiran, her parents, my family, you know, Reena, her parents, you know, we are all actually one family.
Yeah, you know, I was watching a promo for the marathon that your kids and Reena and Kiran together did, and there was just so much camaraderie, so much fun. There was Ira, her husband, Junaid, Azad, Kiran. They were also. It's like Team Amir when it comes to your entire family together.
Don't say that to my children. Team Amir, they'll immediately object.
But now, Amir, at 60 years of age, you found love again with Gauri. And did you think you would get into a relationship?
No, I didn't actually. I didn't. To be very honest, I think I had reached a point where I felt that I probably won't be able to find someone who can be my partner. I was not expecting it.
And what does Gauri bring to your life?
Oh. She brings a lot of calm. She brings a lot of steadiness. She's a really amazing person, and I'm so fortunate actually, and lucky I feel that I've met her. To be honest, I feel I'm very fortunate. While our marriages may not have worked, you know, until our lives did, But I think that I'm still very happy that I met Reena, Kiran, and now Gauri in my life. They've been three people who really have contributed to me as a person in a very big way. And I really look up to them in many ways.
How lovely.
Yeah.
Amir, you've had a great stint as an actor, a director, and a producer, but they're all very different roles. And you are a perfectionist to the core, so you would get into the detail. So I have a hypothetical question: that what is that one thing that Amir, the filmmaker, complains about Amir the actor? Because I've spoken to directors who have worked with you, and they say Amir does not stop till he gets 100% perfection. So now, does Amir the director grudge that about Amir the actor?
No. I directed Tare Zameen Par, in which I was acting also. I had no problems with myself. No, you are one person, whether you're an actor or a director or a producer, you're one person. And whether I'm acting like now, abhi meri film aa rahi hai, Happy Patel, in January. I'm not acting in it. I mean, I've got a small cameo, but I'm not really acting in the film. But it's as much my film. It's as much my film. I've selected the script and we've been part of making it, and I'm as excited about it. So whether I'm producing, directing or acting, for me it's the same. Yeah.
I mean, we all have some or the other favorite Amir Khan film or a favorite Amir Khan scene. I'm sure you do. You have your own favorites of your own work. But if now, as a matured 60-year-old Amir, if you had to go back in history and reshoot any one of your scenes, which one would you reshoot and what would you change, if at all?
Rang De Basanti is the film. And the scene where Sue and I come back, after Vaida ji has been hit on the head and she's in hospital, she's in coma. And I come in with her, and then we've got some food, and there's all chaos because there's been a lathi charge, and everyone's injured. And as I start eating, I also break down. That scene I was not very happy with. And I felt that scene should have come out better. So that's the scene I would reshoot.
Are your kids also interested?
And actually, that incident taught me a very big lesson. Actually, हुआ क्या था कि that was one of the toughest scenes of the film for me, and I had been, playing it in my mind for a long time. And I told Mehra that I don't want to rehearse this scene on the day. On the day, I want to just shoot. So he said, okay. So I said, one day before, we'll go and do the blocking. And ideally, if you can do a 2-3 camera setup, then I'll do it in one go. And then you capture the different, image sizes that you want in one go. So we had gone a previous day, did the breakdown, and I had tested myself, am I emotionally ready for this scene? So I'd let myself go a little bit. And then I pulled back. I said, yeah, I'm ready. And then that night I was thinking about the scene, and it was all playing out how I would do it in my head. And next morning I was really ready for the scene. Just a glass ekdam brim tak bhara hua hai. Abhi chalkega. So I was there. And I came to the shoot and I sat in my makeup room, and suddenly I noticed on the wall they have hung some clothes which are the wrong clothes. Continuity ke kapde galat the. So I called the assistant. I said, these are wrong clothes. I'm wearing other clothes in this scene. He said, no sir, we've changed the order of shooting. We are shooting some other scene first. So I said, oh, why? Aren't we shooting that scene? He said, no, Mehra and, Binod had some discussion. Binod is the DOP. So I called Mehra. Mehra said, yaar, Binod bol raha hai, हम लोग अगर night से शुरू करेंगे तो फिर वो 1.5 दिन, we'll lose 1.5 days. When you shift the lighting and all that. So, my training is of an assistant. So losing 1.5 days is like, disastrous. So I said, acha. So I gave in. I said, theek hai, chalo, we'll change the schedule, we'll do what you want to do. And then this scene came 4 days later. I should have never agreed. Because the scene never came out the way I wanted it.
Yeah.
क्या है वो misfire हो गया, वो एक timing होती है. I could never reach the emotional level that I had wanted in my head, which I had imagined. So that taught me a lesson that when you're creatively ready for something, when you have to choose between something that is creative and something that's practical, always be impractical and choose the creative one. Because, I regret doing that.
Yeah, no, that's a very good, actually, a very good lesson for anything, not just films. I was just going to ask you about your kids and out of Ira, Junaid. Junaid is now in films, and Azad, who's pretty young. But who do you think would someday direct, and who do you think would just not want to have anything to do with films?
I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know whether any of them would ever make a film. I mean, they're all three capable of, mind you. I think all three of them have grown up, seeing me make films and been part of so many screenings and discussions that I think all three of them are capable of making a film. But I don't know which one of them will finally decide to do that.
Is Azad fond of films? Your films?
He's too young. He's 14 now. I don't even like asking him that question. It'll be too much pressure on him.
Amir, I asked on social media, I asked your fans if there was one question that they would want me to ask of you. Actually, two questions, there was a tie because all your fans wanted to know, you said you'd do one film in a year. So are you going to stick to that promise, and which is the next film?
Oh.
And they want to know about Lokesh Kangaraja's film and whether you're doing that.
Yeah. So, see, my intention is to do one film a year. In fact, my emotion is also to do one film a year. But वो होती नहीं है यार. I don't know what to do. By the time I like something and by the time we work on it. So, yeah, I did say that I'll try and do one film a year. I'll try.
This is what your fans ask.
See, it depends on what films, which one. When I like something, I can't do a film if I don't like anything.
Yeah.
So I'll try.
And what is currently
Lokesh and I are supposed to meet up. I think last month we spoke and he said he's coming to Bombay at some point. We'll go through the narration of that. So yeah, that's, as of now, on the cards.
Okay, lovely. Amir, if you had to sum up your 40 years in a sentence, the life that you've had and one lesson, leadership lesson that you would want to give to anyone who's listening, what would that be?
Well, I'm not very good at giving advice. I can tell you how my life has been. My life has been, my journey in films has been one of a lot of curiosity. I've been a very curious person. I've wanted to learn all the time. I've challenged myself. I've challenged my colleagues. They have challenged me. So it's been a wonderful journey where I think I've learned a lot. I've met some very talented people who I've had the opportunity to work with. And I've never thought so much far ahead. So all this has been unplanned. What has happened is unplanned, I just went after the film that I wanted to do at that time, really. And that's what I'm doing even now. So I didn't think so much about my
So maybe go with
career.
the flow.
I think that one of the things I've realized is that, okay, I'll tell you what I've learned. See, when I came into the industry, what happens is you come with your own ideas, you come with your own convictions of what you would like to do and how you would like to do. I'm sure all of us go through that, when we are starting our lives. And at that time, a lot of people who are experienced and who have been around for longer, sometimes they tell you, कि यार ऐसे नहीं होता है. This is not how things happen. And एक ही तरीका होने का मतलब तो I didn't follow that. I didn't listen to anyone and I didn't follow any rules. I did things the way I wanted to do. I broke the rules. I did what I believed in. And so that's one thing I think that stood by me. Blindly, one should not just follow what is the routine. You should challenge the norm. You should believe in yourself. If you believe differently, you should also have the courage to follow it. Yeah.
Great. Amir, we just have a couple of minutes left, and I don't know if all of you know him as a lovely, wonderful actor, but I don't know how many of you know that he also sings really well. And this is a surprise request, but if Amir, you could end this on a sweet note and sing a couple of lines for us.
See, I don't sing well. I just love singing. So I have a good time. I don't know about you all. And I've also started learning, last couple of years.
Classical?
I'm learning classical, yeah. With, my Guruji is Sucheta Bhattacharya ji,
Okay.
And she's an amazing teacher, and I really enjoy my lessons with her. It's like, it's like you get lost in that 1.5 hour. It's, it's like a zone.
Beautiful. तो फिर आप आखिरी के 1 मिनट में
हाँ, मैं
दो
कुछ
लाइनें।
अच्छा सा गाना गाता हूँ. कौन सा गाऊँ? राग नहीं इतना मैं अभी टाइम लगेगा वहाँ पहुँचने में. Well, I mean, I have sung a lot of rags with my teacher, but on my own, I don't think I can. So let me sing some fun song here. ओ मेरे दिल के चैन, ओ मेरे दिल के चैन, चैन आए मेरे दिल को दुआ कीजिए.
Amazing. With that, calls for an applause. And with that, we need to make way for the Prime Minister's session. And thank you so much, Amir. It has been such a pleasure. And thank you for your time.
Pleasure. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Amir Khan with Sonal. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated as we prepare for the grand finale of the 23rd Hindustan Times Leadership Summit. May I request those who are standing at the rear, please find a seat. Please move to the side. You will not be allowed to stand there. Please be seated. A request to kindly keep mobile phones in the silent mode. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. May I request everyone to please settle down? All those who are standing at the rear, we have made arrangements in Jahangir for you to be able to see the live stream. You will not be allowed to stand inside the hall. May I request you all to please kindly move to Jahangir. All those who are standing, please move to Jahangir. We have arrangements for the live stream. You'll be able to see what is going on in this hall. You will not be allowed to stand. Please move to Jahangir. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have people standing at the back of the hall. Please move to Jahangir. You will not be allowed to stand here. I request you to kindly move to Jahangir, where we've got live streaming of the event. You will be able to sit and watch. You cannot stand in the hall and watch the ceremony. Those who do not have a seat, please move to Jahangir. And the warm water you lay, yes, warm water you put in the glass before you come.
Check, check. Sound check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Podium mics. Check. check, check, check. 1, 2. Sound check. 1, 2. Check, check. 1, 2. Check. 1, 2. Sound check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Check, check. Check, check. Sound check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sound check. 1, 2. Check. Sound check. Okay, check. Doing sound check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sound check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sound check. 1. Check, check, check. Sound check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sound check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sound check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sound check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sound check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Check.
It is an honor, ladies and gentlemen, to have the Honorable Prime Minister of India join us for the closing session. Please give him a rousing welcome. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, accompanied by the Chairperson and Editorial Director, HT Media Limited, Mrs. Shobna Bharatiya. May I now invite Mrs. Shobna Bharatiya to please welcome our Prime Minister.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, 23वीं हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स लीडरशिप समिट में आपका स्वागत करते हुए मैं बेहद गर्व और प्रसन्नता का अनुभव कर रही हूँ। इस साल हमारे समिट की थीम ट्रांसफॉर्मिंग टुमारो है। भारत आज जिस मुकाम पर खड़ा है वह ट्रांसफॉर्म्ड टुमारो की जीती जागती बानगी है। आज हम चौथी लार्जेस्ट इकॉनमी हैं और वह दिन दूर नहीं जब भारत विश्व की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बन जाएगा। आज जब दुनिया भर में प्रोटेक्शनिज्म और सेल्फ सेंटर्ड टेंडेंसीज बढ़ रही हैं तो तय है कि आने वाला सफ़र आसान नहीं होगा। भविष्य की चुनौतियों पर जीत के लिए कड़ी मेहनत ज़रूरी है, लेकिन यह भी इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि हम हमारे अचीवमेंट्स को भी सेलिब्रेट करें। सिर्फ 2 दशक पहले लोग AI का नाम भी नहीं जानते थे। भारत तब माइक्रोचिप्स नहीं, सिर्फ आलू की चिप्स बनाता था। उन दिनों इम्पोर्टेड मोबाइल फ़ोन और क्रेडिट कार्ड सिर्फ बड़े लोगों के पास होते थे। वह जैम ट्रिनिटी का नहीं, कैश इज़ किंग का ज़माना था। 2025 के भारत ने पूरी दुनिया को UPI जैसा फिनटेक गेम चेंजर दिया है। आज हम माइक्रोचिप्स से लेकर मिसाइल्स तक बना रहे हैं। अब भारत इंटरनेशनल कॉल सेंटर्स के साथ ग्लोबल कैपेबिलिटी सेंटर्स का भी हब बन गया है। हमारी 50% इलेक्ट्रिसिटी नॉन फॉसिल सोर्सेज से आती है। भारत ने ये लक्ष्य 2030 की डेडलाइन से 5 साल पहले ही हासिल कर लिया है। यह क्लाइमेट चेंज और एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी दोनों मोर्चों पर एक बड़ी उपलब्धि है। 1999 के कारगिल युद्ध में हमारी विजय हुई, लेकिन इस अनुभव ने डिफेंस सेक्टर में कई गैप्स भी पिन पॉइंट किए। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में हमारी सेना ने फिर से आतंकवाद को मुंहतोड़ जवाब दिया है और जंग में जीत हासिल की है। यह सुकून की बात है कि आज सेना के साथ हमारी डिफेंस इंडस्ट्री भी पहले से ज़्यादा मजबूत है। पिछले 10 सालों में इनका प्रोडक्शन 46,000 करोड़ रुपए से बढ़कर 1,51,000 करोड़ रुपए हो गया है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के जरिए सीमा पार के दुश्मन पर जीत हो या माओइस्ट समस्या का समाधान, सरकार ने एक्सटर्नल और इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी दोनों को मजबूत किया है। इकोनॉमी हो या सिक्योरिटी या टेक्नोलॉजी, आज हम हर क्षेत्र में प्रगति कर रहे हैं। अनेक बड़ी, खासकर अमेरिकन टेक कंपनीज सुपर पावर्स जैसी हैं। आने वाले दिनों में भारत को अपने कम्युनिकेशंस और AI रिक्वायरमेंट्स और एम्बिशंस को पूरा करने के लिए अपना रास्ता खुद बनाना होगा। इंडिया 4G स्टैक और इंडिया AI मिशन इनिशिएटिव्स इस लक्ष्य की प्राप्ति के लिए कारगर कदम हैं। फिनटेक से रिन्यूएबल और AI से आर्मामेंट तक ऐसे सभी सेक्टर्स में भारत आज आत्मविश्वास के साथ आत्मनिर्भरता की तरफ कदम बढ़ा रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री जी, इस बदलाव के पीछे आपके सक्षम नेतृत्व का बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। 2025 दुनिया के लिए एक टर्ब्यूलेंट साल था। पॉलिटिकल इंस्टेबिलिटी और वायलेंट प्रोटेस्ट्स फ्रांस से लेकर नेपाल तक देखे जा रहे थे। कोलिशन पॉलिटिक्स की इंस्टेबिलिटी यूरोप में समस्या बन गई है, जबकि भारत अपनी डेमोक्रेटिक वैल्यूज़ के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है। ऐसे कठिन समय में भारत पूरी दुनिया के सामने इकोनॉमिक और पॉलिटिकल स्टेबिलिटी का बेहतरीन उदाहरण बनकर उभरा है। इस सफलता में प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में पॉलिसी कंटिन्यूटी, एजिलिटी और देश हित को सबसे ऊपर रखने के सिद्धांत का बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। भारत की ये सारी सफलताएं कई मामलों में यूनिक हैं। इस कहानी में आत्मनिर्भरता, आत्मविश्वास और अंत्योदय सब कुछ शामिल है, चाहे वो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हो या गतिशक्ति अभियान, चाहे देश में बढ़ते यूनिकॉर्न्स हो या लखपति दीदी के जरिए लार्ज स्केल विमेन एम्पावरमेंट। देश का विश्वास आज सिर्फ बड़े शहरों और बड़े लोगों से नहीं, बल्कि लाखों गांव और हजारों छोटे शहरों के जरिए भी मजबूती पा रहा है। इसकी झलक सिर्फ देश की इकोनॉमी में नहीं, बल्कि पद्मा अवार्ड्स, इंटरनेशनल बुकर प्राइज़ और वर्ल्ड चैम्पियन इंडियन विमेंस क्रिकेट टीम में भी दिखाई देती है। यही अमृतकाल में भारत की सच्ची स्पिरिट है और यही स्पिरिट 2047 में भारत को विकसित देश बनाएगी। हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स ने 2025 सितंबर में अपना सेंटेनरी ईयर पूरा किया है। पिछले साल मैं जब प्रधानमंत्री जी को हमारे शताब्दी समारोह का न्योता देने के लिए मिली, तो हमने उन्हें बताया था कि इस यादगार अवसर को हम किस तरह मनाने जा रहे हैं। इसमें एग्जीबिशन, नेशनल डिबेट, कंपटीशन, एक बुक, फूड फेस्टिवल, लाइट और साउंड शो जैसी चीज़ें भी शामिल थीं। इस मौके पर उन्होंने सुझाव दिया कि हम एक फ़ोटो कंपटीशन करें और उसमें लार्जर पार्टिसिपेशन के लिए अधिक से अधिक लोगों को इन्वॉल्व करें। हमने ऐसा ही किया और हमें लगभग 10,000 एंट्रीज मिली। इस कंपटीशन के विनर्स को सम्मानित करने के लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अपनी ग्रेशियस सहमति दी है। मैं इस अवसर पर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को इस साल के 2 बड़े माइलस्टोन्स पर बधाई भी देना चाहती हूँ। अक्टूबर 2025 में उन्होंने हेड ऑफ अ गवर्नमेंट के तौर पर अपने 25 साल पूरे किए। 2001 से 2014 तक गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री के तौर पर और 2014 से भारत के प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में। 17 सितंबर को उन्होंने अपना 75वां जन्मदिन मनाया है। प्रधानमंत्री जी, इन दोनों उपलब्धियों के लिए हमारी तरफ से आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामना। हम कामना करते हैं कि आप कई और सालों तक यूं ही देश की सेवा करते रहें। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को अनुरोध करती हूं कि वो मंच पर आएं और फोटो कंपटीशन के विनर्स को सम्मानित करें। May I request all the recipients to please come up?
We have 3 winners in each category. In the category Monuments of India, we have Prabhakaran Subramaniam in 3rd place, Shahzeb in 2nd place, but he couldn't attend, and in 1st position is Kishore Das. For Communities of India, in 3rd place we have Ankur Tambre, 2nd place Udayan Jordar, and in 1st place we have Ranjit Oberoi. In the category Rivers of India, in 3rd place is Shudipto Deb. In 2nd position, Partha Pratim Saha. And in 1st place is Anjan Ghosh. In the 4th category, Borders of India. In 3rd place, we have Rahul Singhi. 2nd place, we have Mukesh Chandra Yadav. And coming first is Debraj Das. Thank you, Prime Minister, sir. May I now request all the winners to please pose for a group picture with the Honorable Prime Minister and Mrs. Bhartiya. May I request all the winners to kindly step down?
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद प्रधानमंत्री जी. Your giving the awards has really encouraged all these young budding photographers. अब मैं आपसे निवेदन करती हूँ कि आप हमें संबोधित करें.
आप सभी को नमस्कार. जहाँ हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स समिट में देश विदेश से अनेक गणमान्य अतिथि उपस्थित हैं, मैं आयोजकों और जितने साथियों ने अपने विचार रखे, आप सभी का अभिनंदन करता हूँ. अभी शोभना जी ने दो बातें बताई जिसको मैंने नोटिस किया. एक तो उन्होंने कहा कि मोदी जी पिछली बार आए थे तो ये सुझाव दिया था, इस देश में मीडिया हाउस को काम बताने की हिम्मत कोई नहीं कर सकता, लेकिन मैंने की थी. और मेरे लिए खुशी की बात है कि शोभना जी और उनकी टीम ने बड़े चाव से इस काम को किया. और देश को जब मैं अभी प्रदर्शनी देख के आया, मैं सबसे आग्रह करूंगा कि इसको जरूर देखिए. इन फोटोग्राफर साथियों ने ऐसे पल को ऐसे पकड़ा है कि पल को अमर बना दिया है. दूसरी बात उन्होंने कही, और वो भी जरा मैं शब्दों को जैसे मैं समझ रहा हूँ, उन्होंने कहा कि आप आगे भी, एक तो ये कह सकती थी कि आप आगे भी देश की सेवा करते रहिए, लेकिन हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स ये कहे आप आगे भी ऐसे ही सेवा करते रहिए. तो मैं इसके लिए भी विशेष रूप से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं. साथियों, इस बार समिट की थीम है ट्रांसफॉर्मिंग टुमारो. मैं समझता हूं जिस हिंदुस्तान अखबार का 101 साल का इतिहास है, जिस अखबार पर महात्मा गांधी जी, मदन मोहन मालवीय जी, घनश्याम दास बिड़ला जी, ऐसे अनगिनत महापुरुषों का आशीर्वाद रहा, वो अखबार जब ट्रांसफॉर्मिंग टुमारो की चर्चा करता है तो देश को ये भरोसा मिलता है कि भारत में हो रहा परिवर्तन केवल संभावनाओं की बात नहीं है, बल्कि ये बदलते हुए जीवन, बदलती हुई सोच और बदलती हुई दिशा की सच्ची गाथा है. साथियों, आज हमारे संविधान के मुख्य शिल्पी डॉक्टर बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर जी का महापरिनिर्वाण दिवस भी है। मैं सभी भारतीयों की तरफ से उन्हें श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, आज हम उस मुकाम पर खड़े हैं जब 21वीं सदी का 1/4 हिस्सा बीत चुका है। इन 25 सालों में दुनिया ने कई उतार चढ़ाव देखे हैं। फाइनेंशियल क्राइसिस देखी है, ग्लोबल पैंडेमिक देखी है, टेक्नोलॉजी से जुड़े डिसरप्शन देखे हैं। हमने बिखरती हुई दुनिया भी देखी है, वॉर्स भी देख रहे हैं। ये सारी स्थितियां किसी न किसी रूप में दुनिया को चैलेंज कर रही है। आज दुनिया अनिश्चितताओं से भरी हुई है, लेकिन अनिश्चितताओं से भरे इस दौर में हमारा भारत एक अलग ही लीग में दिख रहा है। भारत आत्मविश्वास से भरा हुआ है। जब दुनिया में स्लो डाउन की बात होती है, तब भारत ग्रोथ की कहानी लिखता है। जब दुनिया में ट्रस्ट की क्राइसिस दिखता है, तब भारत ट्रस्ट का पिलर बन रहा है। जब दुनिया फ्रेगमेंटेशन की तरफ जा रही है, तब भारत ब्रिज बिल्डर बन रहा है। साथियों, अभी कुछ दिन पहले भारत में Q2 के जीडीपी फिगर्स आए हैं। 8% से ज्यादा की ग्रोथ रेट हमारी प्रगति की नई गति का प्रतिबिंब है। साथियों, ये सिर्फ नंबर नहीं है, ये स्ट्रॉन्ग मैक्रो इकोनॉमिक सिग्नल है। ये संदेश है कि भारत आज ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी का ग्रोथ ड्राइवर बन रहा है। और हमारे ये आंकड़े तब है जब ग्लोबल ग्रोथ 3% के आसपास है। G7 की इकोनॉमीज औसतन 1.5% के आसपास है, 1.5%। इन परिस्थितियों में भारत हाई ग्रोथ और लो इन्फ्लेशन का मॉडल बना हुआ है। एक समय था जब हमारे देश में खास करके इकोनॉमिस्ट हाई इन्फ्लेशन को लेकर चिंता जताते थे। आज वही इन्फ्लेशन लो होने की बात करते हैं। साथियों, भारत की ये उपलब्धियां सामान्य बात नहीं है। ये सिर्फ आंकड़ों की बात नहीं है, ये एक फंडामेंटल चेंज है जो बीते दशक में भारत लेकर आया है। ये फंडामेंटल चेंज रिजिलियंस का है। ये चेंज समस्याओं की समाधान की प्रवृत्ति का है। ये चेंज आशंकाओं के बादलों को हटाकर आकांक्षाओं के विस्तार का है। और इसी वजह से आज का भारत खुद भी ट्रांसफॉर्म हो रहा है और आने वाले कल को भी ट्रांसफॉर्म कर रहा है। साथियों, आज जब हम यहां ट्रांसफॉर्मिंग टुमारो की चर्चा कर रहे हैं, हमें यह भी समझना होगा कि ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन का जो विश्वास पैदा हुआ है, उसका आधार वर्तमान में हो रहे कार्यों की, आज हो रहे कार्यों की एक मजबूत नींव है। आज के रिफॉर्म और आज की परफॉर्मेंस हमारे कल के ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन का रास्ता बना रहे हैं। मैं आपको एक उदाहरण दूंगा कि हम किस सोच के साथ काम कर रहे हैं। साथियों, आप भी जानते हैं कि भारत के सामर्थ्य का एक बड़ा हिस्सा एक लंबे समय तक अनटैप रहा है। जब देश के इस अनटैप पोटेंशियल को ज्यादा से ज्यादा अवसर मिलेंगे, जब वह पूरी ऊर्जा के साथ बिना किसी रुकावट के देश के विकास में भागीदार बनेंगे, तो देश का कायाकल्प होना तय है। आप सोचिए, हमारा पूर्वी भारत, हमारा नॉर्थ ईस्ट, हमारे गांव, हमारे टियर 2 और टियर 3 सिटीज, हमारे देश की नारी शक्ति, भारत की इनोवेटिव यूथ पावर, भारत की सामुद्रिक शक्ति, ब्लू इकोनॉमी, भारत का स्पेस सेक्टर, कितना कुछ है जिसके फुल पोटेंशियल का इस्तेमाल पहले के दशकों में हो ही नहीं पाया। अब आज भारत इन अनटैप पोटेंशियल को टैप करने के विजन के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है। आज पूर्वी भारत में आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, कनेक्टिविटी और इंडस्ट्री पर अभूतपूर्व निवेश हो रहा है। आज हमारे गांव, हमारे छोटे शहर भी आधुनिक सुविधाओं से लैस हो रहे हैं। हमारे छोटे शहर स्टार्टअप्स और एमएसएमईज के नए केंद्र बन रहे हैं। हमारे गांवों में किसान एफपीओ बनाकर सीधे मार्केट से जुड़े, और कुछ तो एफपीओ ग्लोबल मार्केट से जुड़ रहे हैं। साथियों, भारत की नारी शक्ति तो आज कमाल कर रही है। हमारी बेटियां आज हर फील्ड में छा रही हैं। ये ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन अब सिर्फ महिला सशक्तिकरण तक सीमित नहीं है। इस समाज की सोच और सामर्थ्य दोनों को ट्रांसफॉर्म कर रहा है। साथियों, जब नए अवसर बनते हैं, जब रुकावटें हटती हैं, तो आसमान में उड़ने के लिए नए पंख भी लग जाते हैं। इसका एक उदाहरण भारत का स्पेस सेक्टर भी है। पहले स्पेस सेक्टर सरकारी नियंत्रण में ही था, लेकिन हमने स्पेस सेक्टर में रिफॉर्म किया, उसे प्राइवेट सेक्टर के लिए ओपन किया, और इसके नतीजे आज देश देख रहा है। अभी 10-11 दिन पहले मैंने हैदराबाद में स्काई रूट के इन्फिनिटी कैंपस का उद्घाटन किया। स्काई रूट भारत की प्राइवेट स्पेस कंपनी है। ये कंपनी हर महीने एक रॉकेट बनाने की क्षमता पर काम कर रही है। ये कंपनी फ्लाइट रेडी विक्रम-1 बना रही है। सरकार ने प्लेटफॉर्म दिया और भारत का नौजवान उस पर नया भविष्य बना रहा है। और यही तो असली ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन है। साथियों, भारत में आए एक और बदलाव की चर्चा मैं यहां करना जरूरी समझता हूं। एक समय था जब भारत में रिफॉर्म्स रिएक्शनरी होते थे, यानी बड़े निर्णयों के पीछे या तो कोई राजनीतिक स्वार्थ होता था या फिर किसी क्राइसिस को मैनेज करना होता था। लेकिन आज नेशनल गोल्स को देखते हुए रिफॉर्म्स होते हैं, टारगेट तय है। आप देखिए, देश के हर सेक्टर में कुछ न कुछ बेहतर हो रहा है। हमारी गति कांस्टेंट है, हमारी डायरेक्शन कंसिस्टेंट है और हमारा इंटेंट नेशन फर्स्ट का है। 2025 का तो ये पूरा साल ऐसे ही रिफॉर्म्स का साल रहा है। सबसे बड़ा रिफॉर्म नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी का था। और इन रिफॉर्म्स का असर क्या हुआ, वो सारे देश ने देखा है। इसी साल डायरेक्ट टैक्स सिस्टम में भी बहुत बड़ा रिफॉर्म हुआ है। 12 लाख रुपए तक की इनकम पर जीरो टैक्स एक ऐसा कदम रहा जिसके बारे में एक दशक पहले तक सोचना भी असंभव था। साथियों, रिफॉर्म के इसी सिलसिले को आगे बढ़ाते हुए अभी 3-4 दिन पहले ही स्मॉल कंपनी की डेफिनेशन में बदलाव किया गया है। इससे हजारों कंपनियां अब आसान नियमों, तेज प्रक्रियाओं और बेहतर सुविधाओं के दायरे में आ गई है। हमने करीब 200 प्रोडक्ट कैटेगरीज को मैंडेटरी क्वालिटी कंट्रोल ऑर्डर से बाहर भी कर दिया गया है। साथियों, आज के भारत की यह यात्रा सिर्फ विकास की नहीं है, ये सोच में बदलाव की भी यात्रा है। ये मनोवैज्ञानिक पुनर्जागरण, साइकोलॉजिकल रेनेसां की भी यात्रा है। आप भी जानते हैं, कोई भी देश बिना आत्मविश्वास के आगे नहीं बढ़ सकता। दुर्भाग्य से लंबी गुलामी ने भारत के इसी आत्मविश्वास को हिला दिया था और इसकी वजह थी गुलामी की मानसिकता। गुलामी की ये मानसिकता विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य की प्राप्ति में एक बहुत बड़ी रुकावट है और इसलिए आज का भारत गुलामी की मानसिकता से मुक्ति पाने के लिए काम कर रहा है। साथियों, अंग्रेजों को अच्छी तरह से पता था कि भारत पर लंबे समय तक राज करना है तो उन्हें भारतीयों से उनके आत्मविश्वास को छीनना होगा। भारतीयों में हीन भावना का संचार करना होगा और उस दौर में अंग्रेजों ने यही किया भी। इसलिए भारतीय पारिवारिक संरचना को दकियानुसी बताया गया, भारतीय पोशाक को अनप्रोफेशनल करार दिया गया, भारतीय त्योहार संस्कृति को इरेशनल कहा गया, योग आयुर्वेद को अनसाइंटिफिक बता दिया गया, भारतीय आविष्कारों का उपहास उड़ाया गया और ये बातें कई कई दशकों तक लगातार दोहराई गई। पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी ये चलता गया, वही पढ़ा वही पढ़ाया गया और ऐसे ही भारतीयों का आत्मविश्वास चकनाचूर हो गया। साथियों, गुलामी की इस मानसिकता का कितना व्यापक असर हुआ है, मैं उसका कुछ उदाहरण आपको देना चाहता हूं। आज भारत दुनिया की सबसे तेजी से ग्रो करने वाली मेजर इकोनॉमी है। कोई भारत को ग्लोबल ग्रोथ इंजन बताता है, कोई ग्लोबल पावर हाउस कहता है। एक से बढ़कर एक बातें आज हो रही हैं। लेकिन साथियों, आज भारत की जो तेज ग्रोथ हो रही है, क्या कहीं पर आपने पढ़ा, क्या कहीं पर आपने सुना, इसको कोई हिंदू रेट ऑफ ग्रोथ कहता है क्या? दुनिया की तेज इकोनॉमी, तेज ग्रोथ कोई कहता है क्या? हिंदू रेट ऑफ ग्रोथ कब कहा गया? जब भारत 2-3% की ग्रोथ के लिए तरस गया था। आपको क्या लगता है, किसी देश की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को उसमें रहने वाले लोगों की आस्था से जोड़ना, उनकी पहचान से जोड़ना, क्या ये अनायास ही हुआ होगा क्या? जी नहीं, ये गुलामी की मानसिकता का प्रतिबिंब था। एक पूरे समाज, एक पूरी परंपरा को अनप्रोडक्टिविटी का, गरीबी का पर्याय बना दिया गया। यानी ये सिद्ध करने का प्रयास किया गया कि भारत की धीमी विकास दर का कारण हमारी हिंदू सभ्यता और हिंदू संस्कृति है। और हद देखिए, आज जो तथाकथित बुद्धिजीवी हर चीज में, हर बात में सांप्रदायिकता खोजते रहते हैं, उनको हिंदू रेट ऑफ ग्रोथ में सांप्रदायिकता नजर नहीं आई। ये टर्म उनके दौर में किताबों का, रिसर्च पेपर्स का हिस्सा बना दिया गया। साथियों, गुलामी की मानसिकता ने भारत में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इकोसिस्टम को कैसे तबाह कर दिया और हम इसको कैसे रिवाइव कर रहे हैं, मैं इसके भी कुछ उदाहरण दूंगा। भारत गुलामी के कालखंड में भी अस्त्र शस्त्र का एक बड़ा निर्माता था। हमारे यहां ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्रीज का एक सशक्त नेटवर्क था। भारत से हथियार निर्यात होते थे। विश्व युद्धों में भी भारत में बने हथियारों का बोलबाला था। लेकिन आजादी के बाद हमारा डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इकोसिस्टम तबाह कर दिया गया। गुलामी की मानसिकता ऐसी हावी हुई कि सरकार में बैठे लोग भारत में बने हथियारों को कमजोर आंकने लगे और इस मानसिकता ने भारत को दुनिया के सबसे बड़े डिफेंस इंपोर्टर्स के रूप में से एक बना दिया। साथियों, गुलामी की मानसिकता ने शिप बिल्डिंग इंडस्ट्री के साथ भी यही किया। भारत सदियों तक शिप बिल्डिंग का एक बड़ा सेंटर था। यहां तक कि 5-6 दशक पहले तक, यानी 50-60 पहले, भारत का 40% ट्रेड भारतीय जहाजों पर होता था। लेकिन गुलामी की मानसिकता ने विदेशी जहाजों को प्राथमिकता देनी शुरू की। नतीजा सबके सामने है। जो देश कभी समुद्री ताकत था, वो अपने 95% व्यापार के लिए विदेशी जहाजों पर निर्भर हो गया है। और इस वजह से आज भारत हर साल करीब $75 बिलियन, यानी लगभग 6 लाख करोड़ रुपए विदेशी शिपिंग कंपनियों को दे रहा है। साथियों, शिप बिल्डिंग हो, डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हो, आज हर सेक्टर में गुलामी की मानसिकता को पीछे छोड़कर नए गौरव को हासिल करने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है। साथियों, गुलामी की मानसिकता ने एक बहुत बड़ा नुकसान भारत में गवर्नेंस के अप्रोच को भी किया। लंबे समय तक सरकारी सिस्टम का अपने नागरिकों पर अविश्वास रहा। आपको याद होगा, पहले अपने ही डॉक्यूमेंट्स को किसी सरकारी अधिकारी से अटैच कराना पड़ता था। जब तक वो थप्पा नहीं मारता है, सब झूठ माना जाता था। आपका परिश्रम किया हुआ सर्टिफिकेट, हमने ये अविश्वास का भाव तोड़ा और सेल्फ अटेस्टेंट को ही पर्याप्त माना। मेरे देश का नागरिक कहता है भी, मैं कह रहा हूं, मैं उस पर भरोसा करता हूं। साथियों, हमारे देश में ऐसे ऐसे प्रावधान चल रहे थे जहां जरा जरा भी गलतियों को भी गंभीर अपराध माना जाता था। हम जन विश्वास कानून लेकर आए और ऐसे सैकड़ों प्रावधानों को डिक्रिमिनलाइज किया है। साथियों, पहले बैंक से 1000 रुपये का भी लोन लेना होता था तो बैंक गारंटी मांगता था, क्योंकि अविश्वास बहुत अधिक था। हमने मुद्रा योजना से अविश्वास के इस कुचक्र को तोड़ा। इसके तहत अभी तक 37 लाख करोड़, 37 लाख करोड़ रुपए की गारंटी फ्री लोन हम दे चुके हैं देशवासियों को। इस पैसे से उन परिवारों के नौजवानों को भी एंटरप्रेन्योर बनने का विश्वास मिला है। आज रेहड़ी पटरी वालों को भी, ठेले वाले को भी बिना गारंटी बैंक से पैसा दिया जा रहा है। साथियों, हमारे देश में हमेशा से ये माना गया कि सरकार को अगर कुछ दे दिया तो फिर वहां तो वन वे ट्रैफिक है। एक बार दिया तो दिया, फिर वापस नहीं आता है, जा गया, यही सबका अनुभव है। लेकिन जब सरकार और जनता के बीच विश्वास मजबूत होता है तो काम कैसे होता है? अगर कल अच्छी करनी है ना तो मन आज अच्छा करना पड़ता है, अगर मन अच्छा है तो कल भी अच्छा होता है। और इसलिए हमने एक और अभियान लिया है, आपको सुनकर के ताजुब होगा, और अभी अखबारों में उसकी, अखबारों वालों की नजर नहीं गई है उस पर, मुझे पता नहीं जाएगी कि नहीं जाएगी, आज के बाद हो सकता है चली जाए। आपको ये जानकर हैरानी होगी कि आज देश के बैंकों में हमारे ही देश के नागरिकों का 78,000 करोड़ रुपया, 78,000 करोड़ रुपए अनक्लेम पड़ा है बैंकों में। पता नहीं कौन है, किसका है, कहां है। इस पैसे को कोई पूछने वाला नहीं है। इसी तरह इंश्योरेंस कंपनियों के पास करीब 14,000 करोड़ रुपए पड़े हैं। म्यूचुअल फंड कंपनियों के पास करीब 3,000 करोड़ रुपए पड़े हैं। 9,000 करोड़ रुपए डिविडेंड का पड़ा है, और ये सब अनक्लेम पड़ा हुआ है, कोई मालिक नहीं उसका। ये पैसा गरीब और मध्यम वर्गीय परिवारों का है, और इसलिए जिसके हैं वो तो भूल चुका है। हमारी सरकार अब उनको ढूंढ रही है देश भर में। अरे भाई बताओ, तुम्हारा तो पैसा नहीं था, तुम्हारे माँ बाप का तो नहीं था, कोई छोड़ के तो नहीं चला गया। हम जा रहे हैं। हमारी सरकार उसके हकदार तक पहुंचने में जुटी हुई है, और इसके लिए सरकार ने स्पेशल कैंप लगाना शुरू किया है। लोगों को समझा रहा है कि भाई देखिए, कोई है, कोई अता पता आपके पैसे कहीं है कि गए हैं क्या। अब तक करीब 500 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में हम ऐसे कैंप लगाकर हजारों करोड़ रुपए असली हकदारों को हम दे चुके हैं जी। पैसे पड़े थे, कोई पूछने वाला नहीं था, लेकिन मोदी है, ढूंढ रहा है, अरे यार तेरा है, ले जा। साथियों, ये सिर्फ एसेट की वापसी का मामला नहीं है, ये विश्वास का मामला है। ये जनता के विश्वास को निरंतर हासिल करने की प्रतिबद्धता है, और जनता का विश्वास यही हमारी सबसे बड़ी पूंजी है। अगर गुलामी की मानसिकता होती तो सरकारी मानस ही हावी होता, और ऐसे अभियान कभी नहीं चलते। साथियों, हमें अपने देश को पूरी तरह से हर क्षेत्र में गुलामी की मानसिकता से पूर्ण रूप से मुक्त करना है। अभी कुछ दिन पहले मैंने देश से एक अपील की है। मैं आने वाले 10 साल का एक टाइम फ्रेम लेकर देशवासियों को, मेरे साथ मेरी बातों को ये कुछ करने के लिए प्यार से आग्रह कर रहा हूं, हाथ जोड़ के विनती कर रहा हूं। 140 करोड़ देशवासियों की मदद के बिना मैं कर नहीं पाऊंगा, और इसलिए मैं देशवासियों के बार बार हाथ जोड़ के कह रहा हूं। और 10 साल के इस टाइम फ्रेम में मैं क्या मांग रहा हूं? मैकाले की जिस नीति ने भारत में मानसिक गुलामी के बीज बोए थे, उसको 2035 में 200 साल पूरे हो रहे हैं, 200 ईयर हो रहे हैं, यानी 10 साल बाकी है और इसलिए इन्हीं 10 वर्षों में हम सभी को मिल करके अपने देश को गुलामी की मानसिकता से मुक्त करके रहना चाहिए। साथियों, मैं अक्सर कहता हूं, हम लीक पकड़कर चलने वाले लोग नहीं हैं। बेहतर कल के लिए हमें अपनी लकीर बड़ी करनी ही होगी। हमें देश की भविष्य की आवश्यकताओं को समझते हुए वर्तमान में उसके हल तलाशने होंगे। आजकल आप देखते हैं कि मैं मेक इन इंडिया और आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान पर लगातार चर्चा करता हूं। शोभना जी ने भी अपने भाषण में उसका उल्लेख किया। अगर ऐसे अभियान 4-5 दशक पहले शुरू हो गए होते तो आज भारत की तस्वीर कुछ और होती। लेकिन तब जो सरकारें थी उनकी प्राथमिकताएं कुछ और थी। आपको वो सेमीकंडक्टर वाला किस्सा भी पता ही है। करीब 50-60 साल पहले, 5-6 दशक पहले एक कंपनी भारत में सेमीकंडक्टर प्लांट लगाने के लिए आई थी, लेकिन यहां उसको तवज्जो नहीं दी गई और देश सेमीकंडक्टर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में इतना पिछड़ गया। साथियों, यही हाल एनर्जी सेक्टर का भी है। आज भारत हर साल करीब करीब 125 लाख करोड़ रुपए का, 125 लाख करोड़ रुपए के पेट्रोल, डीजल, गैस का इंपोर्ट करता है। 125 लाख करोड़ रुपया। हमारे देश में सूर्य भगवान की इतनी बड़ी कृपा है, लेकिन फिर भी 2014 तक भारत में सोलर एनर्जी जनरेशन कैपेसिटी सिर्फ 3 गीगावाट थी, 3 गीगावाट थी। 2014 तक की मैं बात कर रहा हूं, जब तक कि आपने मुझे यहां लाकर के बिठाया नहीं। 3 गीगावाट पिछले 10 वर्षों में अब ये बढ़कर 130 गीगावाट के आसपास पहुंच चुकी है। और इसमें भी भारत ने 22 गीगावाट कैपेसिटी सिर्फ और सिर्फ रूफटॉप सोलर से ही जोड़ी है। 22 गीगावाट एनर्जी रूफटॉप सोलर से। साथियों, पीएम सूर्यघर मुफ्त बिजली योजना ने एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी के इस अभियान में देश के लोगों को सीधी भागीदारी करने का मौका दे दिया है। मैं काशी का सांसद हूं, प्रधानमंत्री के नाते जो काम है, लेकिन सांसद के नाते भी कुछ काम करने होते हैं। मैं जरा काशी के सांसद के नाते आपको बताना चाहता हूं, और आपके हिंदी अखबार की तो ताकत है तो उसको तो जरूर काम आएगा। काशी में 26,000 से ज्यादा घरों में पीएम सूर्यघर मुफ्त बिजली योजना के सोलर प्लांट लगे हैं। इससे हर रोज डेली 3 लाख यूनिट से अधिक बिजली पैदा हो रही है और लोगों के करीब 5 करोड़ रुपए हर महीने बच रहे हैं, यानी साल भर के 60 करोड़ रुपए। साथियों, इतनी सोलर पावर बनने से हर साल करीब 90,000 मैट्रिक टन कार्बन एमिशन कम हो रहा है। इतने कार्बन एमिशन को खपाने के लिए हमें 40 लाख से ज्यादा पेड़ लगाने पड़ते हैं। और मैं फिर कहूंगा, ये जो मैंने आंकड़े दिए ना, ये सिर्फ काशी के हैं, बनारस के हैं, मैं देश की बात नहीं बता रहा आपको। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं कि पीएम सूर्यघर मुफ्त बिजली योजना, ये देश को कितना बड़ा फायदा हो रहा है। आज की एक योजना भविष्य को ट्रांसफॉर्म करने की कितनी ताकत रखती है, ये उसका एग्जाम्पल है। वैसे साथियों, अभी आपने मोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के भी आंकड़े देखे होंगे। 2014 से पहले तक हम अपने जरूरत के 75% मोबाइल फोन इंपोर्ट करते थे, 75%। और अब भारत का मोबाइल फोन से इंपोर्ट लगभग जीरो हो गया है। अब हम बहुत बड़े मोबाइल फोन एक्सपोर्टर बन रहे हैं। 2014 के बाद हमने एक रिफॉर्म किया, देश ने परफॉर्म किया और उसके ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव नतीजे आज दुनिया देख रही है। साथियों, ट्रांसफॉर्मिंग टुमारो की ये यात्रा ऐसी ही अनेक योजनाओं, अनेक नीतियों, अनेक निर्णयों, जन आकांक्षा और जन भागीदारी की यात्रा है। ये निरंतरता की यात्रा है। ये सिर्फ एक समिट की चर्चा तक सीमित नहीं है। भारत के लिए तो ये राष्ट्रीय संकल्प है। इस संकल्प में सबका साथ जरूरी है, सबका प्रयास जरूरी है। सामूहिक प्रयास हमें परिवर्तन की ऊंचाई को छूने के लिए अवसर देंगे ही देंगे। साथियों, एक बार फिर मैं शोभना जी का, हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स का बहुत आभारी हूं कि आपने मुझे अवसर दिया आपके बीच आने का, और जो बातें कभी कभी बताई उसको आपने किया। और मैं तो मानता हूँ शायद देश के फोटोग्राफरों के लिए एक नई ताकत बनेगा ये। इसी प्रकार से अनेक नए कार्यक्रम भी आप आगे के लिए सोच सकते हैं। मेरी मदद लगे तो जरूर मुझे बताना। आइडिया देने का मैं कोई रॉयल्टी नहीं लेता हूँ। मुफ्त का कारोबार है और मारवाड़ी परिवार है तो मौका छोड़ेगा ही नहीं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सबका। नमस्कार।
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister, sir, for addressing the 23rd Hindustan Times Leadership Summit. I request everyone to kindly remain in your places until the Prime Minister has left the venue. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us for the 23rd Hindustan Times Leadership Summit. See you next year. Thank you.
I am the future that was born 100 years ago. I am the purpose that emerged with India's independence to be a force for business that makes doing good our business. Towards an independence where knowledge sets us free. To think big and achieve bigger. To take India to the world and the world to India. Creating pathways of self-reliance. To stand for progress, the planet and the people. Towards a future made perfect. And be a force creating abundance. Because independence is not a moment in history. It's a never-ending path to prosperity. Aditya Birla Group, a force for good.
कस्टमर लॉयल्टी रिवॉर्ड 55 इंच का टीवी 4,999 रुपए में। Too good to be true, man.
अननोन कंपनी अननोन सेंडर यानी पक्का स्कैम केस सॉल्व्ड।
करेक्ट। स्कैम के खिलाफ गूगल के साथ आओ, स्कैम पहचानो, मौका कमाओ।
Imagination in flight begins with a sheet of paper, a couple folds, and a simple throw. But for some, the exhilaration and wonder behind flight never fades. At GE Aerospace, we turn what-ifs into what's next. Because when the right idea catches the wind, there's no limit to how far the next generation will go.
On the rise, सुन ले आसमां, डबल इंजन का ये मिशन है महान। 2047 तक हम न रुकेंगे, 6 ट्रिलियन का ड्रीम पूरा करेंगे।
मथुरा की गलियों में गूंजे है राधा, अयोध्या में दूर हुई मंदिर की बाधा, काशी प्रयागराज की गोल्डन चमक, यूपी सरकार की गूंजे धमक। सड़कों पर फर्राटा फिक्रलेस बिल्कुल बिंदास, एक्सप्रेस वे पर साए साए पूरा विश्वास। विकसित यूपी की बढ़ गई प्यास, 2047 का ये विजन बहुत खास। माफिया का दी एंड, फियर गॉन, योगी राज में लॉ एंड ऑर्डर हुआ स्ट्रॉन्ग। बेखौफ घूमे जनता, गुंडों पर मार, नया यूपी तोड़ रहा पुरानी दीवार।
यूपी ऑन द राइज, सुन ले आसमां, डबल इंजन का ये मिशन है महान। 2047 तक हम न रुकेंगे, 6 ट्रिलियन का ड्रीम पूरा करेंगे।
Blessed with breathtaking natural beauty, vibrant tribal culture, and rich heritage its identity. Where there are vast reserves of mineral wealth, the new growth engine of New India. Writing a new saga of development under good governance. Chhattisgarh, a state like no other, from Bastar to Sarguja. Chhattisgarhiya, sable badhiya.
NPS वात्सल्य, ये किसने दिया?
ये हमने दिया है। सभी चाहते हैं अपने बच्चों की आज की नहीं, कल की जरूरतों को भी पूरा करें। इसीलिए हमने चुना है NPS वात्सल्य, जो सालाना 1,000 रुपए के निवेश से भी शुरू हो जाता है।
NPS वात्सल्य आप 18 वर्ष तक के बच्चों के लिए ले सकते हैं, जो 18 वर्ष बाद खुद ही NPS अकाउंट में कन्वर्ट हो जाएगा।
इसीलिए कहता हूँ, हर उम्र के लिए NPS जरूरी है।
As India strides towards the vision of Viksit Bharat at 2047, CGEW-HO stands committed to building not just homes, but a foundation of dignity, welfare, and inclusive progress for the backbone of our nation, our central government employees. This year's theme, Urban Solutions to Crisis, speaks directly to the heart of CGEW-HO's mission, a mission they've upheld for over 35 years, and that is to serve those who serve the nation. From its inception, CGEW-HO has seen housing not just as infrastructure, but as a right, a vital foundation for inclusive and dignified urban living. With a pan-India footprint, CGEW-HO has successfully delivered quality housing projects across the nation, from metros to emerging cities, ensuring that central government employees have access to secure and affordable homes wherever duty takes them.
दिल को मोरे दिल में बसे
say that dedicated freight corridor is the jewel of Indian Railways.
India dreamt of a new future with a faster, safer and smarter freight network. A vision to create a dedicated pathway for the nation's lifeline, its cargo. That vision became a mission. Dedicated freight corridors. From blueprints to steel tracks, from ideas to execution, DFCCIL has built one of the largest infrastructure projects in independent India. Over 6,000 track kilometers of dedicated freight tracks now connecting ports, production centers and people. The eastern and western dedicated freight corridors, two arteries of progress, now redefine how goods move across the nation. India's logistics cost stands at nearly 24 lakh crore rupees. With the transformational impact, helped India to reduce logistic cost to around 8% from 14% of the GDP. Reducing this cost is not just an economic goal, it's a national mission. And the data speaks clearly. The dedicated freight corridors are delivering impact. The national logistics is on a declining trend, validating DFCCIL's foundational purpose and giving a strong fillip to India's thriving economy. DFCCIL's high-capacity network offers unmatched reliability, efficiency and sustainability, delivering economic growth on rails. DFCCIL enables industries to move more and spend less. With faster turnaround, energy efficiency, the DFC network is cutting carbon emissions and logistics costs simultaneously. Every kilometer of DFC track reduces road congestion, saves fuel, and contributes to India's journey towards net zero. The next chapter of this express lane of India's cargo is integration, connecting every industry and mode seamlessly to the DFC network. Through multimodal logistics parks, Gati Shakti cargo terminals, private sidings, and innovative logistics solutions with first mile, last mile connectivity and ease of doing business, DFCCIL is driving India's shift from cost-heavy to cost-efficient logistics. With every consignment tracked, every wagon optimized, and every terminal upgraded, DFCCIL is shaping the logistics ecosystem of tomorrow. Offloading freight traffic to the dedicated freight corridor has revolutionized operations across adjoining Indian railway zones. Decongested routes have enabled smoother traffic flow, record punctuality, and higher freight loading. During Mahakumbh 2025, DFCCIL diverted 100% freight traffic from East Central and North Central railways to the Eastern DFC, ensuring seamless movement of Mahakumbh special trains. DFC's operational excellence also helped Dhanbad division achieve record freight loading. Consequently, DFCCIL, driving efficiency, reliability and national pride. DFCCIL has been at the forefront of adopting and collaborating on several of India's first innovative solutions for the railways, pioneering technologies that redefine safety, reliability and efficiency. The Heavy Haul Institute not only imparts specialized training, but also partners with leading national and international organizations and institutions, driving innovation through collaboration. With unmatched capability and innovation, DFCCIL now stands among the world's most advanced freight networks, a proud symbol of India's excellence. As a leader of heavy haul rail freight transportation, DFCCIL organized Global Heavy Haul Conference in June 2025 to deliberate future technologies of rail transportation. Behind every track, every bridge, every train are thousands of men and women whose commitment built this national dream. Their passion, precision, and perseverance define DFCCIL's strength.
Together, we are transforming India's logistic landscape, making freight smarter, faster, and greener.
As DFCCIL marks 20 years of perseverance and progress, we reaffirm our mission to be the backbone of India's economic growth, to power industry and prosperity, and to build the corridors of the future. The future of logistics in India, delivered.
उगती हुई हरियाली में, सोने सी हर बाली में, हर सुबह चाय की प्याली में और घर घर की खुशहाली में, प्रदूषण मुक्त हो आसमान, दुनिया भर में अपने निशान, आत्मनिर्भर हिंदुस्तान, गेल इंडिया जिसकी पहचान।
Every great journey begins with a resolute step. India's journey in infrastructure started with early recognition of its importance, which gained traction from the mid-2000s onwards. Established in 2006 by the Government of India, India Infrastructure Finance Company Limited or IIFCL finances key infrastructure projects from roads and power to renewable energy, airports, seaports and urban development. IIFCL drives projects essential to India's growth.
आज भारत आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के निर्माण के लिए ज्यादा से ज्यादा इन्वेस्टमेंट करने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है, तो वही आज का भारत हर वो कदम भी उठा रहा है जिससे प्रोजेक्ट्स में देरी ना हो, रुकावटें ना आए, कम समय पर पूरा हो.
Playing a pivotal role in advancing economic progress, IIFCL offers long-term financial support
आप बताइए चले
भारत
इसके सवाल के जवाब में
नहीं मिल रहे
12:30 बजे जब
ऑडियो चेक चेक यहाँ से तो नहीं कर नहीं सकते नेटवर्क आ रहा है ये आप ये पैच गोलो पैच कर ले अच्छा ये नेटवर्क नहीं आ रहा से है अच्छा ये इसमें आपको तो वाईफाई पासवर्ड है वही है ये आईडी है ये पासवर्ड है हाँ जी वो नहीं वो भी वाला तो मेरे पास तो ग्रुप नहीं है भाई अच्छा आपका इसी नंबर पे आपको मैं फोटो खींच के भेज दूं ओके ये आईडी है ना सर हाँ ये आईडी है ये पासवर्ड है ये प्राइवेट ओके ओके और ये 5 नंबर है ठीक है मैं आपको तो अभी हेलो इधर ही बैठूंगा अब वो दे दो जल्दी से कर दो ठीक है हेलो हाँ जी हाँ जी मैं सेटअप कर रहा हूँ कॉल करो हेलो अभी मैंने भेजा है पहले आईडी वाला है फिर उसका पासवर्ड है फिर 5 नंबर भी है नहीं सर नहीं है वो यहीं से हिल में वो वैसा ही है ये छोटा रूम है वो केबल भी इतना बड़ा नहीं है ना मेरे पास ये इसमें अगर इसमें सब लोग इसी में कर ले वो क्या नाम है आईडी पासवर्ड हो ये सारा इसमें है देख लीजिए आप हाँ ठीक है बता दीजिए ओए भाई वाईफाई में तो है वीडियो मिल रहा है वीडियो देखो चेक 1 2 3 चेक 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 हेलो चेक 1 2 3 4 हेलो हेलो चेक 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 हेलो चेक 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 वीडियो भी ओके है ना अच्छा ये 5 नंबर भी मैंने दिया हुआ है ठीक है है हाँ ठीक ठीक है मैं तो अभी ये साथ ऑफ करना है मतलब ऑन रखो हाँ मैंने बैटरी लगा कर रखा है चलो ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है हाँ ठीक है ओके actually. तो मैंने ऑन कर दिया, देख लीजिए। हाँ नहीं है, वो नंबर पे खोल। ठीक है, इंग्लिश के लिए ना, मैंने उसी नंबर पे वो उसका नंबर आएगा, वो मेरे पास नहीं है। हाँ ठीक है, ठीक। हाँ मेरा फैक्स नंबर दे दिया? हाँ दे दिया सर। नेटवर्क आ रहा है अभी? नेटवर्क आ रहा है। ये लगा दीजिए ना। वो टेबल दे सकते हैं? हाँ बिल्कुल, मैं यही पूछ रहा था। थैंक्स। बोलो। हेलो हेलो
हेलो। हाँ सर, आप लगा लीजिए एक बार। हाँ सर, आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ आ रही है, आपको आ रही है?
हाँ सर, आ रही है।
डिले कम कर दो ना।
कर देता हूँ सर, है ना?
हाँ हाँ
गला बैठा हुआ सर है।
हाँ, डिले कम कर दो आप।
ओके।
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Hello? Yeah.
क्या हुआ? अभी टेम्परेरी लगा दो, जैसे भी लग रहा है. हो गया? My only request, Gauri, is that I have just recovered from a very bad cold, and I would request that just like I have heard Pooja patiently, she will show the same patience. First of all, analysts have agreed that there is no written law as such which dictates that a LOP is to meet a visiting head of state or a dignitary. It's a matter of what they call convention or protocol. Now let us examine this aspect. Convention to ye bhi hai कि when there is an Independence Day program, that is not Modi ji's birthday party, the LOP should attend. Convention तो ये भी है when there is Republic Day program, it is not Amit Shah ji's birthday party, they should attend. Convention तो ये भी है when there is a Chief Justice of India swearing in or when there is a swearing in of Vice President, गौरी की या दीपक वोरा की बर्थडे पार्टी नहीं है, they should attend. तो वहां पे कन्वेंशन अटेंड नहीं करना है, दूसरी जगह कन्वेंशन का बहाना देना है. ठीक है. Secondly, Deepak Vora is sitting here. Till 1977, there was no statutory post of LOP. So are you saying that from 1947 to 77, we were not a democracy because there was no LOP statutorily recognized? Now let me go to the third point. The third point is that Rahul Gandhi says that I have been denied to meet any foreign leader and this is because the government is scared of me. In the last 1.5 years, Rahul Gandhi has met no less than 5 foreign dignitaries. The ex-Prime Minister of Bangladesh, the Prime Minister of Vietnam, the Prime Minister of New Zealand, the Prime Minister of Malaysia, the Prime Minister of Mauritius. If there was anything, Malaysia. If there was anything that we feared, why would he be able to meet these leaders? The reason is that the visiting dignitary or the visiting head of state must express that he or she wants to meet Rahul Gandhi. But if they don't want to meet, and for good reason, let me give you a last point on that. Last point on that. I request you, it's very important. Bear with me. As we speak, I want to show you one tweet of the Congress party. Just let me show it to you. This is Kerala Congress. New daddy alert. Putin is the new papa of Modi Bhakts. This is their official handle, demeaning Mr. Putin, calling him new daddy of Modi Bhakts. Mr. Sushil Shinde has on record called Mr. Putin a dictator. Mr. Chidambaram has said that Mr. Putin is guilty of crimes and that India should have voted against him in the United Nations. Time and again the Congress party has advocated, one second, let me articulate it. Time and again the Congress party has taken a stand that BJP government should have taken a stand against Russia. After that, do you think the Russians would have any desire to meet Rahul Gandhi? Very quickly, if I can just add something and then you can go to puja. Gauri, just for your knowledge, in 2022, many leaders of the Congress were advocating that the government should take a stand against Russia and pro-Ukraine and should get Russia to be sanctioned. And in 2023, Manmohan Singh and then Rahul Gandhi himself had to acknowledge that their stand was wrong and that the government of India, Modi government stand was right. So by the way, Pooja Tripathi's concerns, they were not concerns, they were vested interest talking, because the government because Congress never invested. Please, I did not interrupt. One second, can I please complete? I have not interrupted. Yes. And secondly, the larger point I'm making is very categorical. An official handle of the Congress has equated Putin to Paw, basically some kind of a authoritarian figure. You have Sushil Kumar Shinde, Mr. Chidambaram and other leaders of the Congress basically calling Mr. Putin Hitler. Please tell me, Pooja Tripathi, is that your official stand? If it is not, what action did you take on them? And after having that as a stand, how do you expect Putin's team to even want to meet you? You're calling him a dictator. Here it is. Here's the tweet. I'll read it out. I'll read it out. One last line. Thank you.
Thank you.